Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 3100. He had passed the Blood Fiend star area. After experiencing the Blood Fiend light, Long Chen still had some lingering fear. However, when a vast world appeared in front of him, he was attracted by it. No doubt, he had arrived at the Ancestral planet. As soon as he arrived, Long Chen used the looming Shadow Dream Dragon's rule to turn into a small star, flying towards the Ancestral planet. The looming Shadow Dream Dragon's transformation rule was accurate. When Long Chen had transformed into the Myriad Transformations Monster Master for the first time, he had dared to break through the encirclement of 9 ultimate gods. It was enough to show his confidence in the transformation rule. The Ancestral Dragon's transformation rule had reached the peak. At this moment, Long Chen was no different from a real star. In his eyes, the appearance of the Ancestral planet was clear. It was definitely an original incipient grade world. It was a planet even bigger than the Hongjun supergiant planet. It had 3 colors: blood, black, and gray. Those 3 colors could be the power of the Ancestral planet, the clouds, or even the sea. The 3 colors were ever-changing, giving people a feeling of deathly stillness in this quiet space. The Ancestral planet was peaceful, but it was terrifyingly quiet and gloomy. It was like an eye of the infinite worlds, watching Long Chen's arrival. This place was still far from the Ancestral planet, so he couldn't see the real content of this original incipient grade world. However, Long Chen found 9 giant planets around the Ancestral planet. Each of them was like a sacred star from the 9 heavens. This Ancestral planet was very similar to the Hongjun Star Sea. However, the Hongjun Star Sea had too many stars while this one only had 10. The other 9 were the companion stars of the Ancestral planet. This was a place where evil, cursed, and cold energy ran rampant. The 9 companion stars all had different appearances and sizes, and the energy they contained was different as well. For example, the one closest to Long Chen, which was slightly smaller than the others, was blood red in color. It was covered in a sea of blood, like the death rain. The only difference was that there were many cities built on the Sea of Blood, which proved that there were many lives on the Ancestral Star, and it was not much different from the Hongjun Star Sea. Even the energy of the entire world was almost the same. This is the Emperor Blood Star. Within the Ghost Blood Curse, Ghost Seven's eyes widened. Her body was trembling, her legs were shaking, and her eyes were bloodshot. Her heart was filled with hatred, and the entire world within the Ghost Blood Curse, the Sea of Blood, the corpses, and the vengeful spirits were all stirring violently. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Even Phantom Seven's breathing became rapid. Did you remember something? Long Chen could tell from the look on her face that she had lost some of her memories after becoming a fated heroic spirit. When she saw this scene, she even shed tears. That's right, I originally belonged here. She kept shaking her head. There were some memories that she didn't want to remember, but they all came back to her. This is the Ancestral planet, and one of its companions is the Emperor Blood Star. This is my hometown, the place where I was born, where I grew up, and where everything about me was recorded. She was a little dazed as she spoke, and her eyes filled with tears of nostalgia. She had been arrogant in the past, but now that she was crying, it was clear that she was no different from other women. To Long Chen, she had always been a human, not an ordinary fated heroic spirit. The Ancestral planet and its 9 companions make up the entire world in our eyes. Almost all living beings, gods, and demons, don't know that they are only a part of the real world. I remember now. Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. There are 3 major races here: the Blood race, the Ghoul race, and the Curse race. The colors of the Ancestral planet are basically the regions occupied by the 3 races. Red belongs to the Blood race, black belongs to the Ghoul race, and gray belongs to the Curse race. Long Chen looked over. There were slightly more red and black colors, and the gray color was more hidden, but it was even more terrifying. Although the Curse race is rare, they are indeed the strongest race. The master of the Ancestral planet has a mixed bloodline of the 3 races. I think we call him Progenitor. If she hadn't come here, she would never have thought of this. What race do you belong to? The blood race. The imperial blood star is the territory of the blood race. I used to live here, please let me go down and see. She turned to plead with Long Chen. Long Chen agreed. He wanted to enter the ancestral planet's society to see what it was like, especially with the rules of transformation. He could change into anyone he wanted. The secret to breaking the dragon god's curse, and the ancestral dragon's blood. There were two important things. Perhaps he could learn something from the people. Otherwise, if he met the master of the ancestral planet, Long Chen wasn't sure if they would fight. After all, two tigers couldn't live on the same mountain. The imperial blood star was closest to Long Chen, so it was the best place to go. This is it. Long Chen gradually approached the imperial blood star. He turned into a meteorite and flew into the planet. He passed through layers of blood-colored clouds and finally reached the giant planet full of blood-colored seas. This was a part of an original incipient world. Although it wasn't the ancestral planet, the spiritual energy here surpassed that of an eternal world. Below him was a vast, endless sea. Its territory could be compared to an eternal world. There were all kinds of cities built in the blood-colored sea. With a closer look, they were all at the level of creator divine weapons. Many members of the blood race lived in the cities. There were even more members of the blood race fighting in the sea. Long Chen took a closer look and found that the so-called members of the blood race were no different from him. They looked exactly the same as Ghost Qi. They had blood-colored hair and eyes, and their auras were cold and gloomy. Their rules leaned towards killing and gloomy. There were also a few curses. I'm here. Long Chen changed again and again. Finally, he snuck into a huge city. After meeting the first person, he changed his appearance from head to toe and blended in with the blood race. With his transformation ability, even the master of the ancestral planet couldn't detect his infiltration. The blood race was generally very cold and quiet. The people on the road basically didn't talk to each other. Occasionally, there would be conflicts, but they would directly fight and kill without the slightest bit of mercy. Long Chen found a divine king and used the Eye of Desire to understand some things from him. The strongest person on this Emperor Blood Star is a guy called the Bloodthirsty Great Emperor. He's not far from here. According to what he said, he should be a primordial realm's supreme deity. That means the 9 companion stars of the ancestral star might have 9 ultimate gods. Including the master of the ancestral planet, there were 10. The imperial blood star was considered small among the companion stars. That's right. There are 10 ultimate gods, and there have always been 10 of them. They are called the 10 great emperor ancestors. They are the 10 rulers of the ancestral planet. Of course, there are 9 great emperors and 1 progenitor. The divine king said. In the 3 imperial domains, Great Emperor Zhenwu and the others could be called Great Emperors. However, Great Emperor Zhenwu and the ancestral star Great Emperors were 2 different concepts. Names were only given by people. When the scope was different, the difference would be different. Great Emperor Zhenwu ruled over a few 100 million people in a mediocre world. The 9 ancestral star Great Emperors ruled over more than 1 trillion people, and each of them could kill Great Emperor Zhenwu in a second. The difference was the difference between the bottom and the top. Bloodthirsty Great Emperor. At that moment, Gue Qi suddenly exclaimed. She fell to her knees in the sea of blood under the ghost blood curse. She went crazy and even her eyes were bulging. She was suffering from a strong memory impact. I'm going to kill her. I remember now. She was the one who harmed me. I want to take revenge on her. Long Chen, please help me. I remember everything. She looked at Long Chen with the utmost sincerity and desire. Her eyes were filled with hope, and her expression made it impossible for anyone to reject her. Tell me what happened first. I'll help you solve it. Otherwise, I'll be confused too. Long Chen let go of the divine king and stood in a quiet corner to talk to Gue Qi. Calm down first. With Long Chen's help, the enraged Ghost 7 finally calmed down. However, her eyes were still filled with tears of hatred and humiliation. Now that she had been enlightened, she remembered some things, and the hatred she felt was far greater than she had imagined. There's a strange thing in our ancestral star. It's called inheritance. It's a bloodline inheritance. As long as the Blood Clan, Ghost Clan, and Curse Clan reaches the level of a divine emperor, they can condense an inheritance. Once they die in battle, the inheritance will be passed on to the next person. Even an ordinary person can become a divine emperor after receiving the inheritance of a divine emperor. This is similar to the inheritance of the divine dragons. However, our inheritance doesn't have blood essence or origin dragon soul. It seemed that the inheritance was not exclusive to the divine dragons. The races on the ancestral star could also do this, but they had higher requirements. They had to be at the level of a divine emperor. It was because of this inheritance that the number of experts on the ancestral star could maintain an upward trend despite the high mortality rate. A person who became a divine emperor could pass down their inheritance to their descendants. Guo Qi clenched her fists. Her chest was still heaving up and down. She choked a little as she said, "Among them, the ancestral god is immortal. The inheritance of the 9 emperors is the grandest event on the ancestral star. It might not happen even once in tens of millions of years. Usually, when a divine venerable dies in battle, it angers the ancestral god. That's why the inheritance of the 9 emperors would appear." Guo Qi took a deep breath and said, "My father was the previous bloodthirst emperor, the master of the imperial blood planet. He was killed by the ancestral god because he angered the ancestral god. According to the rules of the ancestral star, the bloodthirst emperor's throne should be passed down to me because I'm my father's only son. Unless something happened." Chapter 3101. The good times they had spent together in the past resurfaced, and it was like a sword to Ghost 7. Those scenes were ironic. Because of his loneliness, Guo Qi had shared everything with this girl, allowing her to escape from her painful fate. He had given her the most precious identity on Emperor Blood Star, and because of the God Emperor's legacy, this girl's strength had even surpassed his own. Ghost 7, on the other hand, refused to accept any inheritance in order to prove herself. She worked hard and became a god emperor by then. She was only slightly inferior to the girl, but she never cared about that. Before that day, she and I were like sisters. I was very grateful to her for giving me so much joy and allowing me to no longer be lonely. At that time, I had already decided that I would share everything with her. She was indeed a person that everyone liked. Even my father loved her dearly, until that day, when my father angered the ancestral ancestor and was killed by him. My father's imperial throne inheritance returned to Emperor Bloodstar, and when I heard that my father had died, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. I was in a daze and neglected the imperial throne inheritance. I never thought that she would become a demon at that moment and kill me, sealing me in the ghost blood curse. I became the ghost blood curse's heroic spirit to survive and escape from Emperor Bloodstar. However, I, who was only left with a remnant soul, only remembered all of this today. I will never forget the look on her face when she stabbed the ghost blood curse into my body. It was the look of a smart person, and I could tell that I was a complete idiot in her eyes. Her gaze and her decisive actions were all mocking me. In the end, when my soul fragment was sucked into the ghost blood curse, she even told me that I was the dumbest and most laughable person on the ancestral star. You are the true lowly one, but it is a pity that you will never have the chance to take revenge on me. Since then, I have suffered so much and experienced so much torture. Today, I have finally returned to Emperor Bloodstar. I want to see her face when she sees me. Hearing this, Longchen finally understood what had happened to her. He had never thought that such a thing would happen to her. Longchen could feel her pain and anger. The most unbearable thing in life was undoubtedly when the person closest to her, who had treated her the best and given her everything, had stabbed her in the back and taken her life. She had almost died because of this. She was the heir of Emperor Bloodstar, but she had lost everything in her life. She had become a heroic spirit without flesh and blood, drifting away from her homeland and living a lonely life. If she had to bear such a thing, she would definitely have gone mad. Fortunately, Mo Xiaolang, Kitten and the others were not like that. Long Chen could only say that Gue Qi had been a fool in the past. She had kept a poisonous snake by her side, but she had not known it at all. She had thought that it was her sister, which was why she had given her a fatal blow at the most critical moment. I think I understand now. She came from the bottom, but you gave her everything. This made her jealous of you. Every time you gave her something, her smile might have been a murderous one. To her, it might have been a humiliation. It's a pity that you didn't understand at the time. But no matter what, if a person doesn't know how to be grateful and returns kindness with enmity, then I am willing to help you. Hearing Long Chen's answer, Gue Qi was moved to tears. She said, now, I want to go back to her and let her see me. I want to ask her if she ever regretted what she did. I want to see her repent. If that's the case, perhaps I can forgive her. Now that she had calmed down, even her thoughts had changed. Didn't you say that you were going to kill her? I can only vent my anger by killing her. Everything has already happened. However, the throne of the bloodthirsty great emperor belongs to me. I'll definitely take it back. As long as she's willing to admit her mistake, I won't take away her right to live. It seemed that their time together had been very precious to Gue Qi. She was a loyal person, but not everyone was like her. Then let's go to the bloodthirsty emperor palace. Lead the way. Gue Qi followed her memories and brought Long Chen back to the place where she had grown up. Along the way, she could not help but cry when she saw the familiar sights. The memories were too heavy. Long Chen had sincerely wanted to help this girl. As the ghost blood curse and as the fog, she had helped him many times. The bloodthirsty Emperor Palace was located in the core of the Emperor Blood Star. After killing Gue Qi, the girl named Gue Qin had inherited the bloodthirsty Emperor's throne as the adopted daughter of the bloodthirsty Emperor. Of course, Gue Qi did not know how she had lied so that no one knew that she had killed Gue Qi. The name Gue Qin was given to her by Gue Qi. Back then, the girl did not even have a name. When she was almost torn apart by a few men from the Blood Clan, it was Gue Qi who had saved her. She pitied her and brought her back to the bloodthirsty Emperor Palace. When the familiar bloodthirsty Emperor Palace appeared in front of her, Gue Qi was like a fool. This was the place that had left the deepest impression on her. She was talking in her sleep, probably calling her father's name. Long Chen could sense that the bloodthirsty Emperor Palace and Gue Qin were among them. The bloodthirsty Emperor Palace was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Long Chen waited outside for a while and saw a few god emperors coming out. Gue Qi saw many familiar faces. This person used to be my father's trusted aide. His face is glowing. He should be doing well under Gue Qin. After listening to Gue Qi's description, Long Chen changed into the man's appearance after the man left. He looked exactly the same in every aspect. There was no difference at all. He's called Banshan Shao. Long Chen nodded and entered the bloodthirsty Emperor Palace as Banshan Shao. Because of his identity, no one dared to stop him along the way. Banshan Shao was an ultimate god emperor with decent strength. The deeper he went into the palace, the more nervous Gue Qi became. Her face was pale. Calm down and settle this, Long Chen reminded her. Thank you. Gue Qi's voice was still trembling. She had wandered for so many years and crawled out of countless nightmares. She had finally returned to this place, the place where she grew up and the turning point of her life. I'm back. God Emperor Banshan requests an audience. With a loud announcement, Long Chen walked into the deepest part of the bloodthirsty Emperor Palace. There were 9 great emperors on the Ancestral Star. The bloodthirsty Emperor Palace on the Emperor Blood Star was very similar to a mortal's palace. The various rituals were complicated. Gue Qi should have been like a princess, the princess of the billions of lives on the Emperor Blood Star. After going through several complicated checks, Long Chen finally entered the hall where Gui Qin was. There was a layer of blood-colored mist in the middle of the hall. Behind the mist was a huge blood pool. The blood pool was filled with some kind of blood. It was obvious that many primordial chaos immortal essences had melted in it. The blood pool was inlaid with hundreds of thousands of primordial chaos treasures. There were all kinds of primordial chaos immortal essence petals on the blood pool. It was like a dream. A woman with skin whiter than snow lay in the blood pool. Her skin was especially dazzling because of the crimson blood. Gui Qi's breathing quickened when she saw this woman. Long Chen suppressed the ghost blood curse. At this time, the woman in the blood pool spoke in a sweet voice that made one's scalp go numb. Ban Shanqing, why have you returned so soon? Her voice was sweet and seductive. It had been a long time since she had heard such a voice, and Gui Qi was losing control of herself. Her emotions were fluctuating wildly as she recalled the girl who had pierced the ghost blood curse into her rule heart. She could not help but recall the scene of the girl who had pierced the ghost blood curse into her rule heart. After so many years, she had become much stronger, and even more delicate than she had been back then. That's right, she was the bloodthirsty emperor, the ruler of billions of lives. After thinking about it for a long time, I feel that it's better to be honest with your majesty. Or rather, after thinking about it for a long time, I have a gift that I want to give your majesty. Long Chen's transformation rule was at the peak of perfection. When he first used it, only the Chaos Saint's son and the Shangyang fairy noticed it. The emperor's sacred beast that looked exactly the same as the ghost marriage in front of him didn't notice it at all, let alone now. He was confident that with the first impression, the other party would never think that he was an imposter. Naturally, they wouldn't suspect anything. Oh, I'm interested now. As soon as the words left his mouth, the graceful woman leaped out of the blood mist. A crimson dress instantly condensed on her body. The dress was adorned with gemstones and jadeite, making her look graceful and luxurious. She emerged from the blood mist and appeared in front of Long Chen. Her beautiful face was indeed a peerless beauty. She's very different from the first time I saw her. Or rather, she's changed a long time ago. Gui Qi took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She had finally calmed down, but the look on the man's face caused the hatred she had been suppressing to rise again. Long Chen spoke to Gui Qi directly. He said, I accidentally stumbled into a world and found that it's extremely vast. I found the core that controls this world. It's a strange and mysterious place. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Long Chen opened the Death Dragon Gate in front of her naturally. Gui Qi was instantly stunned by the majestic Death Dragon Gate. She opened her mouth wide and her beautiful eyes flickered. She had already forgotten about Long Chen and rushed in without saying a word. That's enough. Long Chen followed her and closed the Death Dragon Gate. Chapter 3102. Ever since the Death World was created, only the Chaos Demons had fought against Long Chen. After that, Long Chen's life and Death World became famous, and no one else dared to enter. The Shadow Dream Charm Dragon's strength lay in its ability to use the laws of transformation to the peak. As expected, bloodthirsty Emperor Gui Qin was caught off guard and was trapped in the Death World by Long Chen. In the Death World, there was a boundless sea of blood. Blood beasts were shuttling through the blood, roaring furiously in the depths of the sea. The blood sea was in chaos, and a blood-red storm was constantly sweeping across it. Gui Qin stood on the blood-red storm and looked at the Death World. Her eyes lit up like never before. Long Chen was standing behind her. The Death World's Dragon Gate had already been closed, but he hadn't noticed it yet. Ban Shanqing, you've done a great service this time. This is indeed a vast and mysterious world with many possibilities. If we use it well, we'll definitely be able to make Emperor Bloodstar even more prosperous and majestic. Let me have a look at the core of this world. Gui Qin turned around with a red face. Her surprised look made people want to bite her face. She looked at Long Chen with anticipation, but Long Chen didn't move at all. As time passed, Gue Qin's surprise turned into laughter, but her eyes were cold. She said word by word, "Ban Shan Qin, are you rebelling?" At that moment, she noticed that Long Chen had closed the Death World's dragon gate. Gue Qi couldn't bear it anymore. In the eyes of the bloodthirsty emperor, Long Chen had finally changed. In the blink of an eye, he had removed the laws of transformation and returned to his original appearance. "Who are you?" Gue Qin was deeply shocked. She hadn't expected that someone had lured her into this world. The most terrifying thing was that she hadn't seen through this person's disguise. She was now one of the 10 great emperors of the Ancestral Star. Being able to fool her was already a sign of strength. "Who I am is not important. I just brought someone to see you today. She wants to ask you a few questions." Long Chen was decisive. In an instant, the scarlet ghost blood curse with the black swastika symbol appeared in front of him. Gue Qi couldn't hold it in any longer. She appeared right in front of the bloodthirsty emperor. The moment she appeared, she experienced great mental torture, but she mustered her courage in the end. Today was the day of her return. "You." It was hard to imagine how shocked the bloodthirsty emperor was when he saw Ghost Qi. She widened her eyes and glared at Gue Qi, as if she was afraid that her eyes were playing tricks on her. This continued for a long time. "Gue Qi, it's been a while." It was only when Gue Qi gritted her teeth and said those words that Gue Qi was completely convinced. The person she knew was standing right in front of her. Her chest heaved up and down as she remained in shock for a long time. Suddenly, she laughed coldly and said, "I didn't expect you to still be alive, Gue Qi. I thought you were long gone. However, it seems like you've become a creation heroic spirit, a creation heroic spirit. Huh, you actually survived without flesh and blood. How laughable." Her smile and the disdain in it caused Gue Qi's heart to churn with hatred. Perhaps she still had hope in this person. She took a deep breath and asked, "Gue Qi, I've suffered a lot to come back here. You owe me an explanation. I didn't mistreat you at all. I changed your fate and gave you everything. Why are you so heartless towards me? If you told me that you wanted to inherit the throne, I might have given it to you, but why did you kill me?" Gue Qi stopped laughing after hearing Gue Qi's question. She looked at Gue Qi as if she was looking at an idiot. "How should I describe you? Stupid, kind, or ridiculous? Didn't you say that you've suffered a lot to come back? Did you come back just to ask a silly question that only a child would ask? I want to know what made you unhappy about me." Gue Qi was trying her best to suppress the anger and hatred in her heart. It was this person who had caused her so many years of hardship. "All right, I'll give you an answer to your stupid question. I'm jealous of you. Why did you have everything the moment you were born? Why did I have to suffer all kinds of hardships the moment I was born? Why did you stand in the position of a kind-hearted person and give me charity? You think that you're so noble, but you don't know that every time you give me something, it's a deep irony to me. Those things that I've dreamed of and that I've worked so hard to get are all yours with just a word from you. How can I not hate you? In my heart, you're a demon that's used to mock me. The moment I saw you, I told myself that one day, I'll replace you and change my fate. I endured and waited for that opportunity. Killing you wasn't an impulse, but something I've planned for countless years. My noble princess, Unfortunately, you're just a wandering ghost without flesh and blood. Even if you're back, what can you do to me? I'm the bloodthirsty emperor now." Gue Qi was full of sarcasm and madness. She wasn't afraid at all. Perhaps this matter had been too depressing for her, but now that she had finally said it in front of Gue Qi, she felt incomparably refreshed. It was the same feeling she had when she killed Gue Qi. She also enjoyed the look of despair in Gue Qi's eyes. In other words, the friendship between us has always been fake. What friendship? There's only hatred between us, Gue Qi said condescendingly, her voice filled with disdain. Back then, you were punished by my father for protecting me, and you risked your life to save me because of my playfulness. It's all fake. Guichi chuckled. Foolish woman, if I hadn't touched you, how would I have had the chance to kill you, replace you, and even replace your father? Guichi asked a few more questions, but Guichi slowly made her give up. In the end, even Longchen couldn't stand it anymore. Guichi's darkness was too strong. He said, I don't think there's a need to say more. You should give up and make your own decisions. I was only able to come to the Ancestral Star because of you, and you've helped me a lot. Tell me what you want today, and I'll do it for you. Before Guichi could say anything, Guichi grinned from ear to ear and said, You, who are you? Are you her lover and a blessed heroic spirit? You sure have a strong taste. Alright, let's end this farce here. I can see that you're her only hope for revenge, so let's go. Her survival is a problem for me, so let's get rid of both of you in one go. That way, I won't have to worry about any future troubles. Guichi must have made up an excuse for Guichi's death, so she wanted to kill Longchen and Guichi without anyone knowing more than Longchen. This made things easier. Longchen was worried that he would alert the Lord of the Ancestral Star. Guichi, you're a bitch. Guichi giggled unscrupulously. Her red dress fluttered above the sea of blood, and a large number of chaos treasures shone with a bewitching light. She couldn't accept it at all. After all, this was the Ancestral Star, and she didn't know Longchen at all. In her eyes, Longchen was just an ordinary god emperor, and there was no need to worry about him. You seem to want to kill me, so you have high hopes for him. But I like to destroy your hopes, trample on your dignity, and make you suffer again. It was this sentence that made Guichi give up completely. She made her final decision and returned to the ghost blood curse without another word. When she returned, the ghost blood curse became even brighter, and there were even more swastikas on it, crawling like poisonous insects. Help me kill her. Guichi's voice was sorrowful, but also resolute. She had made up her mind, and she didn't hesitate or care about their friendship. The past vanished like smoke in thin air. Guichi's bewitching eyes gazed at the ghost blood curse, shooting out a brilliant red light. She licked her lips with her red tongue and said excitedly, Guichi, you don't know how excited I was when I saw you return with the ghost blood curse. You're really my lucky star. The first time you brought me the throne of the bloodthirsty great emperor, one of the most precious things in this world. And this time, you brought me an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. You're so good. To repay you, I must make you die miserably. I'll let you be eaten. Haha. Guichi laughed so hard. What does she mean? Asked Longchen. I don't know. Guichi's face was indifferent. Today was a blow to her, but at the same time, she was reborn. As soon as they finished talking, a blood-red sword appeared in Guichi's hand. Many swastikas were crawling on the sword like poisonous insects. It was a semi-original incipient grade creator divine weapon. It was exactly the same as the ghost blood curse, or rather, there was no difference. The only difference was that Guichi's creator heroic spirit wasn't Guichi, but a blood-red centipede. Each section of the centipede had a blood-red eye that crawled on the sword, wrapping around it. It looked extremely ferocious. 2 ghost blood curses. Longchen hadn't expected this to happen. What happened? Before Longchen could ask, Guichi was already in shock. At this moment, Guichi laughed and said, Of course, you wouldn't have thought that after you took away the ghost blood curse, I would find a new one in a vestige. The legend is true. The ghost blood curse used to be an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. It was just separated. Do you know how many years I regretted it when I found this ghost blood curse and lost yours? But finally, you brought it back to me. Chapter 3103. There's indeed such a legend, but it seems my father thought it was fake news, so he didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect her to find another ghost blood curse. Guichi was also surprised. Of course, since Long Chen already had 2 original incipient grade creator divine weapons, she didn't have such a strong feeling about the original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Guo Qi, on the other hand, was crazy about it. She had been suppressing it for a long time. Although she had been talking to Guo Qi, all her attention had been on the ghost blood curse. Obviously, she wanted to snatch the ghost blood curse and fuse with it to create an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Guo Qi was a woman who craved for power and status. An original incipient grade creator divine weapon could make her one of the top 3 among the 10 great ancestor emperors. Hee, her laughter was filled with desire at this moment. It seems like I have another reason to kill her. Long Chen held the ghost blood curse in his hand. When he decided to make his move, his eyes instantly turned blood red. Of course, in order to obtain the ghost blood curse, Guo Yi's speed was even faster. In an instant, she let out a cold laugh and made her move. As the bloodthirsty great monarch, she swung the deadly ghost blood curse, sweeping it towards Long Chen. Guo Qi, you couldn't even defeat me in the past. Now, you should know how big the gap between us is. Guo Yi's body was covered in a bloody mist. Her aura was monstrous. Wherever the ghost blood curse went, a huge ravine would appear in the blood sea. Her law should have a part of slaughter and also a part of curses. Of course, it wasn't a fusion of the 2 principles, but an amplification of one. Blood sacrifice curse. It was a curse law that belonged to the killing category. Guo Yi was full of confidence as he slashed his sword across the blood sea with his ultimate god-level strength. Suddenly, a sword light containing the ghost blood curse shot toward Long Chen with great momentum. The ghost blood curse turned blood red in the sword chi and merged with the sword light. It gradually turned into a giant bloody centipede and rushed toward Long Chen. Among the ultimate gods, Guo Yan was only considered not bad. Generally speaking, she was just a little bit stronger than the Dark Sky Area Master. Compared to Long Chen, the gap was too big. The moment Long Chen used his power for the first time, Guo Yi could feel that Long Chen's original incipient power was much stronger than hers. Original incipient grade. Only then did she realize that Long Chen was not the divine emperor she had imagined. It could be said that among all the experts she had met, the only one who could suppress Long Chen in terms of aura was the original ancestor. It felt as if the ant in front of him had suddenly turned into a ferocious beast. Guo Yi's heart instantly sank into a whirlpool of shock. Before he could recover from his shock, Long Chen was like a 10,000 zhang tall giant, crushing everything in his way. After all, this was the Death World, and the Death World was Long Chen's domain. His combat strength would increase tremendously if he fought here. For example, Long Chen was only using the Death World Calamity. However, its power was terrifying. This was the Death World. The Death Calamity of the Death World gathered the energy of the entire Death World and slashed out with a sword. The sword condensed into a divine dragon that completely crushed Guo Yi's blood sacrifice curse. As the divine dragon slashed down, the centipede formed by the blood sacrifice curse was crushed into pieces. Kill. This move was the culmination of Ghost Chi's anger and hatred, as well as her determination to die. She had participated in the battle. She would never forgive Guo Yi again. Of course, Long Chen was the same. He also hated Guo Yi. Of course, to prevent Guo Yi from disturbing the original ancestor, Long Chen had to end this battle quickly. Showing mercy to a woman like Guo Yi could be a fatal blow. For example, if Guo Qi treated her well, she would give him a fatal blow. The Death World's killing tribulation rushed forward and destroyed the blood sacrifice curse in the shortest time possible. In the blink of an eye, it collided with Guo Qin. Long Chen and the Death World's killing tribulation had no suspense at all. The Death World's killing tribulation engulfed Guo Qin. To Guo Yi and Guo Qi, this moment seemed to have become extremely slow. Guo Qi had personally witnessed the bloodthirsty emperor's expression of extreme fear, unwillingness, and despair as he allowed the death rain to devour him. Guo Qi had also personally witnessed the bloodthirsty emperor's strength. She found it hard to believe that Guo Qi was this powerful. Just what kind of luck did Guo Qi have to be able to befriend such a powerful expert? Also, who was Long Chen? The Death World calamity was destroying Guo Yi at the fastest speed possible. Everything she was proud of was being destroyed at a terrifying speed in front of Long Chen's rules. Given her realm, she knew that she was definitely going to die. Death. To her, this was originally impossible, but it had happened in an instant. It could be said that Guo Qi had brought death to her. Her life's fate could be so wonderful. It was just like the saying, karma. Unfortunately, she didn't even have the time to sigh with emotion. She was directly engulfed by Long Chen's Death World calamity. Then, she was crushed and dissipated. In the Death World, a single move from Long Chen's Death World calamity was enough to turn her into ashes. Before she died, only Guo Qi and Guo Yi stared at each other for a long time. In that instant, the look in their eyes changed greatly. Guo Yi's eyes were filled with madness and unwillingness, while Guo Qi's eyes were filled with relief. It was this woman who had made her so cold. Whoosh. The bloodthirsty emperor disappeared. Guo Qi's heart might have changed since then, but now that she had gotten her revenge, her heart was even heavier. Next, Long Chen saw the so-called inheritance of the Death World. Guo Yi, who had been turned into ashes, suddenly gathered together under the attraction of a strange word. It was a word that looked like it was made up of countless black snakes. As the word gathered, it gradually formed a blood-red ball in front of Long Chen. You can see it now. This is actually a curse, but it's a good curse. It can allow a type of power to be passed down for countless generations without dissipating. That's why in our ancestral planet, in order to obtain more power, there's no end to all kinds of hunting. In fact, many experts even have many inheritances in their hands. The words on the blood-red ball were still flashing. This inheritance was something that Long Chen couldn't grasp. It wasn't a primordial immortal essence, nor was it a primordial chaos treasure. But just like the inheritance of essence blood, it was the core of changing power. The sea of blood quieted down. What should I do with this inheritance? It wasn't just the inheritance. The second ghost blood curse, which had once belonged to Guo Yi, stopped in front of Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen was too powerful, the blessed valiant spirit didn't dare to escape. It trembled and stayed in front of Long Chen. Guo Qi came out of the ghost blood curse. She turned to look at Long Chen, her eyes flickering, but she still said, I think I remember now. In my current state, I'm not completely a blessed valiant spirit, and I can get rid of the ghost blood curse. I can try this inheritance. After all, it originally belonged to me. It can be inherited even without flesh and blood. Inheritance is a part of flesh and blood. I'll know once I try. In the ancestral planet, there are indeed people who inherited the inheritance in the form of a soul, and then obtained a new body of flesh and blood. This was the bloodthirsty great emperor's inheritance. It was a chance to change Guo Qi's fate, so Long Chen let her be. Guo Qi was filled with excitement. She carefully moved forward and leaned close to the inheritance. She started wrapping the inheritance. Perhaps it had sensed Guo Qi's return, but the inheritance let out a mournful cry. It was the mark that her father had left in the inheritance. The inheritance began. Just like that, Long Chen's ghost blood curse was thrown away from the blessed valiant spirit. At this time, the blood-red centipede brought the second ghost blood curse to Long Chen, expressing its allegiance. According to the legends, this is an original incipient grade divine weapon. This was Long Chen's biggest surprise today. He held the two ghost blood curses in his hands. When Guo Qi had received the inheritance, he had fused the two ghost blood curses together. At first, the black swastika symbol on the two ghost blood curses began to spread to the other's body. There was a slight difference between the two symbols. Long Chen's original one was darker. At first, it was a mixture of the two swastikas. These two swastikas kept mixing and changing, squeezing into the two swords like poisonous insects. Then, the two ghost blood curse swords started to turn into liquid water, truly fusing together, turning into a ball of blood filled with the ghost blood curse. When the two merged together, it was as if some kind of mechanism had been triggered, or as if two incomplete weapons had finally become whole. Suddenly, the ghost blood curse underwent a huge change. For the time being, the blood sea roared. The entire death world was cheering because of the ghost blood curse's change. While the earth and sky were shaking, another rare divine weapon was born. That ball of blood was right in front of Long Chen, becoming a new ghost blood curse. Compared to the original blade, this one was even more majestic, and even more savage. Compared to the Great Void Demon Sword, the ghost blood curse's advantage was that it had superior killing power, and was more direct. All of this pointed to the fact that this was a supreme destinable immortal treasure that could bring death. Original incipient grade. Ghost blood curse, primordial dragon pagoda, and Great Void Demon Sword. Moreover, Long Chen could be the only person in the entire universe who had 3 original incipient grade divine weapons. Among them, the ghost blood curse suited his taste the most. It was a sword of slaughter. Holding the new ghost blood curse, Long Chen had an aura that could destroy all creatures. Inside the ghost blood curse, the blood-colored centipede had received a lot of nourishment. When it crawled out of the ghost blood curse, it was much stronger. Its countless blood-colored eyes were even more ferocious. At this time, Long Chen looked to the other side. Guiqi's inheritance seemed to be coming to an end. She had suffered a lot. Long Chen hoped that she could become the new bloodthirsty emperor. Chapter 3104. Ghost 7 was once a soul that had been sucked into the ghost blood curse. Long Chen didn't know how she had replaced the creation spirit and become the new one. He also didn't know how she had managed to free herself from the creation spirit. This was the special ability of the ancestral star's divine demons. The inheritance was also magical. When Long Chen retrieved the ghost blood curse, he saw that Ghost 7 was almost done. She had fused with the inheritance and used it to create a new body for herself. An embryo was born and it began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, a new life was born in front of Long Chen. Cold and arrogant, she had the bearing of a natural empress. She was similar to ghost marriage, but she wasn't ghost marriage. When she opened her eyes, one could see the purity in them. She looked at her surroundings with a strange gaze, and finally fixed her gaze on Long Chen. She seemed to have relaxed a lot, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, I didn't have much confidence in succeeding. I didn't expect that I would actually succeed. Her current realm was at the ultimate divine emperor realm. She was not too powerful, but there was a rule in the ancestral star that no one was allowed to kill an inheritor of the monarch throne as long as he or she had not reached the ultimate god realm. Otherwise, the 10 great sovereign ancestor emperors would hunt him or her down together with his or her family. Looking at his brand new flesh and blood, Ghost 7 felt a little dazed. Of course, this was normal for Long Chen. Lingxi's current body was created by him using the 9 heavens immortal fruit. Of course, the body he created at that time was completely different from Ghost 7's divine body. After many rounds of refinement, Lingxi's divine body was much stronger than Ghost 7's. I'll reach the ultimate god realm soon. After all, she had obtained the emperor throne's inheritance. The two of them stared at each other above the sea of blood, and Guiqi couldn't help but blush. She gently turned her head away. She couldn't help but feel sad when she thought about Guiqi's marriage, but she knew that there were some people and some things that could never be reversed. This is the original incipient level ghost blood curse. Long Chen showed her the ghost blood curse. Although the ghost blood curse belonged to the imperial blood planet, Guiqi had no use for it at the moment unless she stabilized her ultimate god realm. Therefore, Long Chen did not plan to return it to her. How terrifying! Guiqi was a little stunned after reading it. After a while, Ghost 7 lost interest and asked Long Chen, "All right, it's done now. What do you think we should do? In fact, Long Chen was also thinking about this problem. I don't think anyone else has been alerted yet. Long Chen thought about it and said, if ghost marriage has been missing for a long time, the others will be suspicious. You've been away from here for too long, and I'm sure you want to return to your hometown openly. Instead of hiding, I think it's better for you to return to the Imperial Blood Planet and become the bloodthirsty emperor to protect your hometown. At the same time, we'll have a base on the Ancestral Star. From Guiqi's eyes, it was obvious that she wanted to return to the Ancestral Star and inherit her father's inheritance. However, she still asked worriedly, I'm only a god emperor now, but I've obtained the inheritance. They'll be curious about where I've been all these years and who helped me settle ghost marriage. Won't that be troublesome? Long Chen thought about it and said, actually, it doesn't matter. Just let them be suspicious and create a sense of mystery. That way, they'll be afraid of you. In fact, Long Chen knew that even if Ghost 7 didn't appear, ghost marriage's disappearance would still cause a huge disturbance in the Ancestral Star. The progenitor would also guess that there was an invasion, and the entire Ancestral Star would be on guard. The result would be the same. Alright, we'll do as you say. Ghost 7 was still looking forward to returning. To Long Chen, at least he could openly search the entire Imperial Blood Planet to see if he could find the whereabouts of the Ancestral Dragon's blood essence. In addition, this way, Ghost 7 would be able to join the vortex of the Ancestral Star. She would be able to recall and hear more information, including information about how to break the Divine Dragon's curse. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and Ghost 7 returned to the Bloodthirsty Emperor Palace. Less than 2 hours had passed, and there was still no movement in the Bloodthirsty Emperor Palace. Long Chen didn't need to appear by her side. He turned into a pendant and hung it on Ghost 7's body. Go and take back everything that belongs to you. Alright, I'll go to the Blood Demon Tower and ring the Bloodthirsty Bell. I'll summon all the experts above the God Emperor realm and announce to the world that I'm the new Bloodthirsty Emperor. Ghost 7 headed straight for the Bloodthirsty Bell. Long Chen knew that the Master of the Ancestral Star and the other 10 martial monarchs would show up once the news was made public. For example, the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon's blood essence was in the hands of the 9th Heaven Saintess. Therefore, there was a possibility that the Chaos Calamity Dragon's blood essence was obtained by someone on the Ancestral Star. Not long after, Long Chen saw the Blood Demon Tower. There was a huge blood-colored bell on top of the tower. It was the Bloodthirsty Bell, and there was a God Emperor guarding the bell. The God Emperor had his eyes closed, but when Ghost 7 approached, he suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Ghost 7's appearance, his expression changed drastically. Ghost 7. Is that you? Gong Yi. It's me. Aren't you dead? Gong Yi's expression was one of disbelief. At this moment, Ghost 7 was already standing in front of him. Ghost 7 didn't reply to him. Instead, she stretched out her hand and knocked on the Bloodthirsty Bell. In an instant, the entire Bloodthirsty Bell resounded, emitting a deafening clang that pierced through the entire Emperor Blood Star. The billions of living beings on the Emperor Blood Star were shaken by the sound of the bell. It's the Bloodthirsty Emperor's summon. Ghost 7, Gong Yi couldn't move at all. His duty was to prevent outsiders from touching the Bloodthirsty Bell, but he didn't dare to stop Ghost 7. It wasn't that Ghost 7 was too strong, but that he couldn't forget this former princess. Princess. Gong Yi knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with tears. You're finally back. No matter what, Gong Yi will still be at your beck and call, just like before. Alright, Ghost 7 replied. This was one of her former guards. Although she was cold, her heart was filled with strong emotions. Time passed quietly. The God Emperor spread throughout the Emperor Blood Star headed towards the Blood Demon Tower. Who rang the Bloodthirsty Bell? Where's the Emperor? The Emperor isn't here. Gong Yi, who rang the Bloodthirsty Bell? In a short period of time, almost all the God Emperors on the Emperor Blood Star had gathered nearby. They surrounded the place, but their eyes were fixed on the Bloodthirsty Emperor Palace. However, no one from the bloodthirsty Emperor Palace came. The Emperor is beside the bloodthirsty bell. For a moment, everyone felt the pressure that belonged to the bloodthirsty Emperor. However, it didn't seem like ghost marriage. When everyone gathered, Ghost 7 knew that it was time. She walked out from the bloodthirsty bell and exposed herself to all the god emperors. The moment they saw her, all the god emperors almost suffocated. Some of them were shocked, while others were pleasantly surprised. At a glance, Ghost 7 could tell that these people really cared about her and were waiting for her return. Princess. Ghost 7, didn't they say that she's dead? Why is she here? Where's the Emperor? After the shock, many people started to look for the whereabouts of the bloodthirsty Emperor. Ghost marriage. There's no need to look for her. I've already killed her. Ghost 7 announced. At the same time, she released the aura of the bloodthirsty Emperor. If ghost marriage hadn't died, she wouldn't have been able to obtain this item. Therefore, when Ghost 7 said this, even if the others didn't believe it, they knew that it was the truth. Everyone, when the old bloodthirsty Great Emperor died and the bloodthirsty Great Emperor returned, something important happened. Princess Guiqi went missing. She had been looking for her for many years. In the end, it was confirmed that she had accidentally entered the Blood Fiend Star area and was burned to death. However, none of you knew the truth. The truth is that on that day, Princess Ghost 7's most trusted subordinate, Ghost Marriage, stabbed the ghost blood curse into her body when she was sad. She turned into ashes, and her remnant soul escaped into the ghost blood curse. She wandered the endless universe with the ghost blood curse, and after many hardships, she finally returned today. She has already killed the sinner Ghost Marriage and regained the bloodthirsty Emperor's throne. After saying this, Gong Yi looked at the crowd respectfully and said, Ghost Marriage was cruel and merciless, so he wasn't qualified to become the bloodthirsty Emperor. He killed the princess, so he deserved to die. After becoming an emperor, he didn't make any contributions to the Imperial Blood Star. Instead, he caused a huge commotion and caused great suffering. He wasn't qualified to become the bloodthirsty Emperor. Now that Princess Ghost 7 has regained the bloodthirsty Emperor's throne, anyone who refuses to accept this, including Ghost Marriage's remaining members, will be killed. Before the God Emperors arrived, Ghost 7 and Gong Yi talked. Naturally, Gong Yi shed tears and announced everything for Ghost 7. Most of the God Emperors were loyal to Ghost 7's father. When they heard about Ghost 7's misfortune, they were furious. Luckily, Ghost 7 had already killed Ghost Marriage. These God Emperors quickly knelt on the ground. Greetings, bloodthirsty Emperor. More and more God Emperors knelt. They weren't fools. First, Ghost 7 had obtained the bloodthirsty Emperor's inheritance, so no one could shake her position. Offending her now was simply courting death. All the God Emperors had submitted, including those who had been loyal to Ghost Marriage. Now that Ghost Marriage was gone, no one cared about her. Moreover, she was of humble origin, so many God Emperors didn't agree to her becoming the bloodthirsty Emperor at first. From today onwards, I, Ghost 7, am in control of the Imperial Blood Star again. God Emperors, listen to my orders. Yes. I need to reorganize the Imperial Blood Star. What about you? Ghost 7 asked after everything was settled. Longchen said, then I'll look around the Imperial Blood Star and see if there's anything I want to find. Chapter 3105. Under Guiqi's forceful command, her homeland, Emperor Blood Star, gradually returned to her control. Many divine emperors announced her existence and story to the people of the Blood Clan on Emperor Blood Star. On Emperor Blood Star, Guiqi was fully deserving of being the new bloodthirsty Great Emperor. Guiqian's reputation on Emperor Blood Star wasn't good to begin with, so Guiqi should be accepted by everyone. Longchen spent a few days searching the entire Emperor Blood Star. However, he didn't find any news about the Chaos Calamity Dragon. As expected, when news of what happened on Emperor Blood Star spread to the Ancestral Star, the 10 great ancestors, apart from Guiqi, made some movements. Among them, Long Chen was most curious about the ancestor, who was far away on the ancestral star, but had directly spoken to Gui Qi. On that day, tens of thousands of blood-colored clouds started to gather above the surging blood sea of the Emperor Blood Star. In the end, a giant face was formed above the bloodthirsty Emperor Palace. It was a face that was hollow and empty. It gave people the feeling that it was extremely old. However, upon closer inspection, the blood-colored clouds formed part of the face. They were twisted and ferocious, like blood-colored poisonous snakes. At first glance, they looked like nothingness, but upon closer inspection, one would realize how terrifying they were. Greetings, Ancestor. Seeing this huge face, especially in the ancestral star where the hierarchy of experts was strict, everyone who saw it immediately knelt down and prostrated themselves. They were extremely pious and didn't doubt the ancestor at all. At that moment, Long Chen had searched the entire Emperor Blood Star and returned to Gui Qi's side. When the primordial ancestor descended, he quickly turned into an ornament and attached it to Gui Qi's body. Gui Qi didn't say anything before leaving. On this ancestral star, the primordial ancestor was the ruler, the emperor. The other 9 great emperors had to obey her orders. Gui Qi greets the ancestor. As soon as she walked out of the bloodthirsty emperor palace, she knelt down on the ground. She was also extremely pious, even though the ancestor was her father's murderer. Long Chen had asked her if she wanted revenge. Gui Qi knew how powerful he was. Although she didn't answer, Long Chen could see that she was quite unwilling to accept her father's death. Of course, she didn't show it now. The primordial ancestor must be very curious about how Ghost Qi did it, and whether she had any help. Long Chen looked at the face in the sky. In fact, the origin ancestor was still on the ancestral star. This was only the descent of his laws, so Long Chen was sure that the origin ancestor could not sense him. The origin ancestor stared at Ghost Qi and said in his ancient voice, "Ghost Qi, welcome back. Seeing you reminds me of your father. It was a pity back then. I also feel sorry for you, but fate is fair. You still came back and received the congratulations that should have been yours. You have won glory for your father." "Yes, Ancestor." Ghost 7 spoke in a stiff voice, his expression unchanged. When the origin ancestor spoke, no one dared to move. Even Ghost Qi didn't get up. "It's great that you've returned. However, according to the rules of the ancestral star, although you've obtained the great emperor's inheritance, you still have to follow the rules. You have to obtain the approval of the other great emperors and me to be qualified to become the bloodthirsty great emperor. Otherwise, the great emperor's title will be taken away. From today onwards, you will visit the other great emperors one by one. If you can pass their test and obtain the approval of more than half of the great emperors, you will come to the ancestral star and let me see you in person." After that, the mist that had condensed into the origin ancestor began to dissipate. Whoosh, whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the entire Emperor Blood Star was clear again. However, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. After all, the origin ancestor was a terrifying figure since ancient times. If he was really angered, all he needed to do was to curse everyone on the planet. There was once an ultimate god who wanted to rebel and was tortured by the origin ancestor for 1,000,000 years. No one on the planet was spared. Everyone suffered under the curse for 1,000,000 years, begging for death. Ghost Qi kowtowed one last time before standing up. "What does he mean?" Long Chen asked curiously. Ghost Qi shook her head helplessly and said, "This is also the rule of the ancestral star. Everyone who has just obtained the great emperor's inheritance has to go through the process of obtaining the approval of the other great emperors. I have to visit them one by one and they will test my strength, talent, temperament, leadership skills, and so on. In short, I have to obtain their approval. It's impossible to defeat them since almost all of them are ultimate gods." Ghost Qi paused for a moment and thought about it. She then frowned and said, "These damn people. In the past, the inheritors of the 9 great emperors would protect each other. They would be a little more at ease during the test. everyone would remember their kindness. After all, every great emperor will eventually inherit the great emperor's inheritance. If they make things difficult for others now, they will make things difficult for themselves in the future. However, I haven't returned for a long time. I can feel the origin ancestors' hostility. It's very difficult for me to pass the test of the other great emperors under his instructions. If no great emperor approved of her, it meant that Ghost Chi's talent was too low. The origin ancestor would then have the right to depose her and pass the great emperor's inheritance to a suitable person. Long Chen, I don't want to lose something I've worked so hard to obtain. I can't let my father down. Ghost Chi's beautiful eyes looked at Long Chen and her heart was filled with pleading. Seeing her troubled expression, Long Chen smiled and said, "The Emperor Blood Star doesn't have what I'm looking for. This rule of yours has given me a chance to openly search other companion stars. Wherever you go, I'll search for it. As for the Great Emperor's test, don't worry. Leave it to me." Ghost Chi asked curiously, "How do you plan to help me?" "Just watch and keep it a secret. There won't be any problems, right?" "You can guess." Long Chen was in a good mood, but he was still thinking about the origin ancestor who had just appeared. That old man must know that there's something strange around Ghost Chi and that she might have a helper. He must have guessed that there would be someone like me around, so he must have taken the opportunity to observe while heading to the other companion stars. He's very cautious, and won't act rashly without understanding his opponent. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have been able to control myself and come out to threaten Ghost Chi. Thinking about it carefully, he had fought with Heavenly God Luya before, so he might have mistaken Long Chen for Heavenly God Luya. With the life and death realms, he won't be able to do anything to me. I can use Ghost Chi's identity to search for these two key things. Now that Ghost Chi's memory had basically recovered, he had actually returned to ask Long Chen about the law of curses. After the origin ancestor left, Ghost Chi explained to Long Chen, although there are the blood race, the ghoul race, and the curse race in the entire ancestral star, curses aren't the only ones that have the law of curses. In fact, all three races specialize in curses, but they are slightly different. For example, the blood race specializes in blood curses, such as the blood sacrifice curse and the ghost blood curse. The ghoul race specializes in the hell curse. Hell curse is cold, strange, and has endless variations. It's even scarier than our blood curse. Of course, it's still a far cry from the curse race, who specialize in curses. The curse race specializes in heavenly curse, which is all-encompassing and has endless uses. It's the root of all curses. Heavenly curse is not as extreme and cold as the blood curse and hell curse, but it's actually not as good as heavenly curse. As I said, what kind of curse is it that can seal an existence for more than an era, making it eternally trapped in a vortex of pain, unable to escape? This, Ghost Chi was taken aback. After a while, she said, "From the looks of it, it should be a type of heavenly curse, or it could be a combination of all three. The extent of the curse you mentioned is actually beyond my imagination. As far as I know, even a progenitor can only stay in the ancestral star for 1,000,000 years, and there's also a limit to the number of opponents he can seal. I wonder how strong the existences you know are. How strong were the mystical dragons?" Ghost Chi was one of his own, and she was already familiar with him. Long Chen could confidently tell her, there are billions of them, and some of them are far more powerful than the entire myriad realms combined. Ghost Chi was shocked. Her red eyes flickered for a long time before she said, "That sounds too exaggerated. This is indeed a curse, and the ancestral star is the origin of the law of curses. As far as I know, a progenitor can't do it. He has to be much stronger than a progenitor, or even reach the progenitor realm. In that case, is it possible that there's a way to break it?" Ghost Chi shook her head decisively. "That's impossible. There are no progenitors in the myriad realms anymore. I don't know why, but there are no such existences. I don't know, and I'm sure the other great emperors don't know either. The progenitor is the one who knows the ancestral star the best. Perhaps he has a clue." Long Chen understood. It seems that I have to look for the blood essence one by one, but the method to break the curse can only be pinned on the progenitor. I either have to defeat the progenitor, or I have something that he is interested in to trade with him. Convincing him to help me is definitely impossible. Hence, the progenitor was someone he had no choice but to confront. He was a sovereign. Long Chen made up his mind to search for the legacy blood essence first. Who's our first target? Ghost Chi looked to the east and said, "Let's go." The ghost deity planet is on the left. It's one of the gathering places of the ghost race, and the ghost deity emperor is there. He's a godly venerable realm expert, and he's definitely much stronger than Guo Qin. Are you sure you can help me pass his test? He definitely doesn't like me, and you can't help him fight directly. Long Chen kept her in suspense. Let's go. The sooner we set off, the sooner we can settle this. You're not letting me know, you miser. Ghost Chi was still a child. She was depressed for a few days, and dealt with important matters the next few days. Now that she had relaxed, she was much happier with Long Chen's escort. The two of them immediately headed to the ghost deity planet. Chapter 3106. The ghost god star was about a third larger than the Emperor Blood Star. From afar, the Emperor Blood Star looked like a huge ball of blood that was revolving around the Ancestral Star, while the ghost god star was a gloomy and evil mist. If the evil mist was included, the ghost god star would be even larger. The entire ghost god star was like an open mouth that was revolving around the Ancestral Star. Of course, it was swallowing things outside the Ancestral Star. Although Guo Qi left secretly, the gods on the Emperor Blood Star knew that she was going to visit the 8 great emperors and the ancestral ancestor. This concerned the honor of the Emperor Blood Star and the fate of every living being. When the gods saw them leave, all the god emperors and above followed them. Since they had Long Chen to rely on, Guo Qi did not reject them. Princess. Great Emperor, we're willing to fight alongside you and share glory. No matter who it is, they can't bully the people of the Emperor Blood Star. Although we're not the strongest among the 9 great companion stars, we're not pushovers either. Great Emperor, we believe in you. Guo Qi was under some pressure now. This pressure even made her wonder what Long Chen was going to do. After all, he wasn't her. He couldn't possibly take the test in her place. In any case, the ghost god planer had arrived. Guo Qi led the god emperors from planet Emperor Blood to the ghost god planer. The ghost god planer must have received instructions from the primordial ancestor and were already waiting. The ghost clan is very complicated. There are all kinds of strange things. There are crossing ghosts, underworld ghosts, helplessness ghosts, river of forgetfulness ghosts, Yama ghosts, and so on. There should be thousands of them. They're good at hell curses and have strong bodies. They're more talented than the Blood Clan. Actually, our full name is the Blood Curse Clan, while they're the Ghost Curse Clan. The Blood Clan and Ghost Clan are just abbreviations. Before they arrived, Ghost Chi had been trying to help Long Chen learn about this place. What race does the Ghost God Emperor belong to? He doesn't belong to any race. I think he's the Ghost God Emperor's inheritance. There's something special about the Ghost God Emperor's inheritance. Anyone who inherits the Ghost God Emperor's throne will basically become a gathering place for thousands of Ghost Curse tribe clans. He'll have a very disgusting body. You'll understand when you see him. The Ghost God Emperor won't let me pass easily. Long Chen nodded and said nonchalantly, that depends on whether I want him to pass or not. He looked down at the ghost god meteor that was gradually becoming clearer, and said, the ancestor should be watching us. You should talk less, lest you expose yourself. All right. In their eyes, this turbid world appeared and expanded. In the endless black mist, they could vaguely hear the cries of ghosts and wolves. The entire deity and ghost stellar planet seemed to be submerged in a terrible curse. Countless wronged souls and living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. All kinds of ghosts had actually appeared around Long Chen and the others, including God Emperors. They created an atmosphere to oppress Long Chen and the others while mocking them. Look, that's the new bloodthirsty Great Emperor. She's just a God Emperor. I know her. Isn't she Ghost Chi? She used to be arrogant, and no one dared to provoke her. Later, her father was killed by the Ancestor, and it's said that she was killed by Gui Qin. What a pitiful creature. Yes, it's not easy to become the bloodthirsty Great Emperor, but it's said that the situation has changed. Not many people are willing to give face to the Emperor Bloodstar. They're weak, but they're so good at causing trouble. Our ghost god Emperor has been around for so many years, and nothing has ever happened. Along the way, various Ghost Curse tribe members surrounded them, and their words were sharp and merciless. They didn't take Ghost Chi seriously at all. The Ghost God Emperor is waiting for her on Ghost God Island. Everyone, hurry up. This is a rare opportunity to see another great emperor make a fool of himself. These cowards from the Emperor Bloodstar should be convinced now. Yes, the last two great emperors have been women. There are more women than men. It would be strange if they weren't cowards. The gods and demons of the Ghost God planet were somewhat unbridled, which made the god emperors of the Emperor Bloodstar angry. However, without Ghost Chi's orders, they couldn't go against these small fries, as that would be a disgrace to their status. Moreover, they were deeply worried. It seemed that the Ancestor wanted to personally take control of the Emperor Bloodstar. After all, some people guessed that Gui Qin had become the bloodthirsty Great Emperor because the Ancestor had added fuel to the fire. The Ancestor definitely didn't want someone whose father had been killed by him to take a position that could threaten him. Now that Ghost Chi had returned, the other 8 great emperors would obviously be very strict in order to curry favor with the Ancestor. You're Ghost Chi. I remember that you called me uncle when you were young. In the blink of an eye, Ghost Chi arrived at the Ghost God Island, which was floating on the Ghost God planet. It was a sky island at the center of the Ghost God planet. Although it was called an island, it was almost the size of the dragon sacrificial continent. A large number of Ghost Curse tribe members were hiding on the island of gods and ghosts. They formed a large circle around the island. At the center of the circle, all the experts of the planet of gods and ghosts were gathered. They spread out in a circular area, leaving only a small space for Long Chen and the others. This was also a show of strength. There were many more god emperors than on the Imperial Blood planet. Long Chen looked carefully. As expected, the Ghost Curse race was completely different from the Blood Curse race. They looked very strange, and there were even minotaurs and horse-faced ghosts. Almost all the experts of the Ghost Clan were gathered here. The Ghost Clan was more ferocious than the Blood Clan, especially in terms of their strong divine bodies. Therefore, Ghost Chi and the others were like a flock of sheep that had entered a wolf's den. The one who spoke was a godly venerable one. He stood in the center and looked like a pretty boy. He was a far cry from the ugly ghosts around him. His voice was sharp and his skin was pale. He squinted at Gui Chi with a playful smile on his face. Now that you and I are both part of the 10 great emperor ancestors, I won't call you uncle anymore. Since the other party was using seniority to suppress her, Ghost Chi did not hold back at all and replied firmly. By then, they had already landed. Even though the area was not big, everyone was united. Their eyes burned with passion, and they were still able to resist the ghost blood curse for the time being. No matter what, you can't change the fact that you're just a little girl. Don't fight with uncle, the ghost god Great Emperor said with a laugh. Hearing this, the hundreds of thousands of members of the Ghost Clan laughed together like hooligans. That's true. I wonder if all your hair has grown out. Little girl, why are you a great emperor? You might as well go back and drink your mother's milk. I don't think there's anyone on the Imperial Blood planet with a little bit of backbone. They actually let a little girl become the bloodthirsty Great Emperor. Not only did he suppress Ghost Chi, but he also mocked all the members of the Blood Clan on the Imperial Blood planet. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the Blood Clan's god emperors. They could not bear such humiliation. Don't move. They're shameless and lowly. If we pay attention to them, they'll only become even more arrogant. Today, I'm here to accept the Ghost God Great Emperor's test. I hope you won't say any more useless words. If you're really capable, you can show me. The Ghost God Great Emperor's insults were very harsh. Ghost Qi was also angered. She was not someone to be trifled with. Before this, Long Chen was still searching for the ancestral dragon's blood essence on Emperor Blood Star. When he saw that it was about time, he returned. Sure enough, as soon as he returned, the Ghost God Great Emperor waved his arm. In an instant, all the members of the ghost race sneered and dispersed, creating enough space for the battle. Humph, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. She really thinks she's the bloodthirsty Great Emperor. She's just a god emperor. If she knelt and begged for mercy, would the Great Emperor let her pass? She doesn't know what's good for her. She deserves to be tortured. The Ghost God Emperor's laughter was extremely unpleasant, but Ghost Qi ignored them. She also ordered the God Emperors to retreat. You don't need to worry. Just watch. I can kill Ghost Marriage, so why would I be afraid of him? Hearing Ghost Qi's words, they were not so worried anymore. In fact, Ghost Qi was praying inwardly that Long Chen would help them without batting an eyelid. It's all up to you. With her God Emperor abilities, she definitely did not have the strength to resist the Ghost God Great Emperor. Don't worry, just do as I say. Long Chen looked at the Ghost God Great Emperor and grinned. At this time, the Ghost God Great Emperor had the same expression. He could see through Ghost Qi at a glance. He only needed one move to kill her. Of course, he only needed her to be defeated and humiliated. Silly girl, uncle will let you see what a great emperor is today. The Ghost God Great Emperor did not say anything, but his eyes conveyed this message. Such arrogance was the foundation of strength. Humph, according to Long Chen's instructions, Ghost Qi imitated Long Chen's action of opening the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Then, in front of the Ghost God Great Emperor, she entered the Death Realm Dragon Gate and disappeared in front of everyone. At this time, everyone was dumbfounded, especially the Ghost God Great Emperor. Where did she go? The Ghost God Great Emperor fixed his eyes on her. Are you blind? In the blink of an eye, Ghost Qi appeared in front of him again. This time, the Ghost God Great Emperor was startled. He found that Ghost Qi seemed a bit different, but he couldn't figure out what was different. He just felt a strange sense of danger in his heart. Don't worry about it. Primordial Ancestor wants to force out the existence behind this guy. In that case, I'll just do my best. The God Ghost Emperor let out a roar of rage. Instantly, the God Ghost asteroid under his control began to tremble. With a roar of rage, the wind blew wildly, and a ghastly aura filled the air. The God Ghost Emperor did not hold back in the slightest. That handsome body of his was now undergoing a massive transformation. In an instant, a 10,000-meter tall giant appeared in front of Long Chen, who had transformed into Ghost Qi. This giant was actually quite disgusting because it was made up of at least 1,000 members of the ghost race. Moreover, there was only one of each type of ghost race, and their bodies were basically sewn together to form a body. For example, the head and even the mouth were made up of two ghost race bodies, just that they were dripping with blood. Chapter 3107. The Divine Ghost Great Emperor's giant body was formed from thousands of different ghost race bodies. It was clearly just one existence, but every part of the ghost race was vivid and lifelike. It made people gasp in amazement and fear. Seeing the appearance of the Divine Ghost Emperor, countless ghosts panicked. They knelt on the ground and screamed mournfully, their eyes flashing with incomparable fanaticism. Roar! In front of Long Chen, the Divine Ghost Emperor let out a furious roar. It was extremely chaotic, because it sounded like thousands of people were roaring at the same time, coming from the thousands of mouths on his body. Just the sound alone was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Are you afraid? Long Chen had transformed into Gui Qi and sneered in Gui Qi's tone. Actually, his greatest advantage now was that he could use his own laws, because no one knew what Gui Qi was capable of, nor did they know that someone like Long Chen existed. They would believe that the current Long Chen was the real Gui Qi. How is this possible? Compared to the current divine ghost emperor, Long Chen was like a speck of dust. At this moment, the divine ghost emperor decided to show no mercy. Even if he accidentally killed Gui Qi, he wasn't afraid. At least he had the support of the primordial ancestor. He couldn't deny that at this moment, Gui Qi was still Gui Qi, but he was too dangerous. Die. For a time, the 30,000-meter tall giant began to move, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. A pitch-black symbol appeared on the body of each ghost, twisting and changing. This was a vicious curse from ancient times. For a time, all the ghosts on the ghost god Great Emperor's body were chanting the same curse. This was a method passed down from ancient times to trigger the curse laws. The voices of over 1,000 people were like the nightmares of venomous snakes, everywhere, causing people's hearts to tremble. For a moment, the sky changed color. Even the god emperors of the kindred in the distance were greatly affected, resisting with all their strength. At the same time, countless ghost race people danced happily, cheering for ghost god emperor. Their faces were filled with glory and pride that belonged to their ghost race, causing the god emperors of the kindred to be extremely furious. Peerless demon and deity curse. The ghost god the great emperor didn't hesitate to unleash his killer move in front of Ghost 7. The moment the rules exploded, the ghost race bodies instantly condensed into a symbol. The 30,000-meter tall giant instantly turned into thousands of symbols that appeared in front of Long Chen. Only then did Long Chen realize that the ghost god the great emperor hadn't actually grown in size. When the ghost race bodies turned into cursed symbols, he appeared where the brain had been. Quick! The ghost god grand emperor gathered over 1,000 runes, condensing the curses and killing intent of the various ghost races into one, forming a pitch-black beam of light in his hand. That beam of light was like a venomous snake, terrifying to the extreme. The ghost god Grand Emperor's eyes were filled with disdain as if he already had Long Chen's life and death in his hands. That was the hell curse of the ghost race. The ghost god the Great Emperor held the black beam of light, his eyes cold. Amidst the cheering and contemptuous laughter of the ghost race, the black beam of light stabbed toward Long Chen like a long spear. The black beam of light instantly crossed the endless space and time, bringing a fatal crisis to Long Chen. One had to admit that the ghost god the Great Emperor was indeed not bad. Just this rule power alone was enough to make him an upper-class ultimate god. Silly girl, get lost. For a moment, the laughter was endless. The ghost race's victory was in their hands. Until now, Long Chen finally reacted. The others thought that he was already scared out of his wits. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red Creator Divine weapon appeared in Long Chen's hand. When the Creator Divine weapon appeared, the entire Ghost God Star seemed to fall into a dead silence. Original incipient grade Ghost Blood Curse. For a moment, screams resounded everywhere. While screaming, Long Chen moved swiftly and neatly. The moment he raised the Ghost Blood Curse, the blood sea of the death rain behind him surged endlessly. The sea of blood roared and roared, making it look like another giant ghost god star. All the energy of this world came from the third blood-red eye on Long Chen's glabella and gathered on the ghost blood curse. Death rain slaughter. A sword slashed out, and the dragon-shaped sword energy shot out. In an infinitely short time, it collided with the ghost god the Great Emperor's peerless ghost god curse. The massive impact of the blood and black colors shook the entire ghost god star. It's a stalemate. Everybody was shocked by Ghost Chi's power. After all, it was an original incipient grade Creator Divine weapon. Speaking of which, it was expected that she could pass the ghost god the Great Emperor's test. However, it was just the beginning. In other words, it wasn't a stalemate at all. It was a kind of crushing. Bang! A clear sound rang out. The ghost god peerless curse that the ghost god emperor was so proud of was instantly shattered by the death world slaughtering tribulation and the dragon-shaped sword Qi. Under Long Chen's sword, the death world slaughtering tribulation instantly shot towards the ghost god emperor's body, breaking through all of his defenses and instantly piercing through his opponent. It was as if the death world slaughtering tribulation had crushed the ghost god emperor. Pfft! In the dead silence, the ghost god the great emperor's wails were very obvious. His face paled as he fell from the sky, crashing into the ground where the ghost god's star was. The power of the death rain slaughter and the ghost blood curse were ravaging his body. If Long Chen hadn't shown mercy, he could have killed the ghost god the great emperor in an instant. This was the extent of his current abilities. Ugh! Now, the ghost god the great emperor had a lot of ghost blood curse on him. The slaughter rule power itself was making him bleed. He struggled to get up, but it was useless. He would only embarrass himself if he appeared again. Seeing the current appearance of the divine ghost the great emperor, everyone was stunned for a moment. Even the Blood Clan divine emperors themselves couldn't believe it. As for the experts of Ghost Clan who had ridiculed and teased them, they suffered the biggest shock in their lives at this moment. It was as if someone was slapping them hard in the face. Slap, slap, slap. Their tanned faces were red and swollen. Their eyes were dull as they looked at the red dot in the starry sky. Long Chen, no, he was now in Ghost Qi's appearance. For a moment, it was quiet. Originally, Ghost Qi had come to accept the ghost god the great emperor's test. No one had expected Ghost Qi to defeat the ghost god the great emperor in one move. It was like a dream. Even if he went easy on him, it was impossible for him to do this. After all, everyone could see that the ghost god the great emperor was really injured. In the silence, Long Chen's eyes were sharp. He stared at the ghost god the great emperor, who was looking at him in fear, doubt, and depression. He said word by word, "Ghost god the great emperor, do I pass this test?" His question was like a sharp thorn, piercing the ghost god the great emperor's body. His face was pale and his body trembled. He had been in charge of this place for so many years, but the ghost god the great emperor had never experienced such a crushing defeat and humiliation. He knew that if Ghost Qi was really that powerful, he wouldn't be the only one who would be humiliated. "Excuse me, do I pass?" Long Chen asked again as he approached the ghost god the great emperor. Under Long Chen's strong pressure, the ghost god the great emperor gritted his teeth and said, "Your innate talent is extraordinary, and your strength is tyrannical. I think you are qualified to become the bloodthirsty great emperor." Originally, the original ancestor didn't allow him to say this, but now that he was under such pressure, he had no other choice. He had never thought that Ghost Qi would be so strong, so terrifyingly strong. With that original incipient grade creator divine weapon, he wasn't weaker than the top 4 experts of the Ancestral Star. Done. Inside the death rain, Ghost Qi was dumbstruck. She hadn't thought that Long Chen could use this method to achieve this. It was an unbelievable scene. He had done it so easily, and she couldn't help but gasp in amazement. At this time, Long Chen said, "Next, I have 8 more places to visit. However, I'm a little tired after today's battle. The ghost god the great emperor should allow me to rest for 5 days before leaving." When all the Ghost Clan members wanted Long Chen to leave, Long Chen said this in a tough tone, and the ghost god the great emperor couldn't refuse. "No problem, I will arrange a place for you." The ghost god the great emperor had been the ruler of the ghost god planet for many years, and now he had recovered from the humiliation and shock of his defeat. Long Chen smiled faintly. In this way, the time to find the ancestral dragon's blood essence was also done. He looked down, and the crowd bowed to him. From today onward, Ghost Qi's name would shake the Ancestral Star. The bloodthirsty great emperor was rising. "Thank you so much. It's nothing. Moreover, you and I are helping each other, and we both take what we need." At the place arranged by the ghost god the great emperor, Long Chen and Ghost Qi switched roles. Ghost Qi came out of the death world, and Long Chen turned into a speck of dust. He used 5 days to search for the ancestral dragon's blood essence. He could only say 5 days. If he took too long, people would suspect him. The ancestral god must have seen today's battle, but if he's not nearby, he probably won't be able to see anything. They will be suspicious. Ghost chi is powerful, and as long as they don't know that there are outsiders around, it will be much easier for me. After all, their attention is on ghost chi. With that, Long Chen left ghost chi and began his search. Of course, he was also in constant contact with ghost chi, and he would return immediately if there was any danger. He needed a good opportunity and time to slowly search for the ghost god planet. Therefore, the longer this situation could be maintained, the better. The more mysterious ghost chi was, the more likely the ancestral god the Great Emperor would be. This was Long Chen's goal. Just where is the essence blood of the Chaos Calamity Dragon? Because he couldn't be too high profile, Long Chen couldn't find it quickly. He had to observe the movements of the eye left by the black jade dragon head, but there was basically no movement. However, he didn't give up. It must be on the ancestral star. I'll find it eventually. Now that I have the ancestral dragon's blood essence, I have 7, including the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Other than the 10th ancestral dragon, I'm still missing the 1st ancestral dragon, the 2nd ancestral dragon, the origin, and the primordial. I just don't know where the ancestral dragon's blood essence is. He's escaped, but he'll come back eventually. The chaos demonic ancestor's eyes burned with hatred. At that moment, heavenly god Luya contacted him. Of course, he was still far away in the north. I heard that you have a grudge against Long Chen, heavenly god Luya asked. Yes. Do I have to kill him? If I have the chance, of course I have to kill him. As far as I know, your son committed suicide after losing the battle. You can't blame anyone else. If you're pleading for him, you don't have to say anything else. Get lost. That's not it. However, I do have something important to remind you. It's related to the safety of your eastern galaxy, so I'll be straightforward. Do you know about Primeval Troll? 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 4 days, Long Chen had actually searched through the entire deity ghost meteor. He then spent another day checking it again. Unless the essence blood of the Chaos Calamity Dragon had fallen into someone else's hands, the deity ghost meteor should be gone. Let's go to the next companion star. After returning, Long Chen turned into a speck of dust and stayed on Gue Chi's body. Gue Chi attracted the attention of the progenitor and the others for a few days. Because she didn't do anything, the progenitor and the others didn't notice anything. Of course, they were still paying attention to Gue Chi's movements. Alright. Along with the Blood Clan's divine emperor, Gue Chi and the others left the deity ghost meteor under the resentful gazes of the ghost god the Great Emperor and countless ghosts. They headed to the next companion star. The next supreme deity was slightly weaker than the ghost god the Great Emperor. Basically, from that moment on, Long Chen repeated the same old trick. Every time, he would help Gue Chi defeat one supreme deity after another. Then, he would spend 5 days searching for the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. The longer he waited, the more he looked forward to finding the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. His intuition told him that the essence blood of the ancestral dragon was getting closer and closer to him. Long Chen's desire to obtain it grew stronger. He overcame all obstacles along the way. These days, the bloodthirsty Great Emperor's reputation rose in the ancestral star. Gue Chi's name rose to prominence. Even the lowest beings knew that the bloodthirsty Great Emperor on the Emperor Blood Planet was extremely powerful. Of course, it was the new bloodthirsty Great Emperor, not Gue Chi. On the Emperor Blood Planet, Gue Chi was now a joke. It was a synonym for betrayal. Along the way, Long Chen helped Gue Chi defeat 5 supreme deities. Naturally, no one knew that it was Long Chen who did it. Even the progenitors probably could not see it. Every time, Long Chen would use the death rain to replace his opponents. Every time he defeated his opponents with one move, he would stay for 5 days and let Guiqi attract their attention. Although he succeeded every time, Long Chen was depressed. He had already found 5 companion stars, but there was no trace of the essence blood of the ancestral star. It seems that the remaining 3 companion stars and the ancestral star have the essence blood of the ancestral star. I have to be more careful. I can stay for about 10 more days. Guiqi said, "No problem, I will try my best to hold them back." However, the remaining 3 supreme deities are the strongest below the progenitors. They are more difficult to deal with. You have to be careful. They are the leaders of the Blood Curse tribe, the Ghost Curse tribe, and the Heaven Curse tribe. The Curse tribe was the Heaven Curse tribe, and they were experts in cursing. "Aren't you the leader of the Blood tribe?" Long Chen asked. Bloodthirsty Great Emperor shook his head and smiled. "How is that possible? Among the 10 great emperors, there are 3 great emperors from the Blood clan. I am one of them, and so is Sacrificial Great Emperor. The last one is Green Blood Great Emperor. He controls an original incipient grade boundless divine technique. His emperor inheritance is much more terrifying than Bloodthirsty Great Emperor and Sacrificial Great Emperors. That's why he's the real leader of the Blood clan. I'm only the 2nd or 3rd. Similarly, the Ghost Curse tribe and Heaven Curse tribe also have their leaders." Long Chen understood. Primordial realm ultimate gods who possessed the primordial incipient boundless divine technique should be similar to Shangyang Fairy. Shangyang Fairy was considered a peak existence among ultimate gods of that level. He did not expect there to be 3 of them in the ancestral star. The ancestral star's harsh environment made sense for 3 ultimate gods to be born there. We're about to arrive at Emperor Greenblood's companion star. It's one of the 3 largest companion stars. It's called Azure Blood Star. Do you see it? In the pitch-black night sky, Long Chen indeed saw a dot in front of him. It looked like a green drop of blood. They had just set off, so it was still quite far away. You can definitely defeat him. I'm just worried that you will be exposed. After all, we are getting closer and closer to the ancestral star. Long Chen naturally understood that. The situation he disliked the most was the ancestor joining forces with all the ultimate gods to attack him. It was precisely because of that he did not show up directly to let the ancestor and the others still have hope in Guiqi. Of course, Long Chen did not want to become enemies with the ancestor and the others. After all, he was here to take away what belonged to him and to seek help. The Azure Blood Star gradually grew larger in front of him. It should be here in about 10 days. Emperor Greenblood and the others were probably waiting for Guiqi's arrival. At that moment, Long Chen switched places with Guiqi and led the Blood Clan Divine Emperors towards the Azure Blood Star in a high-profile manner. A companion star was a new hope. Rumble. On the Azure Sky Blood Star, the green blood sea was churning. The green blood was even more terrifying than the red blood. The entire Azure Sky Blood Star was like hell on earth. However, the Azure Blood Great Emperor looked like an immortal. He looked gentle and quiet. There were no experts from the Azure Sky Blood Star beside him. He was the only one. The divine emperors of the Imperial Blood Star were about to return. After all, a war could break out at any time and affect them. Bloodthirsty Emperor. Emperor Greenblood. Both sides greeted each other. Emperor Greenblood was very straightforward. He gestured for Long Chen to make a move. Long Chen could see the rolling divine power on his body. It was indeed original incipient level power. It was similar to Long Chen's Dragon God origin power. Chapter 3109. Guiqi had become the bloodthirsty emperor. The other 10 ancestor emperors were supposed to test her, but with Long Chen's intervention, it became a battle between Guiqi and the other emperors. More terrifyingly, she defeated all her opponents with a single move. The bloodthirsty emperor's name had shaken the ancestral star like never before. Guichi was a member of the blood race, and Green Blood Emperor was the leader of the blood race, the number one of the blood race. Today's battle was especially meaningful. If Guichi could maintain her terrifying progress, she might very well replace Green Blood Emperor as the new number one of the blood race, or even the new leader of the blood race. That would be a huge shock to the blood race, and even the entire ancestral star. Therefore, the people and gods of the ancestral star were actually watching this battle. Of course, the one who was actually participating in the battle was Long Chen. All the living beings and gods on the Azure Blood Star were waiting for the battle to start. The God Kings and God Emperors were actually very close to the battlefield, watching nervously in the dark. Long Chen knew that the primordial ancestor would also be paying attention to this battle. The expressions of the onlookers were naturally different from those on the deity and ghost planet. They were already in awe of Guichi. The battle began. The power forged by Great Emperor Greenblood's green sky blood demon art spread out. It was as if he had control over the entire eternal level world. His opponent's phantoms were everywhere. His movements were very small, but his attacks were very intense. Because of the difference in the laws of curses, Long Chen had no choice but to pay close attention. All of a sudden, Green Blood Emperor made his move. In his green eyes, a strange symbol began to spread and instantly covered his entire body. Those symbols were like green snakes that appeared on his flesh and skin. It was quite terrifying. His head was lowered, but his eyes were raised to look at Long Chen. His green lips were wriggling. There was no sound, but there was an invisible tyrannical power that could take away an opponent's life. Cyan Blood Curse. The moment Green Blood Immortal Emperor unleashed his law power, he was at his most terrifying. His eyes suddenly widened, revealing a strange light. Long Chen exchanged a glance with that gaze and instantly discovered that he had been tricked. Soundless and formless. Just one look and it can instantly make the opponent fall into its own rules. This is the power of the curse rules. The green blood curse instantly invaded his body and brought about a huge change. In an instant, all the blood in his body turned green. This was a curse. Under the power of the curse, the green blood was a super destructive and tyrannical blood. He couldn't control it at all. It was like a giant beast in his body, wreaking havoc. At the first moment, Long Chen used the flame of life to protect himself. However, he found that it was useless. The curse rules couldn't be suppressed. In just a short time, his entire body was covered in green blood. If he couldn't suppress it, he would be torn apart. Although he wouldn't die, if he was defeated and the original ancestor found out his secret, his future would be hard. At this critical moment, Long Chen knew that it would take a lot of energy to dissolve the cyan blood curse. He had a method that would take less energy, and that was to attack. Death Rain Calamity. A sword swept horizontally. The power of the Death Rain, the new original incipient grade creator divine weapon, the Ghost Blood Curse, and the power of the Divine Dragon, the origin of all living things, combined to form an earth-piercing sword that tore the sky and earth. Before this, many people cheered when they saw that the Azure Blood Emperor had used the Azure Blood Curse to control Long Chen and succeeded in breaking the rules. In the void of the ancestral star, even the original ancestor and the grey-cloaked man thought that Great Emperor Green Blood was about to succeed. They had watched Long Chen's battles. Long Chen had used the Death Rain Calamity's rules in each battle. Her rules is slaughter, but she doesn't have any curse. Her curse relies on the Ghost Blood Curse. She only has this one move. I guess that's the only rule she knows. She's so strange. While they were talking, Long Chen's Death Rain Calamity shot towards Great Emperor Green Blood. Great Emperor Green Blood was controlling the Cyan Blood Curse to attack Long Chen. Of course, he couldn't dodge Long Chen's attack easily. Thus, he had to give up the Cyan Blood Curse and flee. Swoosh. Great Emperor Green Blood had made the right choice. Half dodging, half blocking. In the end, he managed to block the Death Rain. However, the Green Blood Curse had also ended, and Long Chen had regained his freedom. I can't give him another chance to use his curse rules. Long Chen quickly made up his mind and attacked again with the Ghost Blood Curse. He didn't want to expose his other powers and rules for the time being. He wanted to use the Death Rain Calamity to defeat Great Emperor Green Blood and make Guo Qi's name even more famous. However, Great Emperor Green Blood suddenly turned around in the middle of his escape. He had realized how terrifying Long Chen's strength was, so he decided to fight him head-on. Long Chen could tell from the look in Great Emperor Green Blood's eyes that he was going to fight him to the death. The battle might seem simple, but it was actually more dangerous. If he failed to defeat his opponent in one move, he would expose more of his strength later on. Soul-breaking curse. As expected, Great Emperor Green Blood attacked immediately. This time, he must have used a power that surpassed his limits. His unique green serpent symbol expanded once again and instantly dyed his body green, as if countless venomous snakes were coiling around him. Buzz. This time, it was a huge blow to Long Chen. Just the name, Soul-Severing Curse, was already very clear. It was a curse that targeted the Yuan spirit and soul. However, the Soul-Severing Curse didn't just target the Yuan spirit. It affected the direct connection between the Yuan spirit and the body. In that instant, Long Chen felt that his body and Yuan spirit had been cut apart by Emperor Azure Blood's gaze. If the physical body and soul were separated, the situation would be serious. Even if they could recover, they wouldn't be able to do so for a period of time. A mere God King was enough to deal with Long Chen. Long Chen was well aware of the power of the curse. It wasn't that he felt that the Green Blood Emperor was strong, but that the curse's rules were indeed miraculous. If he allowed the two to separate, he would definitely lose. If he could defeat the Chaos Sun, it would be a joke if he was defeated by Emperor Greenblood as well. At that critical moment, Long Chen could no longer care about his trump card. He was still holding the Ghost Blood Curse in his right hand. In that instant, a flash of light appeared in his left hand, and the illusory Great Void Demon Sword instantly appeared. The moment it appeared was the moment when his physical body and primordial spirit were about to be separated by the soul-breaking curse. Long Chen relied on the Great Void Demon Sword to burst forth with all the strength in his body and slashed out. Destiny-killing art. The destiny-killing art reached Great Emperor Green Blood in an instant. No matter how Great Emperor Green Blood resisted, it rushed into his body. Time was like water, and destiny was like a knife. After severing the past, Great Emperor Green Blood's body stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, he was turned into a piece of white jade by Long Chen with the most shocked expression. Naturally, the soul-breaking curse stopped in that instant. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had reversed the situation and obtained victory. However, in his eyes, he was considered a failure in today's battle. I didn't expect that I would underestimate my opponent's move. I was obviously stronger than him, but I was almost hit. If I had attacked him first, he wouldn't have been able to resist it. Moreover, the Great Void Demon Sword, time, and destiny principles have been exposed. Although he had put away the Great Void Demon Sword, the original ancestor must have seen it. A second original incipient grade creator divine weapon must have shocked him. Long Chen's guess was correct. Now, Great Emperor Green Blood had turned into a piece of white jade and landed on the azure blood sea below. The god emperors of Blue Sky Blood Star were dumbstruck. They hurried to search for Great Emperor Green Blood. They thought that Great Emperor Green Blood had died in battle, so they were very nervous. They didn't dare to look up at Long Chen, who had defeated Great Emperor Green Blood. Of course, in their eyes, it was Ghost Qi who had attacked. On the Ancestral Star, the original ancestor frowned when he saw Long Chen's destiny-killing technique. That's not the slaughter principle. That's an original incipient grade creator divine weapon, the gray-robed man said in astonishment. That's right. It seems to be related to time, but it's also related to another rule. It's hard to tell. How could Ghost Qi have such a rule? Also, we can foresee the appearance of the original incipient grade creator divine weapon. The Ancestral Star doesn't have this original incipient grade creator divine weapon. It must be from another world. The gray-robed man was shocked. There are so many original incipient grade creator divine weapons in the other world? Doesn't that mean that the people in the other world are much stronger than us? That's not it. Perhaps their strongest expert has already entered our world. Moreover, there's definitely something wrong with Ghost Chi. It's hard to make her one of us, but she's so strong. This was what the original ancestor was most upset about. He wanted to subdue Ghost Chi, but he was afraid that Ghost Chi had joined the other world. He was afraid that she would betray them. After all, he was the one who killed her father. Original ancestor, it seems that she'll be coming to me soon. She's going to look for the one from the Ghost clan first. I should go back now. Maybe I should meet her. The original ancestor nodded. I can only rely on you. But this time, I'll go as well. No matter how much I watch here, it's better to go and see for myself. He wanted to wait until Ghost Chi arrived at the Ancestral Star, but he couldn't wait any longer. The longer he waited, the more passive he would be. After defeating Great Emperor Greenblood, Longchen didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, he removed the rules for him and allowed him to return to normal. Great Emperor Greenblood was willing to be defeated. Since you've defeated me, you'll be the leader of the Blood Clan from now on. Great Emperor Greenblood was expressionless. Longchen smiled. It's just an empty title. I don't care about it. However, I have to stay here for 10 days to rest and reorganize before heading to the next place. I'm sure you won't refuse. It used to be 5 days, but now it's 10 days. Suit yourself. Chapter 31:10. Green blood rolled like waves, forming terrifying waves. Especially on the surface of the sea, the waves swept thousands of meters high, like a wall sweeping over. It was hard to imagine how the blood race of the Azure Sky Blood Star survived in such a harsh environment. Their way of survival was that experts used fortune divine weapons to build cities that floated above the Azure Blood Sea. Each city was like a giant ship that did not have a fixed position. They drifted around in the blood-colored waves. Mortals could not leave the cities, and if ordinary gods and devils left the cities, they might not be able to find their homes again. Longchen turned into a speck of dust, then into a blood clan expert with the strength of a god emperor. He traveled through the entire Azure Blood Star. Time passed by, and he gradually covered the entire Azure Blood Star. Longchen's focus was on some forbidden places in the Azure Blood Star. Although the forbidden area was dangerous, it was nothing to someone of his level. This is the third last companion star, and there's still none? In fact, Longchen did not want to meet the Ancestral Lord directly. If the blood essence of the Chaos Calamity Dragon was on the Ancestral Star, he would definitely have to search for it under the nose of the Ancestral Lord. It would probably be a very dangerous thing. Although I'm more confident in the transformation rules, I'm not sure if I'll be exposed when I face the Ancestral Lord. This was his worry. The best outcome would be to find the Ancestral Lord's blood essence on the companion star. This might allow Longchen to take the initiative. The more he failed to find it, the more passive he would be in the future. 10 days seems to be up. This time, Longchen searched very carefully, but still did not find anything. Obviously, there's nothing on the Azure Blood Star. During these 10 days, Gui Qi was still being watched. Fortunately, she had attracted everyone's attention. Otherwise, Longchen would not have been able to search so many companion stars. After all, no matter how similar his transformation rules were, this was still the Ancestral Lord's territory. He returned to Gui Qi's side. How was it? Too much had changed over the past few days, and Ghost 7 was also shaken to the core. When he saw Longchen return, he could not help but ask anxiously. Nothing. Let's go to the next place. Longchen, I think that if this goes on, the Ancestral Founder will become suspicious. Longchen thought about it and said, there will definitely be danger, but I'm not much weaker than the original ancestor. Even if I'm discovered later, you can rest assured that I'll be safe and sound. It's just that after being discovered, the difficulty will increase, and the danger will increase. Gue Qi was relieved to hear that. She had thought that visiting the 10 great arch-ancestors would be a simple matter. She did not expect Long Chen to cause such a ruckus and defeat 6 ultimate gods in a row. She was shocked. Right now, the bloodthirsty emperor's reputation was terrifying. Let's go. The other god emperors of the Imperial Blood Star had already returned, so it was very convenient for them to travel. Their next target was the leader of the ghost race. Long Chen replaced Ghost Qi and quietly left the Azure Blood Star. Half a month later, the bloodthirsty emperor's reputation reached its peak again, to the extent that the entire Ancestral Star trembled. That was because after Long Chen replaced Ghost Qi and arrived at the next companion star, he defeated the leader of the ghost race, the Devil Emperor, with one move at an unprecedented speed. This meant that among the 10 great arch-ancestors of the Ancestral Star, only the Ancestral Founder and the Sky Heart Emperor could be a match for Long Chen. In fact, although the Sky Heart Emperor had the original incipient grade divine weapon and the original incipient grade divine technique, and was as strong as the Green Blood Emperor and the Devil Emperor combined, and was the strongest leader of the Heaven Curse tribe, compared to the new bloodthirsty emperor, he was still in danger. Therefore, the battle between the future Sky Heart Emperor and Long Chen could be said to be the most spectacular battle so far. It was the most shocking battle for the Ancestral Star. The bloodthirsty emperor was like a miracle, rising to power in the Ancestral Star. After that, Long Chen left the Devil Emperor and headed for the Sky Heart Star, where the Sky Heart Emperor resided. It was the closest to the Ancestral Star, and also the largest of the 9 companion stars. It was almost half the size of the Ancestral Star, and it was also the core of the Curse tribe among the 3 races. Billions of lives in the Ancestral Star were waiting for Long Chen's arrival for the most spectacular battle that everyone had been waiting for. Who was stronger, the bloodthirsty emperor or the Sky Heart Emperor? The Sky Heart Emperor has the original incipient grade creator divine weapon and the boundless divine technique. He should be a character infinitely close to the Chaos Saint Sun. In the Ancestral Star, he firmly occupies the 2nd position, just below the Origin Ancestor. He is the most important confidant of the Origin Ancestor, and has existed for as long as the Origin Ancestor. The other 8 companion stars have had their emperors passed down many times, but the Sky Heart Emperor has basically never changed. Oh, then he should be a good opponent. I have to test how strong I am now. Long Chen was looking forward to this battle. He could already see the huge planet shrouded in gray mist. However, he still didn't know what was waiting for him in front of him this time. In fact, when Long Chen defeated the Green Blood Emperor, everyone knew that the Ghost Emperor wouldn't be able to stop him. He would definitely go to the heart of Sky Star and have an unprecedented battle with the Sky Heart Emperor. Therefore, many God Demons experts had set off for the heart of Sky Star to watch the battle. Before Long Chen arrived, the heart of Sky Star was already filled with experts. Even the Ghost God Emperor, the Sacrificial Blood Emperor, the Green Blood Emperor, and the other ultimate gods who were defeated by Long Chen had also arrived. Almost all the experts of the Ancestral Star had gathered on the heart of Sky Star. They were hiding and watching coldly as if they were waiting for something. In the midst of the heart of Sky Star, 2 figures suddenly appeared. One was a gray-robed man, and the other was a 1-year-old infant with an ancient aura. The Origin Ancestor squinted his eyes and looked in the direction where Long Chen came from. He said in a low voice, "It's about time. I'll hide nearby and watch your performance." The gray-robed man was the Sky Heart Emperor. "Rest assured, Origin Ancestor. I won't let you down. I'll do my best to complete the mission. Victory or defeat doesn't matter. What's important is to stall for a period of time. It's best if we can see through this kid's secret. This time, we can't let him escape from under our eyes." The Sky Heart Emperor said, "No problem. I also want to see how strong the otherworldly experts are." Although he didn't say much, the Sky Heart Emperor's blood was already boiling from the start. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. There were too many experts on the Heart of Sky Star. The god emperors from the Ancestral Star and the 9 companion stars were hiding in the mist of the Heart of Sky Star, waiting anxiously and expectantly. To them, this was originally a test, but it had now become the battle of the century. Everything in the Ancestral Star was gathered here. Primordial Ancestor laid down an illusory law beside the Sky Heart Immortal Emperor. After that, he entered it and gradually vanished. The Origin Ancestor is still the Origin Ancestor. Even though he's beside me, I can't detect him. The Sky Heart Emperor sighed. Of course, he knew that the Origin Ancestor's eyes were right beside him. As long as Long Chen came and fought, he wouldn't be able to hide from the Origin Ancestor's eyes. He also felt that Long Chen had many mysteries, but they were about to be revealed. Origin Ancestor, why do you think Guo Qi stayed for 5 or 10 days after defeating his opponent? I think she doesn't need to rest at all. I don't know either, but the key to her secret must be here. However, since I'm already here, she has no more secrets to hide. Sky Heart, it's all up to you now. Long Chen was very close to the Heart of Sky Star. There are so many experts. On the Heart of Heaven planet, Long Chen saw hundreds of divine emperors, close to 500 of them. In addition, the ultimate gods he had defeated were basically all present. Even the Great Ghost Emperor was the first to arrive before Long Chen even left after he defeated him. This lineup. What are they trying to do? Guo Qi was slightly nervous. Long Chen squinted his eyes for a while and said, "They're fine, they're not much of a threat. I'm worried that the Origin Ancestor might be among them since they're making such a big fuss. He's trying to figure us out today." Guo Qi panicked even more. What should we do? Will they find out about your rule change? What if they do? Long Chen thought about it. This day would come sooner or later. He said, "It doesn't matter. There's only the Ancestral Star and the Heart of Sky Star left. We can't avoid a head-on confrontation anyway. We don't have to worry about anything else. We just have to defeat the Heart of Sky Emperor. I can handle the rest." Although Long Chen was very confident, Guo Qi couldn't help but be nervous. After all, she had been here since she was young. Even though she was the princess of the Imperial Blood Star, she knew how terrifying the Heart of Sky Emperor and the Origin Ancestor were. The closer they got to the Heart of Sky Star, the denser the aura became. There were too many experts hidden in the endless clouds. Long Chen turned into Guo Qi and descended. He didn't get too close to the Heart of Sky Star, but stopped outside of it. He was very cautious. He said, "Heart of Sky Emperor, I'm afraid of hurting the people of your Heart of Sky Star. Please come out and fight." The Heart of Sky Emperor was very straightforward. He broke through the clouds and appeared in front of Long Chen under everyone's nervous gazes. Although it would be difficult for the Origin Ancestor to see him from this distance, the Origin Ancestor would definitely not have a problem. In front of Long Chen, the Heart of Sky Emperor was so thin that he didn't even have a body. He only wore a gray robe that covered his whole body. There was only a gray flame on his hood. It was very frightening. Chapter 31:11. It's not the ancestral flame, but it seems to have been born from the ancestral flame and has been contaminated with the aura of the ancestral flame. This kind of flame has cursed and evil characteristics, which is somewhat similar to the characteristics of the prehistoric Calamity Dragon. After listening to Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen understood. Back then, the chaotic heavenly fate dragon's inheritance blood essence was in the same place as the heavenly emperor ancestral flame. This ancestral flame is actually similar to the chaos calamity dragon. The original ancestral flame should be the ancestral flame of the chaos calamity dragon. Since Emperor Skyheart has this flame, he must have been close to the ancestral flame and knows its location. Naturally, he should know the location of the inheritance blood essence. This was the biggest piece of information Long Chen received about the inheritance blood essence after coming to the ancestral star. This information directly changed his heart. He finally had an idea, and of course, he was happy. It was just that this was his battlefield and it was impossible for the Sky-Heart Emperor to bring him to the location he wanted to go. Long Chen was very clear in his heart that he only had an inkling of what he wanted. There was still a huge gap before he could truly obtain the inheritance blood essence. Moreover, the ancestral founder was still here, and he could not be too emotional. At this juncture, although he had such an important clue, Long Chen still calmed himself down and pretended not to know anything. Then, he looked at his opponent and the heart of Sky Star. Emperor Sky Heart seemed to be one with the heart of Sky Star. His body was the body of the heart of Sky Star. The heart of Sky Star was huge, but in fact, there was no land, only endless clouds. The Heavenly Curse tribe lived in these clouds. On the heart of Sky Star, there was a terrifying disaster called Heavenly Curse Lightning. Heavenly Curse Lightning filled the entire heart of Sky Star and shot out in all kinds of forms. Ordinary Heavenly Curse Lightning would definitely die if they touched it. These Heavenly Curse Lightning were the size of a finger, and there were trillions of them. Ordinary Heavenly Curse Lightning were the size of an arm, or the size of a mortal's body. They could travel through worlds, and ordinary gods and demons would definitely die if they touched them. There were even larger Heavenly Curse Lightning that could even threaten hierarchs. However, the harsher the environment, the more powerful a race could be nurtured. The Heavenly Curse race was a powerful race that was born in this place. Therefore, for generations, no one had left this place even though they knew it was dangerous. Bloodthirsty Great Emperor, attention please. The Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor was extremely polite. The moment they met, under the anticipation of millions of gods and devils, he decisively acted. Before he acted, he even reminded Long Chen. Swoosh. With a flick of his long robes, the Sky Heart Emperor disappeared into the starry space. The battle erupted. In order to get rid of this opponent who was probably about the same level as the Chaos Saint Sun as soon as possible, Long Chen naturally had to show his full strength. At this moment, the Ghost Blood Curse appeared on his right hand. The power of the dragon god of all things origin erupted and surged towards the Ghost Blood Curse, causing it to burst with a boundless cold light that swept out. The pressure that came from it shook the heavens and the earth, suppressing countless god emperors on the heart of heaven planet. Heavenly Curse Lightning, Eternal Ashes. The Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor did not say a word and immediately made his move. This was the ultimate technique among the Heavenly Curse Lightning. Under this law, the entire heart of heaven planet instantly went berserk. The originally quiet clouds and mist instantly turned into wild beasts. The Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor is truly terrifying. He actually used a sure-kill technique that he hasn't used for countless years. Fusing with the heart of heaven planet and activating all the Heavenly Curse Lightning, there shouldn't be anyone in the entire ancestral star who can withstand this move other than the primordial ancestor. Since the Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor thinks so highly of this opponent, the bloodthirsty Great Emperor will finally be in danger. For a moment, the God Emperors were in an uproar. Even those ultimate gods who were defeated by Long Chen turned pale when they saw this law. They exchanged glances and understood how terrifying the Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor was. It was especially so for the Green Blood Great Emperor and the Devil Great Emperor, as they once wanted to challenge the Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor's position. Rumble. In that instant, the entire heart of Sky Star seemed like it was about to explode. Suddenly, countless rays of gray divine light flashed, piercing through the heavens and the earth. A scorching aura erupted like an explosion. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen saw countless gray thunderbolts of various sizes intertwining with each other, forming a huge gray electric serpent. It was tens of thousands of feet long and violently attacked. That was the Heavenly Curse Lightning. The arm-sized Heavenly Curse Lightning could kill gods and demons. It was simply a miracle for it to be tens of thousands of zhang long. It could destroy everything. Moreover, the speed of the Heavenly Curse Lightning was extremely fast and violent. It instantly covered a distance of 1,000 li and descended in front of Long Chen like a huge serpent that wanted to swallow a speck of dust. In the face of such a killing move, Long Chen remained calm. Without saying a word, he raised the ghost blood curse in his hand. No matter what kind of curse his opponent used, he would only use one move to deal with it, and that was the death world-killing calamity. The power of the death calamity, the power of the dragon god origin, and the power of the ghost blood curse combined. Compared to the Sky-Heart Emperor, it was an original incipient grade divine weapon. The Sky-Heart Emperor cultivated the Sky-Heart incantation canon, which was also an original incipient grade divine technique. In terms of power, it wasn't any weaker than Long Chen. Therefore, this was a battle of principles. The death calamity produced a dragon-shaped sword chi. In a blink of an eye, the blood-colored sword light exploded. In a short time, it became tens of thousands of zhang long and directly clashed with the heavenly curse lightning. The bloodthirsty emperor still has the same rule. Can you block it? Just when everyone was feeling doubtful, Long Chen gave them an answer. The death world's killing tribulation and the heaven curse lightning tribulation clashed head-on, causing both Long Chen and the Sky-Heart Emperor to be sent flying. For a time, the red and gray beasts were fighting in the starry space. Fortunately, Long Chen had shifted the location of the battle to the starry space. Otherwise, many people would have died. Bang! The two principles were destroyed. They were evenly matched. Everyone knew how terrifying the heavenly curse lightning was. They also knew that Long Chen had always used the death calamity to defeat his opponents. Today, they finally knew the limit of the death calamity. The heavenly curse lightning was one of the strongest principles that the Sky-Heart Emperor could display. You're the first person to block my principle head-on. Long Chen used Ghost Chi's arrogant tone to look down on Emperor Sky-Heart. How arrogant. The Sky-Heart Emperor did not respond. Instead, many Heaven Curse tribe deity emperors could not bear to listen to him. However, they had to admit that Gue Chi was too strong. The Sky-Heart Emperor might be defeated today and Gue Chi would become the second strongest in the Ancestral Star. For a moment, there seemed to be a large number of people cursing on the Sky-Heart planet. The Sky-Heart Emperor could not see any expression on his face. Your fortune divine weapons are not bad, the Sky-Heart Emperor muttered. In the Ancestral Star, he was far from being a match for the Origin Ancestor. However, he did not need to use his fortune divine weapon to deal with other ultimate gods. And it's been a long time since I've used it. Right at this moment, a black mirror appeared in front of Sky-Heart Heavenly Emperor. That was a complicated bronze mirror in Sky-Heart Heavenly Emperor's hand. As soon as it appeared, Long Chen could feel how terrifying it was. This was a mirror that could make people shiver in fear. It shouldn't be weaker than Long Chen's original incipient grade creator divine weapon. The Sky-Heart Emperor had the original incipient level Heavenly Heart Incantation Codex and the original incipient level Fortune Divine Weapon, the Mirror of Heavenly Curse. Rumor had it that this was a cursed realm that no one could escape from. As long as the owner of the Mirror of Heavenly Curse knew who he wanted to deal with, he could take that person's life even if they were billions of miles away. In the folklore of the Ancestral Star, the Sky-Heart Emperor was the person who controlled the life and death of all living beings. As long as someone appeared in his mirror, it would be that person's death day. In the Mirror of Heavenly Curse, Long Chen saw a twisted symbol. It should be a very complicated and ancient word. It looked like an eye looking at the world. Mirror of Heavenly Curse. I've finally seen the legendary Mirror of Heavenly Curse. The sacred weapon of death that is everywhere. Even the ultimate gods yearned for the Mirror of Heavenly Curse. Before the Ghost Blood Curse appeared, it was the only original incipient level Fortune divine weapon apart from the Origin Ancestor. The Sky-Heart Emperor held it in his hand. The gray flame stared at Long Chen and said in a deep voice, "As long as you can block this move of mine, there's nothing I can do. You're very powerful, but you still have to be careful, you're a genius. I don't want to take your life unintentionally at this time. So, if you can't take it anymore, just admit defeat. What you need is the recognition of the bloodthirsty Emperor. If you can do this, no one in the entire Ancestral Star will think that you're not qualified to be the bloodthirsty Emperor. Not only the bloodthirsty Emperor, but he was also the strongest among the 9 accompanying stars. All right. Long Chen would not underestimate his opponent. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first has the advantage. At this moment, Long Chen held the ghost blood curse with both hands. The swastika word on the ghost blood curse spread out in all directions. At that moment, Long Chen's blood qi was monstrous. That monstrous aura was a fatal deterrent to tens of thousands of gods and demons. The battle was about to start. The ultimate battle. Curse of past and present lives. The Sky Heart Emperor did not say much. In this deadly confrontation, the mirror of heavenly curse in his hand changed greatly. A gray vortex appeared in the mirror, like a reincarnation cycle. The cycle was expanding, tracing back to the distance. At that moment, Long Chen, who was still in front of the mirror, felt something descending on his body. Curse. He realized it. Suddenly, he was shocked. He saw the mirror of heavenly curse. On the mirror of heavenly curse, the reincarnation cycle ended and a gray figure appeared. It was a figure that Long Chen could not forget after seeing. It was very familiar, just like himself. This is your past life. The voice of the Sky Heart Emperor was like a curse, reverberating in Long Chen's ears. By killing your past life, I can change your present life. Once your present life changes, you might just be a pawn today. The Sky Heart Emperor used his hand as a blade and slashed into the mirror of heavenly curse. In an instant, his head fell to the ground. Chapter 31:12. The instant the head of the silhouette fell to the ground, Long Chen calmly executed the ghost blood curse with a single hand. He fused the law of slaughter and law of karma. The two laws perfectly complemented the power of the ghost blood curse and erupted. Rebirth slash. 1/ rebirth. When the rebirth slash was unleashed, what appeared to be less terrifying than the death realm's killing tribulation, but its might was even more terrifying. Wherever it went, everything would be destroyed, returning to the most chaotic and primitive state. This was a law that had to kill. Furthermore, the power of the ghost blood curse was constantly spreading within it. To anyone, the rippling sword qi was the most terrifying killing intent. South. In the mirror of heaven curse, when the head fell to the ground, Sky Heart's invisible face revealed a relaxed smile. He could feel how terrifying Long Chen's rebirth slash was. This level of law lethality is probably enough to kill me in an instant. Even so, he wasn't worried. That was because his mirror of heaven curse had already taken effect. The gray silhouette within had already fallen to the ground. Other than the primordial ancestor, no one in this world can block the curse of the mirror of heaven curse. Even the primordial ancestor would have a headache. Once his previous life is killed, his current life would disappear. In the mirror of heaven curse, as long as he killed his previous life, victory was already in his grasp. Disappear. He was waiting for this scene to happen. At the last moment. Emicham, the Sky Heart Immortal Emperor, was instantly stunned. Because just when he thought Long Chen was about to vanish, Long Chen didn't vanish. Long Chen's eyes were still coldly staring at him. The rebirth slash was still as powerful as before. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of death descended upon his head like a nightmare. That sword qi had already engulfed his entire world. Impossible. The Sky Heart Immortal Emperor felt his heart going crazy and depressed. How could there be someone who could remain here after being killed in his previous life? There's only one possibility, and that is that his fate is unyielding. When he reaches the extreme realm, no matter what happens, nothing can stop him from reaching this step. But that's impossible. Sky Heart understood the mirror of heaven curse the most. The more he understood, the more unbelievable the current situation was. The law he was most proud of couldn't deal with Long Chen at all. What are you doing? Long Chen had thought that his opponent's attack would be troublesome enough to frighten him into using rebirth slash. Little did he expect that his opponent's attack would have no effect at all. Moreover, under the threat of rebirth / his opponent did not even put up a single defense. Everything happened at this critical moment. At the last moment, the Sky Heart Emperor let out a miserable cry and placed the mirror of heavenly curse in front of him. However, such a hasty defense couldn't block Long Chen's rebirth / In the blink of an eye, all of the living beings on the Heart Planet, including the godly devils, let out cries of alarm. The more powerful one was, the more they knew how terrifying Long Chen's rebirth / was. It was far more powerful than the Death Rain Tribulation. Without a doubt, Sky Heart Immortal Emperor is going to be annihilated. The same thought flashed across the minds of the sovereign deities of the ancestral star. In a split second, Long Chen could feel the arrival of danger. All of a sudden, someone blocked the path of his rebirth / A three-colored cloud layer condensed and appeared in front of Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor in an extremely short period of time. Selah. The tricolored clouds were shattered by the rebirth / The rebirth / was like a hot knife through butter, slashing onto the mirror of heaven curse. Instantly, the mirror of heaven curse trembled violently as it slammed into Heavenly Sovereign's body. Although the power of the rebirth / didn't directly kill Heavenly Sovereign, it still heavily injured him. Heavenly Sovereign groaned in pain as he staggered back a great distance before standing still. His gray robes were in tatters. For a moment, everything was silent. If it wasn't for Long Chen's presence, everyone would have thought that time had stopped. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be speechless. At the very least, in their opinion, this should be an evenly matched battle. They didn't expect Long Chen to be able to suppress Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor and remain unscathed under the attack of the Mirror of Heavenly Curse. This could only be described as inconceivable. All the gods and devils stared at Long Chen, who had transformed into Gui Qi. Their hearts trembled violently and their minds went blank. They simply didn't know how to describe their current emotions. However, Long Chen knew that his current situation wasn't optimistic. If it wasn't for the three-colored cloud layer earlier, he would have already killed Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor. The rebirth / was tyrannical. Naturally, the three-colored cloud layer was condensed by the primordial ancestor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to resist the majority of the power of Long Chen's rebirth / While everyone was still in shock, the primordial ancestor appeared and replaced Heaven's Heart Immortal Emperor. He had 3 different colored eyes and looked extremely young. Although he was an infant, his Yuan spirit was extremely withered. At this moment, the 3 colored eyes were staring at Long Chen, causing Long Chen to feel a sense of terror. Indeed, he's similar to the 4 sovereigns. In fact, there's something special about him. The primordial ancestor was the overlord of the ancestral star. The most special thing about him should be the law of curses. This was the strangest and most difficult law to deal with. Did he discover something? In the death world, Gui Qi asked nervously. At this moment, the primordial ancestor's unfriendly expression was terrifying to everyone. As soon as the progenitor appeared, and in person at that, every living being and god on the heart of Sky Planet prostrated themselves before the progenitor in the most pious manner. After all, on the homeworld, this emperor-like being was the pinnacle of authority, and the pinnacle of everything. Greetings, primordial ancestor. Long live the primordial ancestor. Amidst the crowd, waves of voices swept over. This made everyone seem to have forgotten the huge shock they had just experienced. They were immersed in an even greater shock. That was the arrival of the primordial ancestor, the ruler, the creator. Under the endless cheers, the primordial ancestor was even more terrifying. Long Chen didn't expect the legendary primordial ancestor to be in the form of an infant. However, he couldn't deny that he was naturally extremely powerful. When he appeared, their gazes met. What does he want to do? This question appeared in Long Chen's mind. After all, this wasn't a place where he should be. At this moment, the primordial ancestor said nothing. To everyone's surprise, he made a move. His target was obviously Long Chen. Once he made a move, Long Chen felt suffocated. Heavens, I curse. The primordial ancestor raised his head and looked into the depths of the sky. For a moment, 3 beams of light shot into the sky and suddenly gathered in the depths of the starry sky. The moment they gathered, it was like an explosion, forming a myriad of dazzling splendor. The 3 colors flooded the endless starry sky and everyone's vision. Something terrifying had descended. For a moment, countless people were shocked. In the endless starry sky, 3 huge eyes appeared. They were like the eyes of all living beings. Each eye was as huge as the entire ancestral star. The 3 eyes were arranged in a triangular shape. The red eyes were devilish, the black eyes were sinister, and the gray eyes were treacherous. Long Chen raised his head and stared directly at the 3 gigantic eyes. They were so huge that it was terrifying. From the heaven eyes, Long Chen could sense a terrifying coldness and mercilessness. It was a coldness that had no regard for life. It wasn't just 3 eyes, it was more like 3 heavenly killing weapons. The primordial ancestor was indifferent. As soon as the Heaven's Eye curse was formed, it immediately exploded. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the 3 eyes burst out with endless dazzling light, forming 3 huge light pillars. They were like weapons of the heavens, like battle spears, piercing towards Long Chen. Heaven's Eye curse. No one could escape from the Heaven's Eye. Under the Heaven's Eye, everything about Long Chen had nowhere to hide. Of course, the most terrifying thing was the most direct destructive power. One had to admit that this time, the primordial ancestor had brought a fatal threat to Long Chen. Swoosh. For a moment, there were countless exclamations. The primordial ancestor actually wants to kill the bloodthirsty great emperor. Such a powerful bloodthirsty great emperor, why did the primordial ancestor? No one understood what was going on. However, Long Chen wasn't one to wait for death. He didn't know what was going on, but he treated it as a final battle with the primordial ancestor. At this moment, he couldn't hesitate at all. He used his last trump card, the primordial dragon pagoda. The primordial dragon pagoda fused with Long Chen at this moment. The divine power of creation in it was comparable to all of Long Chen's divine dragon origin power. The combination of the 2 powers pushed Long Chen's fighting strength to the limit. At this moment, he burst out with dazzling light, like the brightest star in the night sky, even brighter than the 3 eyes. Rumble. Holding the ghost blood curse in his hand, Long Chen poured out all of his strength. With a roar, he soared into the sky. This time, with the support of the primordial dragon pagoda, the sword in his hand burst out a dazzling sword light, forming a monstrous sword chi that collided with the Heaven's Eye curse. Rebirth slash, with the primordial dragon pagoda, it was simply a transformation. Rip. Amidst the starry sky, a blinding brilliance. The entire heart of heaven shook. Clouds churned violently, making it impossible for anyone to see what was going on. Everything was swallowed up by the light and the power of the paragons. Boom. Many lives were injured in the aftermath. Ghost Chi is so strong. The divine sovereigns saw it. With the support of the primordial dragon pagoda, Long Chen's strongest move was the rebirth slash, which had the dual nature of slaughter and karma. Like a dragon, it disintegrated the Heaven's Eye curse. The 2 types of rules were equally matched in the starry sky. In that thrilling moment, Long Chen managed to block the Heaven's Eye curse. The rebirth slash rushed forward and even suppressed the Heaven's Eye curse. This was a miracle among miracles, no matter who it was. Rumble. In the end, the rebirth slash soared into the depths of the starry sky like a dragon. Draconic might crushed the 3 heavens' eyes, tearing the connection between them and the primordial ancestor. Bang. Everything shattered. Chapter 31:13. The Sky Eye curse was really terrifying. Although Long Chen had blocked it, he was still frightened. His hands holding the ghost blood curse couldn't help but shiver. At his current realm, it was rare for him to be subdued. Except for the Chaos Monster Ancestor and the Original Ancestor. Indeed, even if I have 3 original incipient grade Creator Divine weapons, I'm still not enough compared to the 4 great rulers, the strongest experts of myriad worlds. Our principles aren't much different, so the Creator Divine weapons are the same. The real difference is in power. No matter how strong I am, I'm just an initial realm god emperor. Long Chen understood clearly that if he wanted to fight recklessly, he wouldn't be Original Ancestor's opponent. To avoid increasing the difficulty of achieving his goal, he calmed down. No matter what, he didn't know how much Original Ancestor knew about him. He's probably testing the limits of my cultivation base. I can even block his Heaven Eye incantation and destroy it. I've probably reached a point where he can't crush me. That's going to cause a lot of problems. This unexpected event meant that Original Ancestor couldn't restrain or kill Long Chen. As long as Long Chen had 1 breath left, he could destroy the heart of Sky Star and even the entire Ancestral Star. If he wanted to kill Long Chen and push Long Chen into a desperate situation, it would lead to Long Chen slaughtering people. If he killed Long Chen, billions of lives would be buried with him. It wouldn't be worth it. Ordinary creatures couldn't stop Long Chen. Long Chen guessed that this might be the reason why the progenitor did not continue to attack. From the test of the Eye Curse, he understood that Long Chen's combat prowess was second only to him. In the entire Ancestral Star, only he could fight Long Chen in a stalemate. Although the progenitor was smiling on the surface, his heart might have been greatly shaken. At this moment, it was silent. Everybody was dumbstruck, watching Long Chen block Original Ancestor's attack. They looked at Long Chen and then at Original Ancestor. Not bad. There are 3 original incipient grade divine weapons, especially the last one that can increase your competence. Not bad at all. The voice of the Origin Ancestor spread across the starry sky. That old and indifferent voice poured into everyone's ears. 3 kinds. Everybody's heart, especially the Divine Masters, was pounded hard. Those were 3 original incipient grade divine weapons, the kind of divine weapons that everybody had dreamed of. Why was the bloodthirsty great emperor so strong? Doesn't he realize that I'm Phantom Chi? Long Chen couldn't help but have this thought. It would be great if that was the case. However, the smile on Original Ancestor's face disappeared in the next moment. His 3 indifferent eyes looked at Long Chen. He stood proudly in the starry sky and said word by word, "But you're definitely not the bloodthirsty great emperor or Phantom Chi. Although I haven't seen your principles before, it should be a transformation. You turned yourself into Phantom Chi and invaded our Ancestral Star. Your real identity should be from another world." Indeed, he should have seen through it when he was fighting against Long Chen. That was why he took the test just now. When Original Ancestor said that, it stirred up another uproar. For a moment, everyone was extremely shocked and suffocated. Even the Divine Masters didn't expect such a situation. When they heard Original Ancestor's words, they looked at each other with strong murderous intent in their eyes. They then appeared behind Original Ancestor one after another, all of them hatefully targeting Long Chen. At that moment, as long as Original Ancestor gave the order, it would be a battle to the death. Original Ancestor, why do you say so? Long Chen didn't give up. Maybe Original Ancestor was just guessing. Phantom Chi isn't as capable as you are. Moreover, the aura of the Emperor's inheritance on you is a transformation. It's different from the real one. Also, everyone on the Ancestral Star will be cursed after becoming a god, but you don't even have the foundation of it. Instead, you have other principles. It's obvious that you're a fake. Show me your real face. The Original Ancestor couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. At that moment, there was no need to hide anymore. It was quite impressive that he could last until now before being discovered. Long Chen knew how to deal with it. When the people on the Ancestral Star looked at Long Chen, who was a guest from another world, fiercely but curiously, Long Chen changed his appearance from Phantom Chi to his own. Only then did everyone realize that he was a man. You trespassed on the Ancestral Star, disrupted the order of the Ancestral Star, and killed our great emperor. You should be executed. Do you have anything to say? Original Ancestor said bluntly. Yes. Long Chen said calmly, I have a reason for coming to the Ancestral Star. Everything I've done until now. What reason? It seemed that Original Ancestor wasn't in a hurry to fight with Long Chen. Perhaps he was thinking of a way to quickly restrain Long Chen so that he wouldn't fight back or risk his life to prevent the Ancestral Star from suffering heavy losses. In Original Ancestor's opinion, such battles should be fought on the other side of the Blood Fiend starfield. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Long Chen pulled Ghost 7 out of the death rain. He didn't want to become enemies with the experts of the Ancestral Star in order to pass on the essence blood and the method to break the divine dragon curse. He said righteously, friends of the Ancestral Star, that's right. My name is Long Chen, and I've come to the Ancestral Star with the sole purpose of helping her avenge her. She's my friend who once helped me greatly. I know that she has great regrets in the Ancestral Star, so I came back with her to avenge her and help her reclaim what belongs to her. As for the challenges along the way, it was because I noticed that the ultimate gods seemed to be unfriendly toward the new bloodthirsty Great Emperor, and I wanted to help her become the bloodthirsty Great Emperor to fulfill her wish. That's why we fought until here. However, I've only sparred along the way and didn't kill anyone. The ultimate gods I've challenged are all here unharmed. What I want to say is that I'm from a different realm, and I don't want to fight with any of you. I only want to help my friend, and if you don't mind, I'm willing to be your friend as well. He had a kind expression on his face, and Gue Qi knew that it was her turn. She said, Seniors, I was harmed by vile people and suffered a lot. I drifted to the infinite worlds and experienced all kinds of suffering, but I've never forgotten my hatred. I've endured for thousands of years, and now, I finally have the chance to take my revenge. If I've offended you in any way, I hope you won't take it to heart. My friend here has no intention of harming anyone or anything on the Ancestral Star, so please don't take it out on him. Everyone could see that Gue Qi was the real Gue Qi at this moment. Infinite worlds, the Ancestral Star twitched when he heard that word. He had wanted to conquer another world countless times, but he knew nothing about that world. Perhaps he had memories of it, but they had all been lost. Now, a powerhouse from that world was standing in front of him, and he didn't seem to have any ill intentions. It was a question of whether to kill him or not. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me, Ancestral Star. If you don't like me, I'll leave the Ancestral Star and return to the world that belongs to me. I'm just avenging Gue Qi, so you don't have to kill me. Long Chen was playing hard to get. Even if the Ancestral Star forced him to leave, he had the life and death realms, and the gate of the universe. Perhaps the gate of the universe couldn't directly enter a place like the time tunnel, but the Ancestral Star was part of the infinite worlds. As long as he remembered this place through the gate of the universe, he could come back at any time. Wait. As expected, the Ancestral Star didn't want him to leave. The Ancestral Star's 3 eyes changed very quickly. Sometimes they were fierce, and sometimes they were confused. It seemed like he was struggling between killing and letting go, but he didn't seem to want to kill him. The biggest reason was Long Chen's strength. That was the reason he used the Heaven's Eye incantation to test him. He knew that if he failed to kill Long Chen, he would suffer heavy losses. On one hand, the other party was sincerely begging for mercy, and on the other hand, they had suffered heavy losses. Long Chen believed the Ancestor would make a decision. The Ancestor had to be strong enough to make the Ancestor make such a decision. If it was an ordinary ultimate god, the Ancestor would have easily killed them just like how he had killed Gue Qi's father. At that moment, everything was silent. Until the Ancestral Star said, "You're a guest from afar, so I won't do anything to you. Moreover, I've learned about the grudge between Gue Qi and Gue Qi. Gue Qi has suffered a lot, so it's reasonable for you to avenge her as a friend. This is your Imperial Blood Star's internal affairs, so I can't be bothered. Gue Qi will be the new bloodthirsty Great Emperor in the future. As for you, since the Ancestral Star wouldn't deal with Long Chen, there were 2 possibilities. One was for Long Chen to leave immediately. The other was for Long Chen to stay here. If the ancestral star was a conservative person, he would probably let Long Chen return to the myriad worlds immediately. If he had a certain desire for the myriad worlds, he would definitely want to know more about them. It wasn't easy for someone to come over, so he would want to know more even if it was a bomb. In the end, the ancestral star said, "I'm very curious about the world you're from. You've been messing around lately and disrupted the order of the ancestral star. As an apology, tell me about the world you're from. I think everyone in the ancestral star will be curious. We're very willing to be friends with you." Sure enough, he wanted to seize the opportunity to learn more about the myriad worlds. Perhaps he would make other decisions in the future. Once he found out that Long Chen was of no value and posed no threat, he would probably kill Long Chen. The ancestral star had his own plans for the myriad worlds, but he didn't know the vastness of the myriad worlds. Long Chen wanted to break the spirit of this frog in a well. Since the ancestral star had come looking for him, he wouldn't be polite. Chapter 31:14. Disperse. Under the ancestor of the Origins order, except for the 10 great imperial ancestors, all the gods, devils, and living beings below the ultimate god level began to return to their positions. The ancestor of the Origin did not want ordinary people to know about the other world's information. "I'm very interested in your world. Since we're friends, let's talk," the progenitor said. The Sky-Heart Great Emperor had recovered a little and summoned endless clouds to surround this place. Gue Qi was a little afraid to stay in such an enclosed environment, and couldn't help but approach Long Chen. "Progenitor, what do you want to know?" "Just ask, I'll answer to everything I know." Long Chen was calm and composed despite being surrounded by all the experts of the ancestral star. His composure could be considered strong, and the progenitor did not dare to underestimate him. "I want to know how vast the world you all live in is." Long Chen said, "That's easy. Our world is called Myriad Worlds, which means 10,000 worlds." 10,000. The progenitor and the others weren't nervous. After all, there were big and small worlds. That's right. 10,000. Worlds have different levels. From fantasy grade to the highest original incipient grade. For example, a world like the ancestral star is an original incipient grade world in our world. It's also the highest level world. To be honest, the ancestral star is a part of 10,000 worlds. It's one of the top worlds in this world. What? This time, the ancestral star's ultimate gods couldn't help but exclaim. They had always thought that the ancestral star and the myriad worlds were equal in size, but they did not expect that Long Chen would say that they had a tolerant relationship. "Long Chen, don't lie to us. We're friendly to you. If you trick us, be careful of your life." The leader of the ghost race, the demon Great Emperor, said darkly. Long Chen glanced at him and said, "Why would I lie to you? Am I afraid that you'll conquer the myriad worlds, so I'm deliberately exaggerating?" "Shut up." The originator glanced at the demon emperor, then signaled for Long Chen to continue. Long Chen said, "Among the 10,000 worlds, there are almost 50 top-grade eternal grade worlds. And the original incipient grade worlds, which are equivalent to the ancestral star, are 4. They are in the north, south, east, and west. The ancestral star is in the north. About the territory, to be honest, the 10,000 worlds are really vast. Just counting the territory, it is at least several hundred times the size of your world." Long Chen roughly knew that the ancestor of the Origin might have some ideas. Now that he had told them the true situation of the 10,000 realms, it could dispel his thoughts. Therefore, after listening to Long Chen's words, the ultimate gods of the ancestral star were very agitated. They felt their own insignificance. They had always thought that the ancestral star was an equal world, but it was actually a tolerant world. Although the small ancestral star was strong, how could it conquer the endless worlds? After listening to Long Chen's words, they had a certain understanding of the structure of the 10,000 realms, although they were still unwilling to believe it was true. He's not lying to you. I've been to the 10,000 realms, and it's true. However, the ancestral star is almost the top world in the entire 10,000 realms. At least the ultimate gods of the 4 original incipient grade worlds are not as strong as you. The real number 1 is still the ancestral star. Guiqi's words made the 10 great imperial ancestors feel a little better. The originator nodded. He thought for a while and said, "So, your strength can be ranked 5th among the 10,000 realms, right?" He could roughly guess that an original incipient grade world would give birth to a perfect ultimate god. He always thought that there was only one heavenly god Luya, but he did not expect that there were 4. For experts of the same level were impossible to deal with, so even the originator was disheartened at this time. Long Chen nodded and said, "More or less. The masters of the 4 original incipient grade worlds are called the 4 great dominators by us. They control the east, south, west, north, and west star areas respectively. Including you, there should be 5 dominators in the 10,000 realms. I'm still a little weaker than you. In fact, the people of the 10,000 realms know very little about the ancestral star. Only the dominator of the North Star area, Heavenly God Luya, knows a little. His name is Heavenly God Luya." The originator took a deep breath. Perhaps it was Heavenly God Luya's glance that gave him the idea of conquering the 10,000 realms. For so many years, he had never met a worthy opponent, so one could imagine the loneliness in his heart. Finally, one day, a gaze of the same level was cast here, which made him understand that the other world was just as big. Until today, from Long Chen, he knew the true structure of the 10,000 realms. "We are all frogs at the bottom of the well." The originator sighed and said helplessly. The faces of the other gods were not so good. They knew that although the ancestral star was the strongest, it did not have the strength to conquer the 10,000 realms. Each sovereign was virtually not far from an origin ancestor. Guiqi said, "Originator, it's not counted at all. You just don't understand. In fact, the 10,000 realms are just big. I just said that if we really want to be the first of the 10,000 realms, our ancestral star is the first of the 10,000 realms. So, why should we compare with the whole world? The first of the 10,000 realms." The former Dragonrite continent was now the ancestral star. The originator and the others did not know about the peak of the Golden Age 100 million yuan ago. If they knew, they would be more shocked. The structure of the 10,000 realms is basically like this, so the originator can understand that the other side of the Blood Fiend star area has no intention to invade, and I have no intention to be your enemy. I understand. The originator waved his hand. The change of worldview had a big impact on him. He looked at Long Chen and said firmly, "It's not easy to come here, so don't be in a hurry to leave. Stay on the Imperial Blood Star. I still have some questions in the future, and I will ask you." Guiqi was overjoyed when he heard this, and he said, "Thank you for your understanding, Origin Ancestor. Long Chen helped me greatly, so I have to thank him properly. If he wants to leave in a few days, he'll definitely bid farewell to Origin Ancestor first." "That's fine." The originator was very clear that if the 10,000 realms were really so big, it seemed that the people on the other side had no intention to fight against the ancestral star. There was no need for the ancestral star to compare with the 10,000 realms as a whole. Dismissed. The originator was about to leave. "Originator, The Sky Heart Emperor was still injured. You stay on the Sky Heart Star and rest a little." The original plan to invade the 10,000 realms had to be cancelled, so the Sky Heart Emperor basically had nothing to do. Seeing this, Long Chen stayed here for fear of trouble. After bidding farewell to the originator, he also left with Guiqi. Of course, before leaving, he left the Gate of Death here, so that it would be convenient to come over from the Imperial Blood Star. After all, the Gate of the Universe was a little big. After Long Chen left, the Sky Heart Emperor asked, "Ancestor Yuan, do you believe what he said is true? I keep feeling that this brat is warning us to give up on the idea. He warned us with facts. That's the scariest thing. He didn't lie to us. Then, cancel the plan. No, but we have to change it. Wait until I think of a specific countermeasure before we carry it out. We should make the entire 10,000 realms tremble. Yes. If I can take one more step, I can control the entire 10,000 realms, break open the Blood Fiend starfield, and make our ancestral star the only origin-level world. We can become the true first ruler, the ruler above the four rulers. Not long after, Long Qin used the gate of the universe to return to the Imperial Blood Star. He and Gue Qi slowly descended. At this time, the news of what happened on the Heaven's Heart Star had just spread to the Ancestral Star. It turned out that it wasn't the bloodthirsty Great Emperor who was strong, but the bloodthirsty Great Emperor's friend. This was a shocking news. Everyone finally knew the reason. However, the people on the Imperial Blood Star still didn't reject Gue Qi. Having such a powerful friend was also a great support for the bloodthirsty Great Emperor. In the future, the Imperial Blood Star would still rise. At this point, you've been exposed. Fortunately, the originator didn't kill you. What are you going to do next? Asked Gue Qi. Long Qin said, the only places I want to find are the Heaven's Heart Star and the Ancestral Star. The Heaven's Heart Emperor has the clues I want. In the future, I will secretly follow him and find what I want. Gue Qi's beautiful eyes flashed. Alright, then what about me? Be the bloodthirsty Great Emperor and become a hierarch soon. Don't you need my help? No need. If you're not on the Ancestral Star, what if the originator and the other hierarchs suddenly come here? They're still on guard against you, so they let you stay on the Imperial Blood Star. As long as there's a situation, inform me at any time. It'll only take a moment for me to come back from the death rain. Alright. Time passed quietly. A day later, Long Qin calculated that the originator and the others should be leaving the Heaven's Heart Star, so he went to the death rain. Kitten hasn't woken up yet, but it's almost time. He had spent a lot of time fusing with the main body. If he woke up, Long Qin wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could just directly suppress the entire Ancestral Star and find the two important things he wanted. The future will depend on Kitten. After coming out of the death rain, the Heaven's Heart Star was hidden in silence. Long Qin turned into a speck of dust and quietly landed on the Heaven's Heart Star. The Heaven's Heart Star was close to the Ancestral Star, so Long Qin had to be careful. Now that he had communicated so much with the originator and the others, if he was discovered hiding here, it would be hard to explain. First, let's see if he's on the Heaven's Heart Star. If he's not, then I'll go find the Heaven's Heart Emperor. Next, Long Qin searched the entire Heaven's Heart Star. This process took close to 20 days. He originally thought that the Heaven's Heart Star was on the Heaven's Heart Star, but he didn't expect that it wasn't there. After carefully checking some important places, he still couldn't find the Heaven's Heart Star. I can only follow the Heaven's Heart Emperor and hope he can't find me. Chapter 31:15. The heart of Sky Star was huge, but it was filled with clouds and mist. Only the deepest part of the star was fiery hot. That was why the Heavenly Curse tribe built their city in the middle of the clouds and mist. It was hard to imagine that there were trillions of lives hidden in this huge cloud. The Heavenly Heart Emperor was the ruler of these trillions of lives. The Heavenly Heart Pavilion where he resided was located in the deepest part of the heart of Sky Star. The Heavenly Heart Pavilion itself was a kind of semi-primeval incipient divine weapon. That was why it could exist in such a scorching and violent area. Of course, it was also the core of the heart of Sky Star with the densest spiritual energy. Long Qin floated like a speck of dust. From the outer layer of clouds, he arrived at the innermost layer of scorching gray lava. That gray lava condensed into a huge sphere, and within it was the Heaven's Heart Pavilion. Within the Heaven's Heart Pavilion, only the Heaven's Heart Emperor existed. Even a god emperor would be melted by the intense heat if he were to approach it. After being defeated by Long Chen previously, the Heavenly Heart Emperor had been recuperating in seclusion within the Heavenly Heart Pavilion. Since he had already confirmed that the inheritance blood essence wasn't on the Heavenly Heart Star, Long Chen wasn't in a hurry and didn't go near it. He stayed at a place a distance away from the Heavenly Heart Pavilion before returning to the realm of life. This was a good position. The Heavenly Heart Emperor would not be able to sense his presence. Once the Heavenly Heart Emperor left, he would still be able to sense it. This way, it will probably take a long time. But now is not the time to fall out with the ancestral gods. I should be cautious. Time was not too tight now. He returned to the realm of life. It was rare for him to have a leisurely time. Naturally, he would enjoy the happiness of his family. In the realm of life, everything was happy, especially after he had Long Yen. Father, I'm hungry. In front of them was a little red dragon coiled around Long Chen's neck, constantly rubbing against Long Chen and acting like a spoiled child. Only Long Chen and a few others could withstand her coquettishness. As time passed, Long Yen had grown too fast. Although she had yet to comprehend the laws, she already possessed the power of an ultimate deity emperor. It would not be long before she became a supreme god. It hadn't been long since it was born. Clearly, Long Yen was already a primordial spirit blood dragon, and it was a complete primordial spirit blood dragon with an origin dragon soul. Eat slowly, there's not much left. Long Chen almost made this little fellow poor. She ate all kinds of spiritual items, and most of them were primordial chaos immortal essences. Most of them were of high grade, and that was the only way he could keep up with her development. Not much. Mother said you're still hiding a lot. I'm going to eat you until you're poor. Long Yen pressed the spiritual essence into her mouth and muttered. She looked very cute. Now that she had transformed into a human, she could already fly in the sky and burrow into the ground before she could even open her arms and legs. Many people in the living realm did not dare to play with her, lest they lost their lives. Daddy, I want to see you turn into a big dragon. Show me quickly. I want to ride on your head. Uncle Kitten said that it would be the most impressive. After eating, she seemed to be filled with endless energy. She burrowed into Long Chen's neck and rode on it. Her two chubby little hands grabbed Long Chen's hair and pretended to be riding a horse. Kitten again. Basically, all the strange words and habits were taught by Kitten. Long Chen was used to being serious recently, but he still tried his best to satisfy his daughter's requests. Watching him transform into a primordial spirit blood dragon and fly in the sky with Long Yen, everyone below couldn't help but laugh. Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, Soi Yan, Zhu Shi, Yang Lingqing, and Divine Emperor Yu Hua were all here. Little Shi, Long Yen is so cute and talented. You should work hard to give birth to a few more so we can play with them, Divine Emperor Yu Hua joked. It's enough for me to have Long Yen. I can let Sister Xuanji. Just as Lingxi finished speaking, Long Chen came back with Long Yen. Long Yan's ears were sharp and she heard it immediately. She shouted, "Let Auntie Xuanji give birth to children." Daddy, hurry up. Kitten said that if you don't hurry up and let Auntie Xuanji give birth to a younger brother or sister for me, he will look for Auntie Xuanji to give birth to a cat. That's what he said. Zhu Shi suddenly let out a shrill scream. For a moment, everyone was silent. Long Chen swore that if he could still beat Kitten after he woke up, he would definitely sew his mouth shut. Li Xuanji was still in a deep sleep on Long Chen's body. Naturally, she could hear such words. Long Chen could feel the changes in her heart. She had a body of her own, but it was independent. Then, everyone burst into laughter again. They teased Zhu Shi and Long Chen at the same time. Lingxi watched from the side with Long Yen in her arms. Actually, she was the one who suggested it. She felt that she and Long Chen owed Li Xuanji something. So at least, it could give Li Xuanji something to rely on in her lonely life. The most important point was that Long Chen could make his descendants directly become ancestral dragons, complete ancestral dragons. This was simply unbelievable. It was a miracle among miracles. He should have tried it a long time ago. Actually, he did try it. It was just that after Lingxi gave birth to Long Yan, Long Chen naturally wanted her to rest. After all, she had been working hard for a long time. Would there be a day when Long Chen would be able to create a complete set of the 10 great ancestor dragons just by breeding? What would he be then? The most primitive, the origin of the entire myriad worlds. All of these were possible. After letting Long Yan fall asleep, most of the people were also cultivating. Lingxi said softly, there seemed to be many difficulties in the future. We used to fantasize that after solving the problems in front of us, we would be able to have eternal peace. But things seem to be endless. Until now, I seem to have realized that this is our life. Peace is not our pursuit. So, for a better future, not just you, we all have to work hard together. I hope we can help you. Long Chen hugged her and gently patted her back. He whispered intimately with her, don't worry. Even when I was weak, I could still be reborn from the dead, not to mention now that I'm immortal. From the moment they met in Biyao town until now, their love was eternal. This little life is like the crystallization of all the love between us. When I look at her, I can feel that everything is so beautiful, and the hope for the future is so great. So, everything will depend on you. Lingxi nestled in his embrace, her long and slender eyelashes and long silver hair appearing dreamlike and illusory. I understand. Then go. I don't believe that you haven't thought about it. Humph, Lingxi pinched his cheek and pretended to be slightly annoyed. After so many years, she was still so cute. Needless to say, from Li Xuanji's reaction, Long Chen was already burning with anxiety. Li Xuanji was very nervous now, but she did not refuse. It was as if Long Chen could read all her thoughts. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already gone from the realm of life to the realm of death. There were too many people in the realm of life, so it was not very convenient. The realm of death, on the other hand, was empty and endless. There was only the endless sea below. After just arriving here, Long Chen's face was already a little red. Xuanji, come out. No. Long Chen did not care whether she refused or not. He directly forced her out. In the blink of an eye, the girl with long dark green hair was held by Long Chen by the shoulders and locked in front of him. Above the blood sea, blood-colored gales danced, swirling the long black hair. The black eyes hidden in the hair were trembling and nervous. Long Chen took a deep breath and said, actually, it doesn't have much to do with what they said. After so long, I still owe you an explanation. The road ahead is very long and dangerous. We have to face something as terrifying as the sky-swallowing clan. Who knows who will win or lose? I've been waiting all this time, but I let you miss out on too much and almost lose your life. Today, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. His fiery eyes stared at Li Xuanji's trembling eyes. The fiery aura burned the body of the girl in his arms, making her almost melt in Long Chen's body. Long Chen had always been very obedient to her wishes. But this time, his forcefulness and directness made Li Xuanji unable to respond. I don't think you owe me anything. I just want to stay by your side, that's how I'm born, and I don't want to disturb you and little she too much. This is my own choice, so, Long Chen laughed. He hugged Li Xuanji tightly in his arms and said, Li Xuanji, you're too naive. You and I have been entangled for so long. Even fate can't separate us. How can you just stay by my side and not give birth to my child? What did you say? Hearing the last sentence, Li Xuanji's face turned red. Seeing Long Chen's fiery gaze, restless aura and strong desire, she did not know how to resist. She had been quiet for a long time. Suddenly facing such a sudden impact, she lost her composure and looked at Long Chen in shock. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a silent agreement. There were many things that needed to be done in one go. Long Chen was not like her, always drifting to the edge of the crowd. When everyone was talking, she could only listen quietly and walk out more. As Li Xuanji cried out involuntarily, Long Chen caught her in his arms and slammed her into the blood sea like a cannonball. The blood sea was vast and boundless, and the color of blood spread out, and now it was their battlefield. Amidst the blood, the cold woman in front of him blended with her skin and blood. Long Chen would never forget the nervous look in her eyes. This was a mark that would last a lifetime. The color of blood, poignantly beautiful, seductively beautiful. Back in the Star Demon prison, on top of the copper coffin, Long Chen had seen everything about her. But to reach this step, it had taken so long. It had taken so long for Long Chen to merge with her in this way. Boom. The death rain was a romantic battlefield. For a time, the sky was filled with bloody light. The sea of blood roiled, but no one could see anything. At some point, a draconic roar sounded. Two dragons suddenly rushed out of the sea of blood and plunged back in. It was Li Xuanji's Umbra Dream Dragon and Long Chen's mystical dragon body. Aside from the Umbra Dream Dragon, there were 5 other transformations. Chapter 31:16. Flowers bloomed and wilted. Spring passed and autumn came. The seeds were buried deep in the soil, waiting to sprout. The peaceful moment of the blood sea had passed for a long time. Time passed quickly. Long Chen hugged Li Xuanji from behind and whispered into her ear. For the sake of a short moment of happiness, everyone had to use more time to fight and fight. What will you do after that? Li Xuanji asked softly. She had experienced a storm for the first time and had yet to recover from it. What else can I do? I will never leave you, and we will stick together in life and death. Long Chen's firm voice gave her a sense of security. All right, this time, a lot had actually changed. It could be said that many unclear relationships had been made clear. I only know that in this life, or perhaps for eternity, I will only have you as my man. If you live, I will live. If you die, I will die. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, no matter how ferocious the primeval troll and sky-devouring clan are, I am willing to use my life to follow you and protect you. She stretched out her slender hands and stirred the blood sea. As she floated up from the sea of blood, round beads of blood fell from her skin that was as smooth as snow, not staining it in the slightest. She was like a lotus that had emerged from the mud. If Ling Shi was said to be a pure white lotus, as pure as snow, then Li Xuanji would be a black lotus, noble and proud, but also deeply emotional. Xuanji. Staring at her ink-black eyes, Long Chen's heart was stirred. The most beautiful treasure in the world was right in front of him. An exquisite lady was the most beautiful treasure in the world. Emin, let's do it again. In the blood sea, the beautiful flower bloomed once again. Waves and waves rose. The Heaven's Heart Emperor has appeared. Perhaps a month had passed before Long Chen heard of this news. He had been immersed in Li Xuanji's gentleness for far too long, and it was hard for him to extricate himself from it. But now that the Heaven's Heart Emperor had appeared, Li Xuanji had returned to his body, becoming a part of his strength. After returning to the world of life, Long Chen regained control of the situation. He turned into a speck of dust and exited the world of life. As expected, he saw Heavenly Emperor Heavenheart exiting the Heavenly Heart Pavilion. That gray robe was rapidly disappearing from Long Chen's vision. Long Chen had no choice but to give chase. I hope he's heading to somewhere related to the ancestral flame and not the ancestral star. In the past, the Sky Heart Heavenly Monarch was either in the ancestral star or the Sky Heart planet. Now that he seemed to have fully recovered, Long Chen guessed that it was time for him to return to the ancestral star to meet the origin ancestor. Since I've chosen to follow him, I'll have to be patient. However, Long Chen soon discovered that the Sky Heart Heavenly Monarch wasn't heading towards the ancestral star, but in the opposite direction. Moreover, during this process, the Sky Heart Heavenly Monarch was also concealing his body. He was similarly stealthy, which meant that he didn't want others to know where he was heading. It's highly possible that he'll head towards the ancestral flame or the place where the essence blood is. Since the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch hadn't arrived at his destination, Long Chen didn't want to celebrate too early. He used the changing rules of order to simulate the ancestral flame perfectly, in case the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch discovered him and all his previous efforts would go to waste. This actually took quite a lot of effort, so no one bothered Long Chen. Just like that, they sped through the starry sky. This was also the opposite direction of the Blood Fiend starfield. Long Chen turned back and saw that the ancestral star and the 9 companion stars were gradually becoming smaller. There must be something wrong with the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch coming to this place for no reason. This was the direction of the north. It was a long journey. The Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch continued to increase his speed, making it harder for Long Chen to track him. After a few days, the ancestral star behind them had become very small, and the companion stars were almost negligible. Only then did Long Chen see the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch's destination in shock. In front of him, there was a huge shadow that existed in the depths of the starry sky. With a closer look, it was a pure pitch-black planet. More importantly, this was a huge planet that was only a little smaller than the ancestral star, similar to the Hongjun supergiant. However, the ancestral star had dense spiritual qi, and was an original incipient world. The pitch-black planet in front of them also had the strength of an original incipient world, but it was barren, even more barren than the demon god Buzhou Mountain. Just like the demon god Buzhou Mountain in the Universe Hive, it wasn't a place that ordinary people could come to. What was the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch's purpose in coming to this huge planet? When he saw this huge black planet, Long Chen hurriedly contacted Ghost 7, who was currently leisurely on the Emperor Blood Star. In the north of the ancestral star, there's a huge black planet that's almost as big as the ancestral star. Do you know what that place is? Ghost 7's expression changed, and he said, "That's the cursed star, a little like the twin stars of the ancestral star." The ancestral star is actually the curse of the curse, and these are the 2 cursed stars. However, there are rumors that the cursed star used to be as prosperous as the ancestral star, but it angered an unknown existence, and all living beings were killed. That's why it's barren today. To us, the cursed star is an ominous place, and the ancestors forbade us from going there. Why would you go there? There's nothing there. It was possible that before the epoch, the cursed star and the cursed star had merged together, and they were both prosperous worlds. However, the cursed star could be considered destroyed. The Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch came to this place. I don't know about that. Just be careful. It's not that I'm not worried about your safety, but I'm worried that your purpose will be exposed. Don't worry. At this moment, the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch had already landed on the incomparably huge cursed star. In fact, whether it was a person or a speck of dust, it made no difference to the cursed star. As far as the eye could see, black clouds were rolling. Long Chen followed the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch and landed on the incomparably huge cursed star. This place looked like it had been scorched by a flame that engulfed the entire star. Everywhere was charred black, and the entire world was filled with the smell of scorched earth. The smell seemed to be mixed with the cries of billions of living beings. That was a monstrous resentment. Billions of people actually vanished in an instant. What kind of hell is this? Long Chen now deeply understood how terrifying the curse law was. Ghost 7 was right. If the ancestral star was added to the ranking, the ancestral star should be the first among the myriad of worlds. At this moment, the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch seemed to have gone mad. He was advancing at a rapid speed. His silhouette was faintly discernible, and it was hard to track him. It was as though he was about to see something he had been dreaming of for a long time. Therefore, he was exceptionally excited and forgot about the movements in his surroundings. This was the reason why Long Chen felt a little more relaxed when he was chasing after him. On the cursed star, after rushing for a day, the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch finally arrived at a tiny destination. There were billions of such a tiny hole on the cursed star. The cursed star was like a burnt charcoal, and there were many holes on it. Now that the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch found an inconspicuous hole, Long Chen realized that the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch must have hidden something valuable in there. Looking at the hole that was only wide enough for 2 people, the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch didn't hesitate. However, he was extremely nervous and rushed in. His body was trembling slightly, and Long Chen followed closely behind him. Whether it was an empty joy or a pleasant surprise, it would be revealed soon. At the instant they entered the hole, Long Chen could feel that it wasn't an empty joy. In fact, it was a huge surprise. In his god country, the eyeball left behind by the black dragon head was trembling. This indicated that the inheritance blood essence of the desolate chaos calamity dragon that Long Chen had been searching for so long was inside. Truly, one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Long Chen was exceptionally happy in his heart. This indicated that his idea of following after the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch was correct. Now wasn't the time to be excited. Long Chen calmed his heart. He still had to think of the best way to snatch the inheritance blood essence from the hands of the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch. Also, he knew that there was an inheritance blood essence here, but he didn't take it away. Instead, he hid it here. Why? Could it be that he is afraid of the primordial ancestor? The answer would be revealed soon. Long Chen held his breath. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at his destination. The area in front of him expanded and a cave appeared. This was already very close to the core of the cursed star. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find this place. Long Chen watched as the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch landed in the spherical cave. The soil of the original incipient grade world was as hard as iron. Naturally, it was hard to break it. Long Chen was clear that the thing he wanted was in this spherical cave. Mo Xiaolang even told him that the ancestral flame of the desolate chaos calamity dragon, the desolate 10,000 calamity flame, was also in this cave. Little Sun, your father is here to see you. Suddenly, the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch let out a heartbroken voice. His voice was filled with deep apology and love, which startled Long Chen. He looked carefully. The cave was very spacious. Hence, the ice coffin in the center was very obvious. A beautiful girl was lying in the ice coffin. She was sleeping peacefully. However, one could see that her skin had turned green and brown. She looked like a plant, lying there motionlessly. Long Chen could see some symbols on her body, and he could sense the power of the curse. This was an extremely powerful curse, and it was similar to the curse of the mystical dragons. The mystical dragons had been turned into statues and ghosts, while this woman had been turned into greenwood. She would sleep for eternity and suffer for eternity. The daughter of the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch. How could she be cursed and sleep here? And the Sky-Heart Heavenly Monarch was full of regret and helplessness. Long Chen's gaze soon landed on the ice coffin. There was a gray, treacherous, and gloomy flame burning. That flame was suppressed and sealed under the ice coffin, drowning the ice coffin in a gray sea of fire. This was clearly the ancestral flame of the universe's chaos calamity dragon, the chaos calamity flame. According to legends, it was the most destructive flame that represented the calamity of the heavens. It was a flame that could burn everything. There were a total of 10,000 layers, and from the gray flame in front of him, it could be seen that there were 10,000 layers. Chapter 31:17. However, Long Chen was more concerned about the drop of blood at the core of the primordial flame of myriad calamity. That's right, that was the inherited blood of the primordial flame of myriad calamity. The 7th ancestral dragon controlled calamities. In terms of combat ability, he was even stronger than the Tai Chi lifeform dragon and the chaotic heavenly fate dragon. He was the only evil and calamitous existence that all divine dragons feared during the draconic sacrificial continent era. He was in charge of the calamities of the draconic sacrificial continent. Long Chen should have fought for it the moment he saw it, but the situation on the ancestral planet was special. Hence, he restrained himself and told himself not to rush. The Sky Heart Emperor left it here for such a long time. He probably only comes here occasionally and doesn't dare to stay for long. I'll just take the inherited blood essence and the ancestral flame after he leaves. That way, no one will know, and the ancestral founder and the others won't find out my real purpose. He made up his mind. However, he was still puzzled as to why the Sky Heart Emperor's daughter was here. Ghost Chi, do you know the Sky Heart Emperor's daughter? His daughter. Ghost Chi thought for a long time. Oh, that one? It was a long time ago. He did have a daughter, but I heard that she went missing. I couldn't figure it out before, but when I went missing too, I understood. She must have been assassinated, but I don't know who did it. Why? Have you seen his daughter? Missing. Missing? Why would she be here? Heavenly Sovereign brought us to this cursed star. After that, in this secret location, there is something I want. However, Heavenly Sovereign's daughter is also here. In the ice coffin, Heavenly Sovereign seems to be using the ancestral fire to burn his daughter. What is he doing? Fire, ice coffin. Ghost 7 was shocked. You seem to be talking about the curse of eternity. It said that the curse of eternity can only be used to preserve one's youth by burning them with the most extreme of flames. Otherwise, they'll vanish in an instant. It's one of the most terrifying curses of the primordial ancestor. Look at her. Doesn't she look like a green tree? That's right. That's the curse of eternity. If you take away the ancestral flame, his daughter will die in an instant. Be careful and weigh the pros and cons yourself. Understood. Long Chen roughly understood the situation. The problem is, why would the origin ancestor do it? Why would the origin ancestor use the eternal youth curse on the daughter of the Sky Heart Emperor? He originally thought that the Sky Heart Emperor was the most trusted assistant of the primordial ancestor. At this moment, the Sky Heart Immortal Emperor silently knelt in front of Na Jiner. He whimpered, as though his heart was being torn apart. To see such an immortal emperor crying so bitterly was truly an eye-opener for Long Chen. I'm here to see you again. How have you been all these years? The Sky Heart Immortal Emperor prostrated on the ground, trembling. He didn't even raise his head. This caused Long Chen to be stunned. He suddenly thought of Long Yen. Long Yen was his precious daughter. Her importance in Long Chen's heart was probably the same as Er's importance in the Sky Heart Immortal Emperor's heart. In this case, he could understand why the Sky Heart Immortal Emperor was like this. It's all my fault for overestimating myself. I'm the one who should die. I should be the one lying here. You're so young, how can I let you suffer? Back then, if I wasn't impulsive, if I didn't challenge the authority of the origin ancestor, and tried to invade the ancestral star, you wouldn't have suffered. The origin ancestor understands me too well. He casually made me experience the most tragic disaster in the world, made me feel heartbroken, made me miserable, made me completely terrified, and made me submit. But a punishment is a punishment. There's nothing I can do to free you from your pain and bring you back to life. After saying that, the Sky Heart Immortal Emperor burst into tears. The endless sorrow and depression in his heart were all vented at this moment. The dark cave was filled with his deep regret. I understand now, listening to the Sky Heart Immortal Emperor's confession, the gist of it was that he had once been arrogant and wanted to defeat the origin ancestor to take control of the ancestral star. However, the origin ancestor did not punish him, and instead cast the curse of eternity on his beloved daughter, which easily suppressed the Sky Heart Immortal Emperor and made him loyal to the origin ancestor out of fear. The origin ancestor is really cruel. If it was his own daughter, Long Chen could not imagine what kind of disaster it would be. Every child was a treasure to their parents. For a long period of time, the Sky Heart Immortal Emperor stayed by Su Sun's side, whispering to her about interesting things in the past in an attempt to forget the pain. However, it was all in vain. In the end, this supreme deity still couldn't withstand the assault of pain. If I can exchange my life for yours, I'm willing to die now. Su Sun, wait for me. One day, I will break the curse of eternity. Even if I have to give up everything I have, I will bring you back. This is my fault, and you shouldn't have to bear it. Su Sun, you must wait for me. Don't be afraid, I will always be by your side. My position as the Sky-Heart Immortal Emperor will be yours in the future. Everything I have will also be yours. Evidently, he couldn't stay here for too long. After speaking a few sentences, he stared at the young girl in the ice coffin with tears in his eyes. Step by step, he endured and eventually, trembling as he walked out of this place. Long Chen transformed into a speck of dust and stayed by the side, waiting for the Sky-Heart Immortal Emperor to leave. In the end, the Sky-Heart Immortal Emperor still chose to leave. He left the cursed star. About 15 minutes after he left, Long Chen returned to his human form and walked to the ice coffin. The ancestral flame and the inheritance blood essence were already very close to him. Are you going to take these two things away? Naturally, he couldn't just take away the ancestral flame. Right now, the ancestral flame was protecting the inheritance blood essence. If Long Chen tried to snatch it away, it would definitely cause chaos. The one who spoke was Li Xuanji. Long Chen glanced at the ancestral flame, then at the young girl with the eternal youth curse. He was somewhat speechless. Li Xuanji said, I just think. Yan, is your daughter. You should understand how painful it is for a father to lose his daughter. I don't want you to be the executioner. Long Chen had been hesitating for a long time. On one hand, he knew how important it was for him to obtain the inheritance blood essence. On the other hand, he knew how important a daughter was to a father. Yan's smile kept appearing, making him unable to make a move. No matter how strong one was, every god and devil was just an ordinary person. They couldn't escape from their 7 emotions and 6 desires. Long Chen had no way of escaping. Chen, I feel that there's no need to be anxious. In any case, we already know the location of these 2 items. The Sky-Heart Immortal Emperor won't move them, and they are useless against the primordial ancestor. This basically means that we already obtained them. If you feel bad, we can find a way to break the eternal youth curse first. Lingxi suggested. Actually, they all understood Long Chen. They knew that Long Chen definitely wouldn't be so heartless. They knew where Long Chen's principles were. He never took the initiative to harm others. This also gave Long Chen a reason to convince himself. Alright, let's leave it for now. With the gate of the universe, we can return here at any time. Long Chen finally took a deep breath. To be honest, the treasure was right in front of him, but he couldn't snatch it because of the primordial ancestor in his heart. This feeling was indeed unbearable. However, Long Chen was still willing to protect himself. If he lost himself, so what if he conquered the entire world? Long Chen took one last look at Perlin. She was sleeping peacefully in the ice coffin. There was a trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth as though she was dreaming of something interesting. Let's go. Long Chen was preparing to leave. But at this moment, an immense pressure descended from above like a madman. All of a sudden, the dust in front of Qin Wentian turned chaotic. Abruptly, the enraged Sky-Heart Immortal Emperor appeared here. The flames in his gray robes burned intensely, competing with the prehistoric myriad calamity flame beneath the ice coffin. Long Chen, it's really you. Sky-Heart Emperor let out a low roar. Long Chen was truly frightened. Didn't he leave? Why would he appear here? Could it be that Long Chen revealed some flaws and Sky-Heart Emperor knew about it? That was impossible, right? Don't go near her. Sky-Heart Emperor stared at Long Chen like a wild beast. From the flames in his eyes, Long Chen could roughly tell. This Perlin is so important to him, he would definitely be on guard. The flames on his body have the aura of the ancestral fire. The moment I get close to the ancestral fire, he might be able to sense it. That's why he immediately rushed back. Long Chen's guess was basically right. Just when he was preparing to leave, he was discovered by the Sky-Heart Emperor. This was out of his expectations. Clearly, his motive had been exposed to the Sky-Heart Emperor. If the primordial ancestor knew about this, things would be even more troublesome. Don't be too agitated, we can discuss things slowly. Don't worry, I naturally won't touch her. Long Chen gave up the main position and let Sky-Heart Emperor stand beside Perlin. But even so, the beast-like gaze of Sky-Heart Emperor couldn't be extinguished. He stared at Long Chen with the greatest hatred and growled, "Leave this place immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite." "If I leave this place, do I still have anything to talk to you about?" Long Chen indifferently said. Only in this place would Sky-Heart Emperor be worried about Perlin's safety. That was why he would order Long Chen to speak seriously. "Tell me, what is your motive for following me? You must have some unspeakable secret coming to the Ancestral Star. Don't force me to tell everything to the Origin Ancestor. Hurry up and tell me." Long Chen waved his hand and said, "If I say that I'm only curious about the Cursed Star and came here to take a look, and coincidentally met you, would you believe me?" Sky-Heart Emperor's eyes were filled with distrust. He stared at Long Chen warily and finally said, "If you leave this place immediately, I will believe you. In fact, I won't even tell anyone about this place." Chapter 31:18. Long Chen had never imagined that things would become so chaotic all of a sudden. On one hand, Sky-Heart Emperor was worried that Long Chen would harm his daughter, and on the other hand, he hated Long Chen. On the other hand, Long Chen was worried that Sky-Heart Emperor would tell the Ancestral Lord about what happened here. Long Chen might be able to fool Sky-Heart Emperor, but the Ancestral Lord wasn't so easily fooled. As the two sides confronted each other, Long Chen waved his hand and said, "That's enough. I feel that you don't need to panic. Let's communicate. I heard what you said just now. I'm curious if the Origin Ancestor knows about this place. Does he know that you're still using this flame to preserve your daughter's life and constantly thinking about saving her?" Sky-Heart Emperor guarded the ice coffin and glared at Long Chen for a long time before saying, "Only I know about this place. The Ancestral Lord naturally doesn't know about it." "Why? Are you going to complain to the Ancestral Lord too?" "My daughter's matter is insignificant to the Ancestral Lord, but if he knows that you followed me to the Cursed Star, he definitely won't let you stay in the Ancestral Star. I'm guessing that you don't want to leave the Ancestral Star. You must have some ulterior motives. Tell me, am I right?" Long Chen shook his head and said, "If that's the case, why don't we just pretend that nothing happened and leave together without anyone knowing?" "You don't believe me, and I don't believe you." Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "To be honest, I heard what you said just now. You seem to be very regretful. You said that you'll break the curse of eternity for your daughter, but it's obvious that you'll still rebel against the Ancestral Lord in the end. Tell me, if the Ancestral Lord knows about this, do you think it'll be a small matter? Or perhaps, this was what Sky-Heart Emperor was afraid of. Perhaps you can escape, but she won't be able to." Long Chen pointed at Perlin. "What exactly do you want to do?" Sky-Heart Emperor's voice was filled with suppressed rage. Since the Sky-Heart Emperor was so suspicious of him, Long Chen could beat him at his own game and obtain some information from him. After all, the Sky-Heart Emperor definitely knew more than Ghost 7. He then said, "Maybe I can help you. You're right, I have a purpose in coming to the homeworld." Although Long Chen's attitude had changed, the Sky-Heart Immortal Emperor didn't relax. He said, "Tell me then, what is your motive? I want to know something. If you can tell me, I will naturally be indebted to you. I, Long Chen, am a person who knows how to repay kindness. If I succeed in the future, I might be able to help you. What do you want to know?" Both sides were in a stalemate. Long Chen didn't hold back and said, "In the myriad worlds, I once belonged to a world, but that world has been destroyed. I'm now a person without a hometown. The experts of my world were sealed by a curse and turned into statues and ghosts, just like your daughter. They're in eternal slumber, but there's also endless torture. I want to save them from their suffering, so I came to the homeworld. I heard that there might be a way to break the curse here. The sky-hard immortal emperor wasn't aware of Long Chen's desire for the ancestral flame. Therefore, when Long Chen revealed his other motive, he naturally believed it because he knew what Long Chen was talking about. It's the nightmare petrification curse and the day-night spirit curse, which are several levels higher than the curse of eternity. The curse of eternity is the limit of the ancestral ancestor, and these two curses only exist in ancient legends that no one in the homeworld knows about. Perhaps only the ancestral ancestor and I have heard of these two curses in the entire homeworld. Therefore, since you can tell me about it, it must be true, but I really don't believe that these two curses still exist in this world. It was only then that the sky-hard immortal emperor calmed down a little. Long Chen's frankness made him relax a little. He had lived for a long time, so he could naturally tell that what Long Chen said was true. His motive for coming to the homeworld should be different from the ancestral ancestor's purpose of going to the myriad worlds. Not everyone had the desire to rule over the myriad worlds. Long Chen was overjoyed when he heard the sky-heart immortal emperor's words. Do you know if there's someone or something in the homeworld that can dispel these two curses? The sky-heart immortal emperor was silent for a long time. When Long Chen couldn't hold it any longer, he said, "You can say there is, but you can also say there isn't." What do you mean? If I say there isn't, it's because I know that there are many curses similar to these two curses. They are all ancient curses recorded in ancient and tattered books that surpass the current level of the homeworld. Therefore, there isn't a way to dispel them. The fact that there's someone in your world who is afflicted with this curse is probably something that happened before the epoch. Even if there is a way to dispel it, it has long been lost. Then why do you say there is one? Long Chen didn't have much patience on this matter. After all, this concerned the divine dragons that had been cursed for an epoch. The sky-hard immortal emperor said, "There is. That's because the ancestral founder has something. If he can pay a sufficient price and find sufficient support, he might be able to dispel the curse." What is it? The sky-hard immortal emperor shook his head. Your matter has nothing to do with me. I'm curious as to why I should tell you. Long Chen thought for a moment before saying, "It's simple. If the thing in the ancestral founder's hand can dispel the ancient curses, I believe the curse of eternity will not be a problem. I can also help you." The sky-hard immortal emperor hesitated because he knew how terrifying the ancestral founder was. Naturally, he hated the ancestral founder from the bottom of his heart. I have a daughter too. I understand how you feel. Long Chen didn't hate the sky-hard immortal emperor. From the way the sky-hard immortal emperor treated his daughter, he could tell that it was the deep affection of a father. The sky-hard immortal emperor was startled. He suddenly said with a trembling voice, "Can I have a look?" Look. This was nothing. Long Chen carried Long Yan out and pinched her cheeks. Yan, call me uncle. Call me uncle? Who's calling me uncle? Where is this? Long Yan's eyes widened as she looked around. When she saw the sky-hard immortal emperor in a grey robe, she hurriedly shrunk into Long Chen's embrace. She angrily said, "Ugly freak. Go back." Long Chen hurriedly threw her back to prevent her from acting recklessly. They had only been out for a short while, yet Long Chen was already feeling awkward. "Sorry, there's a fellow at home who keeps teaching the children to use vulgar language. That person was Kitten, Mn, she's quite cute," the sky-hard immortal emperor said in a daze. Then, he turned to look at Jean. When he recalled Long Yan's ferocious appearance, he couldn't help but tear up. Forget it, I'll tell you. The primordial ancestor has a creator artifact that has been passed down since ancient times. It's called the Divine Curse Ring. He hides the Divine Curse Ring and never uses it. No one is worthy enough for him to use it. In fact, not many people in the entire ancestral star know about it. It's his most precious possession. Not to mention lending it to others, it's impossible to even let others see it. It's even more precious than his own life. It's said that as long as one has enough power, this item can remove all curses in the world. Of course, it can also place many curses, and finally. He looked at Long Chen and said, I think, if the myriad worlds don't have it, this divine curse ring should be the only half-origin artifact in the myriad worlds. Although it wasn't a true origin artifact. But it surpassed the original incipient artifact. It was a terrifying symbol. Half-origin artifact. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect the primordial ancestor to hide such a thing. If he took it out, he would definitely turn into ashes. It seemed that the primordial ancestor was probably the strongest expert in the myriad worlds. In a one-on-one battle, he should be above the four rulers. If there's a way to remove the nightmare petrification curse and the white knight spirit curse in the ancestral star, the only possibility is the divine curse ring. The divine curse ring can also easily remove the curse of eternity and let my daughter return. However, I have to say that it's impossible for you to obtain the divine curse ring. Besides, as long as the primordial ancestor doesn't die, even if you obtain the divine curse ring and help me remove the curse of eternity, as long as I'm still in the ancestral star, even if my daughter comes back to life, the primordial ancestor will still vent his anger on me. The Sky Heart Emperor's words were normal at the beginning, but the latter part was strange. At this moment, he was in despair. What do you mean? Now that he knew his target, Long Chen could take his time. There was no need to rush. He could wait until the day he could defeat the primordial ancestor. Therefore, he was actually very relaxed now. The Sky Heart Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. All right, Long Chen, I'll tell you the truth. I'm already feeling apologetic, but it's too late. If I knew your real target was the divine curse ring, I wouldn't have been so anxious. There's one thing that I've lied to you about, I'm sorry. Long Chen's body trembled. What? The Sky Heart Emperor helplessly said, actually, the primordial ancestor knew that I was in the cursed star and used this flame to extend my daughter's life. With this, he could control me better. Therefore, the divine curse ring doesn't exist. I was afraid that you would tell him everything here. Therefore, from the beginning, I didn't have any evidence that could be used against me. Long Chen was startled. He had underestimated the primordial ancestor. He thought that the Sky Heart Emperor was secretly extending Duan Er's life. Unexpectedly, the primordial ancestor allowed it. Because every time he saw his daughter, the Sky Heart Emperor knew the price of betrayal. Therefore, he didn't dare to betray her. The Sky Heart Emperor said, therefore, the moment I found out that you were here, I informed the primordial ancestor and wanted him to help me. I'm sorry, even after telling you all this, I found out that this was a good and risky opportunity. However, the ending was already set in stone. The primordial ancestor is a suspicious person. As long as he believes that you're a threat, he would do anything. I can't help you. The primordial ancestor knew that Long Chen had secretly come here the moment the Sky Heart Emperor returned. If the primordial ancestor knew that Long Chen's target was the divine curse ring, it would be even more troublesome. Chapter 31:19. Long Chen knew very well that the progenitor was a suspicious and cruel dictator. There must be a reason why the progenitor allowed him to stay on the ancestral star. Now that he knew that Long Chen had secretly appeared here, the progenitor might not believe him even though Long Chen said that he had come here by accident. This was a huge problem. The Sky Heart Emperor was still guarding his daughter. Although he had missed a chance to revive his daughter, he did not regret it. After all, the progenitor's power was deeply rooted in his heart. Just like the Sky Heart Emperor in the past, he would not have a good ending if he went against the progenitor. You should leave. The progenitor hasn't done anything for a long time. Maybe he's already making a move, maybe even coming this way. If you don't leave now, you won't have another chance. It's best that you leave the ancestral star as soon as possible and return to the myriad worlds that belong to you. Also, let me remind you that it's impossible for you to obtain the divine curse ring. The Sky Heart Emperor said helplessly. Long Chen was naturally depressed, but things had already happened. Just as he was wondering if there was any other way to get the inheritance essence blood, Gue Qi suddenly came looking for him. Long Chen, the progenitor has taken control of me. He's pulling me to the ancestral star. Save me. Her voice was very anxious and mournful. She was clearly frightened. The primitive ancestor's speed was simply too fast. He had not even reached Emperor Blood Star, but he had already taken Gue Qi away. After all, Gue Qi was only a god emperor. If the primitive ancestor was really angry, he could have killed Gue Qi on the spot from such a long distance. After saying that, she seemed to be restrained by the progenitor and went silent in the blink of an eye. Long Chen did not expect that the progenitor would first look for Gue Qi after something happened here. As the ruler of the ancestral star, he completely disregarded his status and directly threatened Long Chen. This time, he could not even leave the ancestral star temporarily. Gue Qi was still here. Fortunately, I've left a Cosmic Gates location on Phantom Qi. I should be able to return to her side before she reaches the ancestral star. Lingxi said hurriedly. Let's go. Since Gue Qi was their friend, he couldn't care less about the inheritance blood essence. Long Chen hurriedly let Lingxi out of the world of life. He activated the universe gate and stepped into it, disappearing from Sky Heart Emperor's sight. The Heaven Heart Emperor informed the primordial ancestor right from the start, but Gue Qi only sent the message to us now. Clearly, Gue Qi didn't have a chance to send the message to us in the beginning. Only now did he have a chance. The primordial ancestor wants to capture Gue Qi and fight with us face to face. In the Divine Kingdom, Mo Shaolang frowned and analyzed. They were supposed to take the initiative, but because Gue Qi was on their opponent's side, they were likely to fall into an extremely passive situation. They were restrained by the ancestral ancestor. The ancestral ancestor was the kind of person who wouldn't make a move, but once he made a move, he would be ruthless, leaving his opponents with no chance to resist. For example, the Sky Heart Emperor was suppressed by him. Ghost 7 might not be in the hands of the progenitor. Let's get there first. This time, it was a small mistake that led to the current situation, causing the decisive battle that Long Chen had anticipated to happen much earlier. Now, he could only brace himself and fight. Swoosh. The gate of the universe traversed billions of miles. Suddenly, Long Chen appeared in the starry sky. Lingxi, who had completed her mission, returned to the Divine Kingdom. She couldn't help him now, so protecting herself was the most important thing. After all, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the ancestral ancestor was the strongest person in the myriad of worlds. The person Long Chen was fighting now was the true strongest person in the myriad of worlds. Woo woo, as soon as he arrived, he saw that Gue Qi was enveloped in a gray mist. She couldn't move or speak, and could only stare at Long Chen in pain and panic. There was a large number of curses in the mist, and they completely locked her up like iron chains. At this time, Gue Qi was swept up by the mist and was rapidly falling towards the ancestral star at a terrifying speed. That's right, this was already very close to the ancestral star. If the ancestral ancestor had gone to the Emperor Blood Star at the beginning, he would have appeared immediately. Hearing the Sky Heart Emperor's words, the ancestral ancestor grabbed Gue Qi across the distance between the ancestral star and the Emperor Blood Star and dragged her towards the ancestral star. At the same time, he also went past the Emperor Blood Star. The distance between the 9 great companion stars was not as close as the distance between them and the ancestral star. After all, the ancestral star was the core of the 9 great companion stars. You actually have such a method to arrive here in an instant. Sure enough, as soon as Long Chen arrived, a phantom appeared in the direction of the ancestral star. In an instant, he appeared beside the mist and stepped on it. With a pinch of his hand, the mist under his feet condensed into a small ball, which he pinched in his hand. Only then did he look at Long Chen with a trace of admiration in his eyes. What a miracle. I originally thought that I had you under my control, but you displayed such a method to cross millions of miles in an instant. It really scared me. It seems that if I didn't have the foresight to capture Guiqi first, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to control you. Now that Guiqi was in his hands, and the ancestral ancestor had seen that Long Chen could escape at any time, he knew that he could make use of Guiqi. This was what made Long Chen depressed. Long Chen said, "Ancestral ancestor, I think you've misunderstood. I was just curious and saw the direction of the cursed star. I knew that it was a deserted place, so I went there to take a look. Coincidentally, I met Heavenly Emperor Heaven's Heart, so I followed him there. I really didn't mean anything else. I wonder why Ancestral Ancestor captured Guiqi." The Ancestral Ancestor's 3 eyes flickered with a strange light. He suddenly smiled and said, "I have a curse that can force Guiqi to tell me everything. Not to mention Guiqi, even you wouldn't be able to withstand my curse. You'll tell me everything. In fact, I've already asked you before you arrived. Otherwise, how would Guiqi have the opportunity to inform you?" The Ancestral Ancestor sneered as he looked at the sealed Guiqi. Now, Guiqi was looking at him apologetically, her eyes filled with helplessness. Long Chen didn't blame her. He could only blame himself for being careless. It was normal for Guiqi to be unable to withstand the Ancestral Ancestor's technique. Therefore, it said that one of your ancestors was cursed to control time. Therefore, it's normal for you to come here for the cursed ring. I believe Heavenly Emperor Heaven's Heart has told you about it. I'll be honest with you. Firstly, I won't go to the myriad worlds for no reason, let alone for you. Secondly, the cursed ring is my clan's supreme treasure. Even I regard it as a sacred tool. I don't use it often, let alone lend it to an outsider. Therefore, you can only give up on this idea. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite even if you're my guest." The Ancestral Ancestor only talked about the cursed ring, but he didn't mention the essence blood. Guiqi should be the one guarding the cursed ring. Now that the Ancestral Ancestor knew about it, it was just that he had to expose it in advance. However, when the Ancestral Ancestor mentioned the cursed ring, he looked as if it was impossible. "Ancestral Ancestor, is there no room for negotiation? You can come with me to the myriad worlds. I can guarantee that I'll give you a satisfactory reward." Long Chen said sincerely. In the current situation, he would try not to fight if he could avoid it. Are you kidding? We're talking about the Nightmare Petrification Curse and the Day-Night Soul Curse. Do you know how much I'll have to pay for them? And no one in the myriad worlds can compensate me for that. Besides, the cursed ring is a divine item of my clan. We won't use it for anything else. Say no more. I'll give you a choice now. Leave the ancestral planet immediately. The Ancestral Ancestor's cold gaze swept across Long Chen, not giving Long Chen a chance to resist. Go. The fact that the Ancestral Ancestor was willing to let him go was already good enough for Long Chen. If I leave now, I can come back at any time with the gate of the universe. It'll be convenient and I'll have time to prepare. But, he could leave, but Guiqi was still in the Ancestral Ancestor's hands. Long Chen said, "Ancestral Ancestor, since you don't agree, there's nothing I can do. But I want to ask, can I take Guiqi with me?" Guiqi had brought Long Chen here. It was as if he was a traitor. The Ancestral Ancestor treated traitors with the Sky Heart Emperor as an example. That was why Long Chen was worried. The Ancestral Ancestor smiled coldly. The progenitor smiled coldly. Am I being too nice to you? Do you think that I'm easy to talk to? Phantom Chi is from the Ancestral Star. She's the bloodthirst monarch of the Ancestral Star, so it's only natural that she stays here. As for you, if you don't leave now, I won't have the patience to talk to you. Then can you guarantee that you won't punish Guiqi after I leave? Long Chen asked. After hearing this, the Ancestral Ancestor stopped smiling. It seemed that Long Chen's words had touched his bottom line. His expression instantly became incomparably cold. He stared coldly at Long Chen and increased the strength in his hand. The mist began to shrink, and Gue Qi, who was in the mist, let out a shrill scream. She had already suffered a lot, and it was the same when the ancestral ancestor interrogated her. Now that she was being tortured, Long Chen felt deeply guilty for her. As he moved, the ancestral ancestor said, "Gue Qi, let me tell you, she has committed the greatest crime of the ancestral planet. She must die. Do you still think that I won't punish her? I'm giving you one last chance, Long Chen. If you don't leave, then you're no longer a guest of the ancestral planet, but our mortal enemy." The words mortal enemy made Long Chen understand the ancestral ancestor's real intention. The ancestral ancestor had no intention of letting Long Chen leave. Although he had put it nicely, anyone in the know knew that he was torturing Gue Qi to force Long Chen to take the initiative to attack him. If one of the 4 future rulers came to provoke him because of Long Chen, the ancestral ancestor would still be in the right. It was Long Chen who didn't know what was good for him and refused to leave. The ancestral ancestor's viciousness and foresight was as sinister and terrifying as this cursed land. He showed no mercy, and Long Chen could see Gue Qi's pained expression. "Hurry up and leave." Chapter 31:20. If that's the case, I know what you mean. Let's fight. If you think you're a man, put Ghost Qi down. Long Chen was enraged. The progenitor smiled indifferently. Fine. You asked for it. Long Chen was a genius. He must have many secrets and secrets. In fact, the progenitor had never thought of letting Long Chen go. In fact, he had been planning to study Long Chen from the very beginning. Hence, he opened his divine kingdom and tossed Ghost 7 into it. You can rest assured now. I don't like to use my weakness to threaten others in battle. I'm still brooding over the fact that you managed to block my divine eye curse. It's rare that you're willing to risk your life and challenge me again. Gue Qi was in his divine kingdom. If Long Chen didn't defeat or even defeat the strongest person in the myriad of worlds, he wouldn't be able to save Gue Qi. This meant that the battle between him and the primordial ancestor would be brought forward, and it would happen at a time when he had no confidence in winning. Big brother, Long Chen, everyone was worried. That stinky kitten still hasn't woken up. If he doesn't wake up soon, I'll pluck his fur. Zhu Shi was also furious. But no matter what, when the original ancestor got serious, it was a terrifying thing, suppressing everyone's discussion. Facing a terrifying expert like the original ancestor, who could be called the #1 expert in the myriad worlds, Long Chen had to surpass his limits to have a chance of winning. If I had more time, I would definitely be able to. But now, it's all up to fate. A small mistake could lead to such a troublesome situation. No one could have predicted it. Compared to the ancestral star's starry sky, both of them appeared extremely tiny, especially the primordial ancestor, who had the appearance of a baby. There was a strange sneer on his face. Facing the lord of the ancestral star, Long Chen resolutely took out his fortune divine artifact. The great void demon sword in his left hand. The ghost blood curse in his right hand. The primordial dragon pagoda fused with his body. The creation power of the 3 original incipient grade divine weapons rolled in Long Chen's body, congregating with the power of the dragon god origin. Monstrous power descended. This was Long Chen's strongest state. In terms of momentum and divine might, he was no weaker than the original ancestor. Even if his divine body was small, an eternal level world was not enough for Long Chen to destroy. Interesting. He has a lot of treasures, but it's a pity that his foundation is too shallow. The original ancestor was not surprised at all. When Long Chen took out the creation artifact, he did not stay idle. With a wave of his hand, a short sword appeared in his hand. It was a cursed sword, but it was pure white and flawless, like the most sparkling and translucent jade, holy and pure. If one only looked at its appearance, a pure white and holy short sword in the hand of a 1-year-old baby was indeed a very beautiful thing. But he was the ancestor. Cursed sword of heaven and earth. Another original incipient grade creation artifact. On the ancestral planet, the Heaven Curse Mirror and the Heaven and Earth Curse Sword should be the top treasures. The original ancestor also had the semi-origin God Curse Ring. Besides them, no one knew if he had other original incipient grade creation artifact. Ghost Light. In Long Chen's life, he hated opponents who used the people around him to threaten him. The original ancestor was one of the strongest experts in the infinite worlds, but he had done it. Therefore, no matter how terrifying the original ancestor was, it made Long Chen burst out an unprecedented murderous desire. At this moment, he had to fight. Seems like you hate me a lot. You want to kill me. Until now, the original ancestor's eyes were full of contempt, even though Long Chen had almost reached the ultimate level. The peak battle of the century broke out at this moment. When the first attack was launched, the monstrous power of the two giants swept out, shaking the entire ancestral star and all its companion stars. Only then did the common people and the gods realize that there was a terrifying battle taking place here. Naturally, only the strongest group of people knew that this was a battle between Long Chen and the original ancestor. Oh my God, Long Chen and the original ancestor are fighting. Is the alien invader really going to invade our ancestral planet? Don't worry, everyone. Although the infinite worlds are vast, I heard that the original ancestor is still the strongest. Although that Long Chen left and defeated the other 8 of the 10 great emperor ancestors, he can only be ranked 5th in the infinite worlds. He is far from being the original ancestor's opponent. Everyone will see the original ancestor kill the 5th ultimate god and make him piss in his pants. This was a battle, not a battle. Long Chen was deeply aware of this problem. If it was terrifying, he knew how terrifying the original ancestor was. Therefore, he naturally had to be fast, ruthless, and accurate. Therefore, the 2 swords in Long Chen's hands erupted at almost the same time. His entire body's power poured into the 2 fused laws. The Ghost Blood Curse and Great Void Demonic Sword violently attacked one after another. In an instant, the sword's shadows shook 1,000,000,000 miles. Rebirth. Slash. Destiny Killer Technique. The primordial dragon pagoda provided a vast amount of power, releasing it into the rebirth slash and the destiny slaying technique. The 2 laws turned into 2 sword lights, one in front and one behind. They were all fused laws, 2 sword chi, 4 laws. With such a combination, Long Chen was confident that he could kill the Sky Heart Emperor in one move. In fact, there was no primordial realm ultimate god in the infinite worlds who could survive the combination of 2 laws. He instantly attacked to defeat the careless original ancestor. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 terrifying laws were like a nightmare to the people of the ancestral star. With the rebirth slash, they saw many nightmares. With the destiny killer technique, they were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. Only the original ancestor remained indifferent. His short arm waved the universal curse sword and attacked. Life-extinguishing curse. This curse was officially cast by the progenitor, and it was much more powerful than the Eye of Heaven curse he had casually cast previously. This was the progenitor's true ability. The Bane of Life's End was just a simple sword light, but it encompassed the entire homeworld. Now, on the homeworld and the 9 companion stars, everyone was chanting the curse at the same time as the progenitor's divine might engulfed them. Each time someone joined in, the Bane of Life's End would grow stronger. There were hundreds of trillions of lives on the ancestral star. That life-extinguishing curse carried the curse and power of hundreds of trillions of lives. Long Chen saw countless faces in that ray of sword light. There were blood curse race, ghost curse race, heaven curse race, and so on. Endless voices rang in his ears. It was a kind of primordial spirit invasion. If not for the primordial dragon pagoda's suppression, the life-extinguishing curse would have broken Long Chen. All laws in the world shall be destroyed before my life-extinguishing curse. The original ancestor's voice was like thunder in his ears. Rumble. The rebirth slash and the destiny killer technique merged and instantly met the life-extinguishing curse. The moment the life-extinguishing curse appeared, Long Chen knew why the original ancestor had such a high status on the ancestral star. It was because he was too strong. The rebirth slash and the destiny killer technique were so strong and strange, but they actually melted in front of the life-extinguishing curse. The life-extinguishing curse was a curse that destroyed all laws. Even the fused rebirth slash and the destiny killer technique were no exception. They were all destroyed. The move that Long Chen had prepared for a long time was simply used in vain. Break. The original ancestor let out a light shout. Bang. The sword qi that was 10,000 zhang long was instantly destroyed. It turned into fragments of power and scattered in the entire space before disappearing without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. Long Chen didn't know how strong the life-extinguishing curse was, but the other party had destroyed his strongest attack. The fusion of 3 original incipient grade creator divine weapons was actually destroyed. The original ancestor easily proved to him that challenging the original ancestor was a foolish thing to do. I've seen too much of your gaze. Back then, the Sky Heart Emperor was also full of confidence like you. But now, does he still dare to? The original ancestor's cold laughter reverberated throughout the ancestral star like a nightmare. The rebirth slash and the destiny killer technique were both destroyed, and their monstrous power was dissolved into nothingness. Looking at the original ancestor's expression, it was a piece of cake to complete all of this. Long Chen, you've underestimated me. I'm not someone who will tangle with you for too long. Let's end this. In an instant, the original ancestor's 3 eyes flashed again. The impact he brought was stronger and stronger. As he easily destroyed Long Chen's attack, his eyes focused and brought an extremely dangerous pressure to Long Chen. Since you want the God Curse Ring, I'll show you what the God Curse Ring is, and what the primordial God Curse is. The original ancestor suddenly laughed. In fact, he knew that Long Chen wasn't easy to deal with. Normal means couldn't defeat Long Chen, especially Long Chen who could teleport at any time. To ensure success, he was so cautious that he even used the half-origin creator divine weapon. A vague ring appeared in his hand. Its shape wasn't clear, but its terrifying power surpassed the combination of 3 original incipient grade creator divine weapons. Besides the origin dragon palace that Long Chen couldn't use, it was the most terrifying thing in this world. As soon as the God Curse Ring appeared, all the creatures and demons in the ancestral star knelt on the ground devoutly and began to chant. The cursed soul, the primordial God Curse, the God Curse Ring, the holy relic of my race, all beings kneel to worship it. The original ancestor raised the God Curse Ring, his eyes equally devout and even crazy. The source of the curse, the God Curse Ring, my people beg you to imprison this man forever, never to escape, to live in eternal silence, to endure countless years of loneliness, until the end of time. As the progenitor chanted, the ring of divine mantra shone with a terrifying divine light. It was bewitching and bizarre, making the progenitor look like a monster. The ancestral star and all its companion stars shone brightly as if the power of the entire world was condensed within. Long Chen knew how terrifying it was. But Ghost Qi hadn't escaped yet. If you want to leave now, the moment you escape will be the moment Ghost Qi dies. You can try. The original ancestor's real purpose was exposed. He wanted to imprison Long Chen. He wanted to use the God Curse Ring to imprison Long Chen. From then on, he wanted to keep Long Chen in his prison forever. Then, he could take everything he wanted from Long Chen, and even attack other worlds in the future. With Ghost Qi as a hostage, Long Chen couldn't escape. Chapter 31-21. The primordial mantra that originated from the ancestral star was cast by the God Curse Ring. It was the pinnacle of the primordial ancestor, his most powerful and terrifying curse law. At least on the ancestral star, there had never been an opponent that could force the primordial ancestor to use the god curse ring. Therefore, the battle between the primordial ancestor and Long Chen today was a battle of life and death. Of course, the primordial ancestor had also used phantom chi to threaten Long Chen so that he could not escape the silence mantra. At that moment, the silence mantra was born and formed in the god curse ring. It was a semi-origin destinable divine weapon. It was a power that could shake the entire ancestral star's endless starry sky. Since the beginning of time, this power had reappeared on the ancestral star. All the curses cried and knelt on the ground. Fall into the silent curse. The primordial ancestor's laughter was cold and bone-chilling. After the silence mantra was born, it was a mass of incantations with billions of ancient characters. It was extremely complicated, and countless incantations flew around and condensed into a ray of light. And Long Chen was the target of this ray of light. At first glance, Long Chen was certain that this was a curse that exceeded his limits. It was not fatal, but it could imprison Long Chen for eternity. From now on, you will be my puppet. I will seal you in silence for all eternity. The primordial ancestor's eerie laughter echoed in Yifutian's ears. Give it up. A semi-origin destinable divine weapon, the ancestral star's primordial mantra, is not something you can resist. Of course, it is useless even if you resist. It was just as the ancestor had said, regardless of whether it was the destiny-killing technique or the rebirth execution, they were unable to stop the quiet god incantation. It pierced through everything and instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. The countless complicated characters spread out, and each character was like a world, but also a curse. Billions of curses gathered together, as though there were countless living beings. Buzz buzz buzz, endless sounds rang in Long Chen's ears. Sorry for the trouble. At this moment, Long Chen realized that he was at his wit's end. If the other party had just killed him, he would still be able to come back to life. However, this was a kind of imprisonment curse. At Long Chen's level, he could naturally see through this sealing law that he had never seen before. Silence might be the stillness of time, or the freezing of space, but the silence of the curse was not. Silence was silence, a sealed world where no sound could be heard. If one were to fall for it, it was very likely that they would end up like the Nightmare Petrification Curse or the White Knight Spirit Curse. Damn it. Long Chen became irritated. Because he didn't expect the primordial myriad tribulation flame to be able to sense the Sky-Heart Emperor, he ended up in such a passive position. With the silence curse, everything was over. How could this be? He had underestimated the capabilities of the strongest person in the infinite worlds. Perhaps it was because he had grown up too fast that he considered everything beneath his notice. Anyway, today, the ancestral founder used the divine curse ring to teach Long Chen a lesson. Long Chen. Big brother. Everyone felt like they were suffocating. The silence godly mantra had broken through everything, and was now locked onto Long Chen. Now that the silence godly mantra had appeared, there was no way to reverse it. Long Chen used all of his strength, but was still unable to break the Archean godly mantra. He could already sense his entire body stiffening, and his consciousness sinking. He was about to sink into eternal silence. I already said, don't resist helplessly. It's useless. I can only use the divine curse ring once a month and it consumes all my strength. Tell me, is there any use in struggling? The ancestor was high and mighty, devising strategies. Ancestral founder. Long Chen gritted his teeth. He was unwilling. Actually, he wasn't far from it. Maybe it was just the silence curse. If he lost like this, he would only be one step away from the sky-devouring race. The infinite worlds might even be able to bring him back. The silence curse was cruel and merciless. Defying the heavens and changing fate. Fate laws erupted. It was ineffective. Even with all of Long Chen's strength, he was unable to break the divine silence incantation and escape. Long Chen. In this extreme situation, Li Xuanji suddenly called out to him in a quiet voice, which calmed Long Chen's restless heart a little. What is it? Long Chen replied absent-mindedly. I believe you. Remember to save me. Li Xuanji finished her sentence in a very short period of time. In fact, before she could finish speaking, she had already left Long Chen's body like an arrow that had left the bow. She transformed into the Shadow Nightmare Dragon, and at the last moment, in the nick of time, she collided with the silence mantra. Xuanji. Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But it still happened. Li Xuanji blocked the silence curse first. The silence curse was activated prematurely. All the curse words swept and went berserk. They surrounded Li Xuanji in front of Long Chen, and even shook Long Chen away. Founding Ancestors' control of the silence curse was not perfect. Countless curse words became stars in front of Long Chen. In his lifeless but blood-red eyes, the billions of curse words spun like stars and condensed into a huge transparent crystal. It was the most beautiful crystal that Long Chen had ever seen. It was dreamy and transparent. The most beautiful one was still the most beautiful divine dragon in the dragon sacrificial continent, the Shadow Dream Dragon. This lifelike divine dragon was sealed in the crystal, motionless. Its gem-like eyes looked at Long Chen without moving. Curses appeared on the crystal from time to time, reminding Long Chen that it was formed by the silence curse. Xuanji, everything happened too quickly. Long Chen hadn't expected such a situation at all. He was dumbfounded. Her body temperature was still on his body, and the delicate figure in the sea of blood not long ago was still in front of him. It was so clear, so cold. Her smile and her eyes were like a blooming black lotus, aloof and cold. She finally said, I believe in you. Remember to save me. Save me. Long Chen finally came to his senses. In fact, he was very clear-headed. The fact that Li Xuanji had been trapped by the silence curse in order to save him had a huge impact on him. He had just said that he would never mistreat her again in this life. That was why he had given her an eternal promise. Long Chen could not afford to lose her. He did not have the right. If his rage value was 1 when Ghost 7 was kidnapped, it was at least 10,000 now. Of course, Founding Ancestor, the instigator of all this, had to bear 10,000 times more killing intent than Long Chen. He was filled with hatred. When his rage reached its peak, Long Chen calmed down. He could not afford to lose, so he could not afford to make the same mistake again. Besides, Founding Ancestor had forced him to the extreme. It had been a long time since Long Chen's heart was as vicious as it was now. Xuanji was trapped by the silence curse in order to save me. To her, she made the right decision. If I was trapped, it might be 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years before I could escape. But if she was trapped, I could save her. Yes, she is fine for the time being. Founding Ancestor said that he can only use the silence curse and the curse ring once a month. That means that he can't do anything to me. Now, the crystal formed by the silence curse was right in front of Long Chen. When one's anger and hatred reached the pinnacle, what they exchanged for was extreme calmness. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. The first thing he did was to grasp the crystal in his hand. Swoosh. Long Chen had placed the silence curse in the death realm. He was not sure if Founding Ancestor could still control the crystal in the death realm, but he could only do this. Before he could save Li Xuanji, he had to think of a way to ensure Li Xuanji's safety. After he was done, he looked at Founding Ancestor. Founding Ancestor was also stunned. He did not expect that before the silence curse was successful, someone would appear from Long Chen's body and help Long Chen block the silence curse, allowing Long Chen to escape from this disaster. You're really lucky. There's actually such a silly woman who endured my silence curse for you. It seems that she loves you very much. Her value is different from Gui Chi's. On the Ancestor's finger, the light from the ring of divine incantation dimmed. Just now, he had revealed that the silence incantation could only be used once a month. This was basically true. At that time, he thought that Long Chen had no other way out. For such a woman, do you want to fight me with your life or abscond? Founding Ancestor put his hands behind his back and looked at Long Chen coldly with his 3 eyes. Suddenly, he smiled strangely and said, "Well, I admit that I can't do anything about you taking the silence curse away. However, without my control, she will die in a month. So, no matter what, you still can't escape from me, unless you don't want this woman's life anymore." A month. Long Chen took a deep breath and told himself that this world was enough. As long as Founding Ancestor did not kill Li Xuanji quickly, it would be fine. If he could still control the silence curse to kill Li Xuanji, then the silence curse would probably dissipate, and Long Chen would have another chance to use the resurrection spell. He knew what to do next. So, he turned around and was about to leave. "Long Chen, do you really want to leave? But don't forget, you only have a month." Founding Ancestor said sinisterly behind him. If Long Chen wanted to leave now, he could not stop him. The gate of the universe instantly left. "Oh yes, since there's a bigger weakness, I'll return this guy to you." Founding Ancestor took Ghost Chi out of his god kingdom and threw him at Long Chen. "Ah!" Ghost Chi screamed. Suddenly, the Origin Ancestor's expression changed. The heaven and earth curse sword in his hand flew out and pierced through Ghost Chi's chest before he could reach him, piercing through the law core. "This weakness is unnecessary. I'll kill him then." Founding Ancestor smiled. Long Chen, Gue Chi looked at Long Chen with despair in his eyes. Chapter 31-22. Under the heaven and earth curse sword, Ghost 7, who was only at the God Emperor realm, would die as soon as she was attacked. Long Chen had once again underestimated the progenitor's despicable character. Now that the progenitor had controlled Li Xuanji with the silence mantra, Long Chen could not leave the ancestral star. As a hostage, Ghost 7 was indeed a burden. However, the progenitor, who was the most powerful person in the universe, did not have the slightest demeanor. He said that he would return Ghost 7 to Long Chen, but in fact, he was treacherous. Ghost 7 was already in his hands, and if he wanted to kill someone, no one could stop him. After what had happened to Li Xuanji, Long Chen's heart was already filled with the desire to kill. Ghost 7's death only strengthened his desire for revenge. "Come back." Before Ghost 7 was killed, Long Chen had dragged her into the death rain. After she was killed, she had approached Long Chen, which allowed Long Chen to have his way. Of course, Bloodthirsty's inheritance was also dragged into the death rain. Long Chen, Bloodthirsty's inheritance belongs to the ancestral star. If you take it away, you will have to pay a terrible price. The progenitor had completely taken the initiative, and even his tone had become relaxed. He did not care that Bloodthirsty's inheritance had fallen into Long Chen's hands. This was because only Long Chen cared about Li Xuanji's life and death, so he had the initiative. Remember, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, she will be dead. I don't believe that a hero like you can hide in a corner and watch your woman die. I will let you off today, but you must remember that I, the ancestor, will always be waiting for you in this position. When he saw Long Chen open the Death Rain Dragon Gate and was about to enter, the progenitor knew that he could not catch up, but he was still confident. If you hurt even a hair on her, you will have to sacrifice everything to die with her. Just wait. The rage in his heart made it so that Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything more to him. He quickly entered the death world. Everyone was completely silent as they waited for Long Chen's decision. After returning to the world of death, on one side was Li Xuanji, who had turned into a crystal. On the other side was Gue Chi's remnant traces and Bloodthirsty's inheritance. In the crystal, the Shadow Dream Dragon was beautiful and serene, while Gue Chi's corpse was a horrible sight. Gue Chi's despair before his death was still lingering in Long Chen's heart. Who would have thought that his killing intent towards the ancestral founder would rise by a notch? Long Chen quickly made a decision. Come back from the dead. The law of life was unleashed on the remaining Ghost Chi. At first, he was worried that something would happen to Li Xuanji, but now it seemed that the silence mantra was in his hands. The ancestral founder was out of his control, and it was like a seal. He had sealed Li Xuanji, but it was only a seal. At least for now, Li Xuanji's life was not in danger. This was a bit like the eternal youth mantra. Perlin was still alive, but she was in an eternal slumber, immersed in pain. Under the law of life, everything that was left of Gui Qi was reformed in the brilliance of the law. This was a miracle of life and law. Under the attack of the heaven and earth curse sword and Long Chen's law of life, Gui Qi returned to Long Chen after about an hour. Welcome back to life. Long Chen forced a smile. This smile made Gui Qi feel like it was filled with killing intent. Of course, he was not targeting Gui Qi. It was just that he had accumulated too much, which made Gui Qi feel pressured. You're a miracle, but how can you use it on me? What if Gui Qi knew how important Li Xuanji was to Long Chen? Now that this beauty was trapped in the silence mantra, no one could stand it. Gui Qi was also deeply saddened. Don't worry. Long Chen did not want to say more. In fact, he already had a plan for what to do next. If the other party was heartless, they could not blame him for being unjust. Especially when it involved Li Xuanji. In Long Chen's heart, there was no room for negotiation. Although the ancestral founder has a high status and is the ruler of the ancestral star, he has never played by the rules. He even wanted to kill a small fry like me. How shameful. After his rebirth, Gui Qi still had the throne of the bloodthirsty inheritance. If he saw her again, the ancestral founder would be shocked. Long Chen, what do you plan to do? If you don't find a way to break the silence mantra in a month, and something bad happens to her, Gui Qi could not imagine it. This time, they had completely fallen into the hands of the ancestral founder. Just wait and see. Long Chen's words were exceptionally cold. Gui Qi knew that he was not being targeted, but he was still very disappointed. He could tell from the look in Long Chen's eyes that the ancestral founder would meet a tragic end if this genius venerable was angered. However, there was another voice in his heart that told him how powerful the ancestral founder was. It told him that it was impossible for Long Chen to do this. It even wanted to advise Long Chen not to go against the ancestral founder. It wanted to see if begging the ancestral founder would let Li Xuanji go. However, Gui Qi did not dare to say it out loud. Right now, Long Chen seemed calm, but in fact, he was extremely terrifying. Gui Qi did not dare to breathe, especially when Long Chen's eyes fell on the silence mantra. Go to the realm of life first. Long Chen told Gui Qi to go to the realm of life and meet up with the others. Then, he said to Mo Xiaolang, first, we have to get the inheritance blood essence. The eternal youth mantra only needs an extreme flame to continue. We can replace it with the primordial myriad calamity flame and try using the primal chaos green flame. Understood. Mo Xiaolang was clear that the only way was to possess the strength to fight against the original ancestor within a month, or even kill the original ancestor and obtain the ring of divine incantation. Only then could he break the silence mantra and achieve what Long Chen wanted. Although he did not know what Long Chen was going to do, the first step was to obtain the inheritance blood essence. Before this, Long Chen still had to care about the Sky Heart Emperor's feelings for his daughter. Now that Li Xuanji's life was at stake, nothing else mattered to Long Chen. Speaking of action, Long Chen acted immediately. He and Mo Xiaolang arrived at the Death Realm and opened the mark he left on the cursed star. The Death Realm Dragon Gate was right beside Sun Er. At this moment, Heaven's Heart Emperor was still guarding Sun Er. He had just received news of the battle from the ancestral founder. He and the ancestral founder did not know that Long Chen was interested in the primordial myriad calamity flame and the inheritance blood essence. He had stayed here to protect his daughter. He just did not expect that Long Chen would return to his side so quickly. Sky Heart Emperor, I will give you two choices. First, fight me. That way, I might kill you before the ancestral founder arrives. This is very likely because I really want to kill someone right now. As soon as he appeared, Longchen suppressed Sky Heart Emperor, causing Sky Heart Emperor's expression to change drastically. I won't hurt your daughter. I just want to take away something from the flame beneath her. I can guarantee that nothing will happen to her. Once I successfully defeat the ancestor and obtain the Curse of Eternity ring, I will keep my promise and remove the Curse of Eternity for her. Choose one of these two. By the way, I'll tell you that no matter what you choose, I will definitely get what I want. After understanding Longchen's situation, Sky Heart Emperor knew that Longchen had a relatively important item that the Ancestral founder controlled. That was why Longchen's baleful aura was so heavy at this moment. This is your only chance for your daughter to recover. Longchen said word by word. Sky Heart Emperor's expression changed. At the crucial moment, he struggled for a long time before asking, if you fail in the end, can you guarantee that the Ancestral founder will not vent his anger on me? Don't worry, I'm different from the Ancestral founder. I will definitely do what I say. Longchen didn't want to waste even a moment. In reality, all he needed to do was watch from the sidelines. Even if Longchen obtained something from him, he could just say that Longchen had restricted him after his arrival. That would be enough. Naturally, Sky Heart Emperor was going crazy. He had endured for countless years. This might be his only chance to take revenge and allow his daughter to return to this world. He could see the desire for revenge in Longchen. This was something Longchen didn't have in the past. Previously, he was too amiable. Don't let anything happen to my daughter. Sky Heart Emperor's words were equivalent to making a decision. A rational choice. Otherwise, if they fought, Longchen might kill him. After dealing with Sky Heart Emperor, Longchen and Mo Shaolang took action. Mo Shaolang took out the primal green flame and controlled it to approach the ice coffin. During this process, the primal thousand calamity flame naturally fought against the primal green flame. One was the flame of life, the other was the flame of calamity. No problem. One could see that the primal green flame could also suppress the Curse of Eternity. In fact, it was even more effective than the primal thousand calamity flame. Sky Heart Emperor was the one who placed the ice coffin on the primal thousand calamity flame. After confirming that the green flame of chaos had the same effect, Mo Shaolang pushed the ice coffin away and dodged to the side. Then, she calcined it with the green flame of chaos and the Curse of Eternity inside finally stabilized. In other words, she was safe while Mo Shaolang was here. Next, the primal thousand calamity flame and the inheritance blood essence were exposed in front of Longchen. This method was feasible, but he didn't do it previously. The main reason was because the incident with Li Xuanji hadn't happened. Moreover, Sky Heart Emperor returned too quickly. If he was slightly slower, Longchen would have thought of this method. At that time, he had already informed the primordial ancestor. Thereafter, something happened to Gui Qi and Longchen had no choice but to rush back. Now, the legacy quintessence blood of the seventh ancestor dragon, the legacy of the primeval calamity dragon, appeared in front of Longchen. That drop of black blood was something that Longchen was deeply attracted to. Even if it's for your daughter, don't play any tricks. Chapter 31-23. Don't worry. Sky Heart Emperor glanced at Suner. No matter how tempted he was, he had no choice but to suppress it. In his eyes, Mo Shaolang was using the primal chaos green flame to preserve Suner's life while Longchen was prepared to seize the inheritance blood essence of the chaos calamity dragon within the primal chaos myriad tribulation flame. Within the black blood droplet, there was the shadow of the ancestral dragon that Longchen was most familiar with. This black ancestral dragon had given Longchen too many hints, including the sentence that the dragon sacrifice continent would perish within 100 years. Today, the dragon sacrifice continent was indeed destroyed. It was a black ancestral dragon with tens of thousands of dragon claws on each side and tens of thousands of wings on each side. Its entire body was shrouded in a gray mist that contained the aura of calamity. The black ancestral dragon had 2 dragon heads. One was considered normal and represented heaven's calamity. The other had no flesh and was formed entirely of gray skeletons and was shrouded in gray mist. That was calamity. The primal chaos myriad tribulation flame was protecting the inheritance blood essence. It was tyrannical and fierce, but a mere seed of the ancestral flame couldn't stop the current Longchen. When Longchen reached his hand into the primal chaos myriad tribulation flame, tens of thousands of flames engulfed Longchen's body. At the same time, Longchen grabbed the inheritance blood essence and withdrew. Hula! The primal chaos myriad tribulation flame was sent flying. Because Longchen had already used the primordial dragon pagoda to protect himself, the primal chaos myriad tribulation flame naturally couldn't destroy the primordial dragon pagoda and burn Longchen. Success! The primal chaos myriad tribulation flame didn't have any consciousness and returned to its original position. Good. Mo Xiaolang swiftly placed the ice coffin back on the primal chaos myriad tribulation flame and retracted the primal chaos green flame. Almost everything returned to its original state. After that, Longchen held on to the inheritance blood essence and sensed the incomparably violent energy within. His gaze landed on the sky-hard immortal emperor. Now that the sky-hard immortal emperor saw that Zhao had returned to normal, he heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, we were going to take this flame away, but we're not in a hurry because you love your daughter so much. Besides, now that this place has been restored to its original state, we don't want the news that we've been here to spread to the ancestor. Otherwise, even if we succeed in the end, we definitely won't help you remove the curse of eternity. Secondly, we might even come back to kill you. Compared to us, the ancestor lacks the ability to teleport billions of miles in an instant. This was Longchen's original intention. He had never thought of lying to the Heaven's Heart Emperor. No problem, I know the pros and cons. After so many years, it was impossible for the Sky-Heart Emperor to not feel anger and hatred towards the origin ancestor. After he was done, Longchen did not say anything else. He returned to the death rain and glanced at the crystal floating above the sea of blood. Killing intent surged in his heart. In his hand was the inheritance blood of the Chaos Calamity Dragon. This is the 7th, I wonder what the mysterious dragon Jade is trying to do. Does it want me to inherit all of the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood and merge the 10 great ancestral dragons into one? The first ancestor dragon and the second ancestor dragon are very mysterious. I have no idea where they are right now. As for the 10th ancestor dragon, he is a new existence. How could he possibly have inherited blood essence? It's possible that my path of collecting inherited blood essence will end here. But that might not be the case. Also, the most important thing is the origin dragon's soul of the ancestral dragon. That's what allowed me to surpass my current limit. Fusing with the inheritance blood essence before him should be considered the first stage of perfection. In that case, where will the inheritance blood essence of the Chaos Calamity Dragon be inherited from me? Physical slaughter, primordial spirit great void, living beings in the god nation, good and evil according to the heart, destiny in the eyes, demons, and then? He had a feeling that there would be more to come. No matter what, Longchen quickly devoured the inheritance blood essence and observed the changes. After entering his body, the inheritance blood essence began to gather in one direction. That direction was actually Longchen's hands. His palms were the most important position. Even his arms were within this range. Chaos Calamity in the palm. That's right, Chaos Calamity in the palm. In his palms, he controlled the Chaos Calamity and Chaos Calamity. The Chaos Calamity Dragon was the dragon of Chaos Calamity and Chaos Calamity. It had 2 dragon heads. The left head was the power of Chaos Calamity, while the right head was the power of Chaos Calamity. Even the inheritance blood essence had gathered into 2 parts. The left was black for Chaos Calamity, while the right was gray for Chaos Calamity. The power of Chaos Calamity reached his left arm and left palm, while the power of Chaos Calamity reached his right arm and right palm. Under the transformation of the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence, Long Chen's arms went through earth-shattering changes. First, pitch-black dragon scales appeared on his left hand. They were different from the black of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. This black was closer to gray, ferocious, and contained negative energy. Within the black dragon scales, there were dense and sharp bone spikes. Hua. Long Chen's left arm, especially his palm, directly transformed into a dragon head under the power of chaos calamity. It was a pitch-black dragon head, just like the left head of the legendary chaos calamity dragon. It controlled the power of chaos calamity, and there were black thunderbolts twirling and shooting around the left dragon head. As for his right hand, the flesh and blood disappeared, and the gray mist of chaos calamity swept out. What was born was a skeleton full of chaos calamity dragon's power. It was even more terrifying than the chaos calamity dragon's head. At the same time, pitch-black dragon scales and bone spikes covered Long Chen's body, turning him into a battle machine that was even more ferocious than the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Especially towards the end, a pair of wings grew on his back. The left wing was made of flesh covered with dragon scales and bone spikes, and the black thunderbolts densely packed like a net. The right wing was made of bones, and the gray power of chaos calamity shrouded it at all times. Rip. The wings spread out, and two forces swept out. The chaos calamity thunder and chaos calamity fog swept out. Under the two forces, Long Chen's aura underwent a huge change. It was an unprecedented change. If time was mysterious, karma was fair, life was spiritual chi, fate was detachment, killing was coldness, and change was treacherous, then the chaos calamity was ferocious. Ferocious and sinister. It was completely negative. Among the 10 great ancestral dragons, it was the only one that appeared evil. Just from its appearance, it seemed to represent evil. Even killing was not considered evil. Of course, evil in appearance and power was not really evil. The power of evil was more violent and cruel. It was even more ferocious and cold than the ancient blood spiritual dragon. The Chaos Calamity Dragon was also one of the 10 great ancestral dragons. It was an ancestral dragon born purely for battle, and its combat power was above that of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. At the same time, it was shockingly similar to the inner world of Long Chen at the moment. Calamity Seal. A new seal, together with the 8th seal after the Dragon Jade Seal, formed on the primordial spirit of the Great Void Cosmic Dragon. A new rule also descended on Long Chen. This was the beginning of the Calamity Rule. Through this rule, Long Chen could better understand what a real calamity was. But he thought that his current state of mind was actually very compatible with it. Since Li Xuanji was like this, his heart was naturally filled with hatred and evil. A calamity is to bring fear to the ancestral founder, to bring fear to the entire ancestral star, to bring great calamities, heavenly tribulations, and disasters to them. Inheriting the new essence blood did not greatly improve Long Chen's combat power, but it could increase Long Chen's terrifying talent. Of course, this would be reflected in the future. But there was only a month. What Long Chen needed was a rapid increase in power. Ancestral founder, you forced me to do this. I am now in a desperate situation. Long Chen grinned, but his expression was full of malice. The Chaos Calamity Dragon of the universe had opened up his evil path. Long Chen wouldn't easily reveal such a state, but once he did, it meant that he was forced into a desperate situation. He had to admit that the ancestral founder was powerful. Therefore, inheriting the essence blood was only one step. The more important step was that he left the death realm and appeared in the starry sky outside. Chen, are you okay? It was Long Chen who let Lingxi out of the realm of life. At the moment, Long Chen was like a demon, especially his hands and wings. Don't worry. My power has changed, but my heart has not. Where are we going? The Azure Blood Star. Okay. Lingxi was connected to his mind, so she naturally knew what he was going to do. She thought about it and actually felt that there was no problem with Long Chen doing this. He only had a month, and this was his only choice. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Azure Blood Star. Xiaoxi, you head back first. It's fine, Chen. No matter what you do, I'll follow you. There's no such thing as absolute good or evil in this world. You have a great kindness in your heart, so you don't have to care about the way you do things. With her understanding, it was the most perfect thing to do. Since that was the case, Long Chen did not turn back and started fighting. At this moment, he was shrouded in the aura of calamity as he descended on the Azure Blood Star. When the power of calamity descended and covered the entire Azure Blood Star, everyone could feel a terrifying sense of fear. It was as though doomsday had arrived. The cursed star was a place of evil to begin with. But the power that descended right now was even more evil and menacing. Who dares to barge into my Azure Blood Star? Courting death. Boom! The gigantic Azure Blood Sea planet below exploded with a huge sound wave. Great Emperor Greenblood appeared from within and instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. At this moment, his heart was filled with doubts because he had never seen this power before. Long Chen. Among the evil power, the rotting wings were the face of Long Chen. This gave the Azure Blood Emperor a huge shock. Recalling what had happened before, he laughed coldly. Long Chen, weren't you beaten up by the Ancestral Founder? I remember that your woman was sealed by the Ancestral Founder's silence curse. I don't even know if she's dead or alive. Also, Gue Qi died on the spot. What's the matter? Are you here to vent your anger? Don't be naive. The Ancestral Founder already knows that you're here. Let me tell you, if you don't escape now, you'll never be able to escape from the Ancestral Founder. At that time, you'll only suffer more losses. Before he could finish his words, the Ghost Blood Curse appeared on Long Chen's right hand, and the Great Void Demon Sword appeared on his left hand. At this moment, the black thunderbolts spread to the Ghost Blood Curse, and the aura of calamity spread to the Great Void Demon Sword. 22 p.m., the last watch. He would rather take it slow, but the primordial ancestor had made him choose this method, so he couldn't be slow. Under the Blood Devour, Green Blood Emperor's flesh and blood turned into energy, becoming a part of Long Chen's Dragon God origin power. Just a little bit more. Next is the Great Devil Emperor. Long Chen looked in another direction. His battle had finally begun. It was a crazy battle. Long Chen. At this time, the primordial ancestor's voice came from the depths of the ancestral star. It was incomparably furious and ferocious. What do you think, primordial ancestor? Long Chen responded indifferently. You killed Green Blood Emperor? Are you crazy? A cornered dog will do something desperate. What's the point of killing them? Long Chen chuckled. It's simple. You'll always feel the pinch. Aside from you, Ghost Qi, and Great Emperor Greenblood, there are 7 other Emperor ancestors. You have 7 chances to make a decision. I'm not in a hurry, but you shouldn't be. Do you really want to provoke me? The primordial ancestor's voice was extremely cold. He hadn't been threatened like this for tens of millions of years. Provoke you? Is this the extent of our relationship? It'll be even better if it only provokes you. I'd like to see what you can do if I provoke you. Can you catch up to me? The next one is the Great Devil Emperor. You can come if you want. Let's see who's faster. You. This was his real response after Li Xuanji was controlled by the silence mantra. If he hadn't done this, the primordial ancestor wouldn't have been killed. The Chaos Calamity Dragon had made Long Chen even more ruthless. The experts of the Ancestral Star were very special. They could pass down their legacies. Even if Long Chen devoured Greenblood Emperor, the Great Devil Emperor's legacy would still exist. In the future, the Greenblood Star could still produce a new Greenblood Emperor. It was the same for the other companion stars. Long Chen. The primordial ancestor roared furiously, but it was to no avail. He was proud and arrogant when he used the silence mantra. However, he was completely helpless after what Long Chen had done. The problem was, he was someone who refused to admit defeat. It was impossible for him to admit defeat and help Li Xuanji remove the silence mantra. If that was the case, he would rather let all the ultimate gods die. That was the primordial ancestor. With the gate of the universe, Long Chen appeared in front of the great devil emperor in the blink of an eye. This was a place he had been to before. This time, it only took him an instant to arrive. The news of the Green Blood Emperor's death had spread throughout the Ancestral Star. The great devil emperor was still in extreme shock and was scared to death when he saw Long Chen. Primordial ancestor, save me. The great devil emperor wailed like a ghost. An ultimate god did not say a word in front of Long Chen and fled toward the Ancestral Star. Rebirth / The ghost blood curse could travel thousands of miles. No matter how powerful the great devil emperor was, he could only be a pitiful worm in front of Long Chen. Not only the ghost blood curse, but Long Chen even used the primordial dragon pagoda to kill the great devil emperor in an instant. The current him was even more demonic than the great devil emperor. Rip. The destructive power of the rebirth / swept past the great devil emperor's body and directly tore him in half. The combination of massacre and karma exploded and destroyed the great devil emperor. It was another powerful ultimate god. The great devil emperor died tragically. Long Chen, are you sure you're not going to turn back? The primordial ancestor's cold voice pierced through millions of stars. No matter how fast he was no match for the gate of the universe. Who said I'm not turning back? I'm waiting for you. As long as you do as I say, I'll turn back immediately. Long Chen smiled faintly. Even if Li Xuanji was in deep trouble, at least Long Chen had the upper hand. You'll regret it. So will you. Being polite to the primordial ancestor was being cruel to himself. In an instant, the Ancestral Star was in turmoil when the Great Devil Emperor and the Green Blood Emperor died one after another. Those were the leaders of the Blood Clan and Ghost Clan, yet they were all killed by Long Chen. The remaining 10 great ancestor emperors were still far away. After hearing the news, all the ultimate gods were trying their best to hide or come to the Ancestral Star to meet up with the primordial ancestor. I'd like to see who's faster, you guys or me. No one knew who Long Chen's next target would be. The Ghost God Emperor. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared on the Ghost God planet. The Ghost God Emperor had just received the news of the Great Devil Emperor's death and was pale with fright. Long Chen dared to go against the primordial ancestor and even threatened our lives. He deserves to die. He claimed to kill all the ultimate gods and threatened the primordial ancestor. He's really bold. However, both the Green Blood Emperor and the Great Devil Emperor died in his hands. This person actually caused such a huge war on the Ancestral Star. If the primordial ancestor catches him, he'll definitely die a horrible death. If one was not an ultimate god, there was no need to escape at all. The Ghost God Emperor was about to escape when he ran into Long Chen. Long Chen, don't kill me, don't kill me. It's useless to beg me. Beg your primordial ancestor. Long Chen blocked his way. Primordial ancestor, save me. Don't let him kill me. Please let his woman regain her freedom. The Ghost God Emperor cried. Unfortunately, the primordial ancestor did not respond. I'm sorry. You can only blame yourself for following a useless master. Long Chen sneered. It was as if a nightmare had descended upon him. The Ghost God Great Emperor lost his godly venerable level cultivation while he was in a daze.